Chapter 1050. Not only was Zhang Xiaohua stunned, even Nun Jingyi, who was about to walk out of the small palace, frowned. She looked back at Zhang Xiaohua thoughtfully and nodded. Since Sakura asked you to stay here, then you will stay here. Yes, sect leader. Zhang Xiaohua agreed. When Abbess Jingyi left the palace, Sakura used his divine sense to scan the place. He snorted from his nose and waved his left hand. Several wisps of black gas flew out from his hand and landed on the floor of the palace, disappearing without a trace. Sakura then waved his right hand again and quickly threw out a red jade talisman. When the jade talisman landed on the floor, Sakura muttered something. After a long while, several wisps of black gas activated the restriction. A red light screen flashed and disappeared, covering the entire palace. Seeing Sakura's familiar technique and strange incantation, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but think, the Tenryu sect is a demonic sect, and the cultivation method they practice is different from the way of immortality. Looking at Sakura's incantation, it is quite different from the way of immortality, but the technique is similar. I'm afraid the Tenryu sect made some improvements after the sharp decline of the qi of heaven and earth. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua staring at him, Sakura was also concerned. After he finished setting up the restriction, he said, "Yeah, about your experience, Ren Xiaoyao has already told me. It's really been hard on you." Then, Sakura seemed to be recalling something and said with a long tone, "Actually, when you left the small village and met Ren Xiaoyao for the first time, you were in the Tenryu sect." Meng Qi was surprised. Why don't I have any impression of it? It's normal that you don't have any impression. Actually, since the previous saintess lived in seclusion, our sect has been looking for her because it involves a great secret of the Tenryu sect. This is bad. Why are you talking about the Tenryu sect's greatest secret in front of an outsider like me? Isn't this? Zhang Xiaohua was a little nervous. Her eyes darted around as if she was looking for a way to escape. In my Tenryu sect, Sakura has always been the leader, followed by the saintess, and then the other heavenly kings. But do you know why the saintess, who doesn't have high martial arts, has a higher status than the heavenly kings? Zhang Xiaohua shrugged. Meng also looked at him in puzzlement and asked Sakura, "May Heavenly King please dispel my doubts?" Because it's very simple. The husband chosen by the saintess is the Tenryu sect's next generation Sakura. The daughter of the saintess is the next saintess. Sakura said word by word, shocking Zhang Xiaohua and Meng so much that their mouths were wide open, not knowing what to do. In my Tenryu sect, there's always a saying, first, there's the saintess, then there's Sakura, then there's the heavenly kings. Therefore, the saintess is the root of my Tenryu sect's existence and also the link of inheritance. But Meng wanted to speak but was stopped by Di Shi Tian. Actually, there's no buts. Madam Aya, who is your mother, is the previous generation saintess. This lord is the husband she chose, so this lord is Di Shi Tian. And you are the daughter of the previous generation saintess, which is also this generation saintess. In other words, you, Xiaoya, is this lord's daughter. Meng and Zhang Xiaohua had already heard it from Sakura's words. They didn't dare to believe it. It wasn't that they didn't guess Lady Aya's position in the Tenryu sect and Meng's position in the Tenryu sect, but they never thought that Meng was actually Sakura's daughter. And the so-called saintess. The extremely important saintess. And he. Sakura pointed at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "If he's the husband you chose, then he's the next Sakura. Your daughter is the next saintess." This. Zhang Xiaohua was really speechless. He never thought that there would be a day when he could be Sakura. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua's heart moved and he asked, "Lord Sakura, why are you so sure that we will definitely give birth to a daughter?" "Ha ha ha," Sakura laughed and said, "It's not that I'm sure, it's just that the Tenryu sect has always been like this. The saintess will definitely give birth to a daughter. Then he said, however, Ren Xiaoyao, your martial arts are extremely poor and you don't have a trace of devil cultivation. What makes you Sakura? Didn't I say it just now? You still have to go to the Tenryu sect and cultivate properly. Only when your devil cultivation reaches a certain level can you be qualified to be Sakura. You have to know that Sakura is a symbol of status. All the Sakuras in the Tenryu sect are the number one people in the pugilistic world, the number one people in the world. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and asked curiously, how can it be so powerful? Is there no exception? No. Sakura said proudly, the saintess's heavy responsibility is like this. As long as she chooses someone, that person will definitely be the number one person in the world. But Zhang Xiaohua thought of his second brother who was preparing to attack the Misty Peak. He couldn't possibly follow Sakura back to the Tenryu sect. Moreover, his cultivation was on the path of immortality, so how could he change to the path of devil cultivation? She could only find an excuse to decline, but I'm already so old. Even if I want to cultivate, I'm afraid it won't be possible. Sakura waved his hand, you don't have to worry about this. As long as the Tenryu sect is willing, you and Yu can go back to the Tenryu sect with me. I can definitely make you the number one person in the world. Then he smiled, even if you can't cultivate in the end, I can just use the enlightenment technique and give you all my cultivation. What's so difficult about that? Meng knew Zhang Xiaohua's thoughts and interrupted, Heavenly King. Xiaoyao, if anything happens, don't make things difficult for him. It's fine if he doesn't go to the Tenryu sect for the time being. It's fine. Your matter isn't settled yet, and I'm also fine. As for the next Sakura, you don't have to decide so early. Sakura smiled, by the way, since you already know how important the saintess is to the Tenryu sect, you should also understand why the Tenryu sect is still brooding over your mother's seclusion and searching everywhere for her. About 10 years ago, the disciples who went out to search for your mother suddenly found traces of you. Although you were still young at that time, your face was exactly the same as your mother's. They could recognize you at a glance. You also know that compared to your mother, you're more important to the Tenryu sect. Therefore, after the disciples of the Tenryu sect couldn't find any trace of your mother, they brought you back to the Tenryu sect as if they had found a treasure. However, at that time, you were muddle-headed and it seemed like there was something wrong with your brain. This seat then sought out the divine doctor in the sect and the Jianghu's divine doctor to treat your illness. They treated you for about 5 years. 5 years ago, when your illness was about to be cured, you suddenly disappeared again. I sent people to search for you, but they couldn't find you at the place where you appeared last time. In these 5 years, it was as if you had evaporated, and there was no news of you. I didn't expect that you would be picked up by Jingxian and brought back to the Tenryu sect. The Tenryu sect did a good thing. Jingxian is also interesting. She actually wanted to take you in as an inner disciple. She's really shameless. I knew that you appeared in the Jianghu and even went to the Dalan temple to deliver the invitation to the Tenryu sect's martial arts convention. I immediately rushed over to take you back to the Tenryu sect. Meng sighed and nodded, I got it. On the way, Zhang Xiaohua and Meng discussed a lot. Meng knew that she was related to the Tenryu sect, so she knew that she couldn't stay in the Tenryu sect any longer. Now that she heard that she was the most important saintess of the Tenryu sect, Abbess Jingyi of the Tenryu sect, she didn't have the guts to take her in. She could only go back to the Tenryu sect. Moreover, the Tenryu sect was also her home in another sense. It was just that. Meng looked up at Zhang Xiaohua. The only thing she couldn't bear to part with was Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Meng and then looked at Sakura. She smiled and said, Meng, you should go back. Haven't you been looking for your family all this time? Now that it has finally come true, what's there to hesitate about? Moreover, if you miss me, or if I miss you, we can go to the Tenryu sect to see you." Upon seeing this, Sakura took out something from his bosom and handed it to Zhang Xiaohua. He said, "This is my token. If you come to the Tenryu sect, you only need to show this token." Zhang Xiaohua reached out and took it. She felt a bone-piercing coldness. When she looked carefully, it was a piece of pitch-black iron with a faint flame engraved on it. In addition, you don't need to be the guardian disciple of the Tenryu sect anymore. I already know about what happened in the Dalan temple. Abbess Jingyi must have other plans for you to be the guardian disciple. The Tenryu sect's cultivation method is a mortal cultivation method, so it's not suitable for you. And, this one knows. This one came down to the Tenryu sect for Meng. Since Meng has left, there's no point in the Tenryu sect staying. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. At this time, the Tenryu sect didn't have any disciples of the Misty School and Meng, so he naturally wouldn't stay. "Alright, Ren Xiaoyao, I'll take you back to the Tenryu sect in a while. You can talk to her." At this time, where was the appearance of the most powerful person in the world? He was now the image of a loving father. After he finished speaking, Indra removed the restriction around him and walked out without looking back. "Xiaohua." Meng pulled Zhang Xiaohua's hand and whispered, You really don't want to go back to the Tenryu sect with me?" Zhang Xiaohua held Meng's hand and nodded. "You also know. I do have some things to do. After I'm done with them, I'll go to the Tenryu sect to find you, okay?" I know. I'll wait for you." You can treat the illness, but, you can't treat it until you forget about me." "How can I?" Meng smiled and said, "Even if I forget everything in the world, I'll never forget you." "That's right. Don't forget, I still want to be the Tenryu sect's lord." Xiaohua. Meng's face was abnormally red. She peeked to see that there was no one in the hall and threw herself into Zhang Xiaohua's arms, holding him tightly in her arms. "Please cast a monthly vote, please cast a recommendation vote, please collect, please tip. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Chidian. Come to cast a recommendation vote or monthly vote." Chapter 1051. After some time, there was a coughing sound at the entrance of the temple. Zhang Xiaohua and Dream turned around to see Peacock and Chen Chen standing outside. Peacock and Chen Chen's expressions were different. Peacock's face was cold like frost. She was already cold to begin with and now she was even more unapproachable. However, Chen Chen bit her lips. Her eyes were filled with indignation and even a trace of provocation. Her chest rose and fell slightly as if she was feeling aggrieved. Cough, Xia, no, I should call her Xiaoya. I really didn't expect that the usually obedient little tail behind me was actually the saintess of the dragon sect. How come I didn't see it at all?" Chen Chen coughed and said, "Ren Xiaoyao, you have good taste. No wonder after taking advantage of Nia Xiaoyao from the Rejuvenation Valley, you immediately wiped your mouth and denied it. So you have already noticed Xia. She's not ordinary. Now that you've climbed the coattails of the Tenryu sect saint, can you be proud?" Zhang Xiaohua was sweating profusely. Chen Chen was a straightforward person but he did not mean any harm. Although everything in the refining heart cave was just an illusion, Zhang Xiaohua still had a good impression of Chen Chen and Peacock. Therefore, when he heard this, he did not think much of it. Instead, he felt like he was being jealous, like a wife being jealous of her husband. Zhang Xiaohua laughed dryly and said, "Senior Chen, what are you saying? Even you didn't see it, how could I see it clearly? I just like Meng, why would I care if she's a commoner, a disciple of the incense cult, or the saint of the Tenryu sect? You know that although I know Nye Qianyu, but it was after I met Meng. I have never hidden anything about Nye Qianyu from her." Meng was also a little embarrassed. She got out of Zhang Xiaohua's arms but still held on to Zhang Xiaohua's hand and nodded. "Little. Xiaoyao is right. I've seen Nye Qianyu in the Sorrow City and I know everything. Senior Chen, don't talk about this boring topic. As for the saint of the Tenryu sect, I don't need to explain. I'm sure Senior Chen knows better than Senior Chen what I was like when I first came to the Tenryu sect. Even now, I can't remember whether I'm the saint of the Tenryu sect or not. Of course, since Di Shi Tian said so, I don't think it's wrong. However, during the 5 years I have been in the incense cult, other than Master, that is, Senior Sister Chen has cared a lot about me. I still have to thank Senior Sister Chen. After that, Meng let go of Zhang Xiaohua's hand and bowed. Chen knew Meng's identity and naturally felt that she had been deceived. Moreover, Meng's identity made her feel that she could not compare with her. This kind of gap made her feel extremely uncomfortable, so she felt that it was unfair. At this moment, after hearing Meng's words and thinking about the helplessness and confusion she felt when she first came here, she felt relieved. She stepped forward and said, "Forget it, forget it. You're just a junior. If I don't take care of you, who will take care of you?" But just as she took a step forward, she was pulled back by Peacock. Chen turned back and asked curiously, "Senior Chen, what's wrong?" Peacock said to Meng, "I didn't know your identity before so I could call you Senior Chen. But now you are no longer Zi Xia of the Mo Xian Palace, but Ye of the Tenryu sect. This is a big difference. Although we've been in the 5 sects for thousands of years, but your cult isn't an immortal. As the saying goes, those who walk different paths can't make plans together. In the future, we have to be clear about this. Of course, if you can remember the time you spent at Lingxiang Peak and take care of the incense cult in the future, then both of us will be very grateful." When Chen heard this, she was already depressed and stopped in her tracks. Yes, their status had been confirmed. Zi Xia was no longer the Zi Xia of the past. The difference between immortals and demons, the difference in their identities, the difference in their sects, they were all standing in front of Meng and Chen. It was impossible for them to go back to how they were before. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she also sighed. Meng didn't seem to understand and didn't know how to explain it. From Wan Wuxin, Zhang Xiaohua knew that the Tenryu sect was created by the ancient Sakra. It was a branch of the demon sect that fed on immortals and was a mortal enemy of immortals. Of course, the demon sect and the demon sect were both rebuilt. The demon sect Sakra must have considered this problem when he created the Tenryu sect and passed down the martial arts. However, the difference between immortals and demons still existed. Moreover, when the way of immortals was annihilated 10,000 years ago, the way of diabolism was also affected. The way of martial arts flourished, and the relationship between the way of immortals and diabolism was already somewhat blurred. In this martial arts society convention, the way of diabolism, sat together with way of immortals, way of diabolism, and by Yanqiu, instead of facing each other with weapons. From this, it could be seen that the two ways of diabolism had changed. Perhaps the two ways of diabolism were not enemies of each other. Then again, the immortal path was the immortal path and the demonic path was the demonic path. There was a fundamental difference between the two. With the rise of the immortal path, the demonic path would surely undergo changes as well. How could Dream, Chen, or Peacock be able to control these changes? Perhaps drawing a clear line and treating the other party coldly was the best way to go. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua reached out to hold Meng's hand and said with a smile, "No matter where you are, what happened has happened, and happy times have been. Maybe you can't call Senior Sister Chen Senior Sister now, but after all, you used to call her that. So, you just need to keep it in your heart. Regardless of the vicissitudes of the world and whether people have changed, you just need to guard your heart." I know." Meng's expression softened. Zhang Xiaohua said gently, "Also, remember this. No matter who you are, I have set my mind on you. Even if you run to the ends of the earth and become a beggar, I will still pursue you. Meng blushed and looked at Chen Chen and Peacock who were not far away. She spat at Zhang Xiaohua and whispered, "Can't you say this when? It's not like I haven't heard it before." And in front of the two senior sisters? When Peacock and Chen Chen heard that Meng still addressed them as two senior sisters, they felt relieved. However, when they heard Zhang Xiaohua's words, their hearts ached. Zhang Xiaohua giggled and said, no way, I want to say this every day, all the time. I want to say it to you, to everyone in the world. Sigh, how shameless. Chen Chen was jealous for no reason. Junior brother Ren, don't try to make the saint happy, the hierarch has invited you. Yes, I understand. Please lead the way, senior sisters. Zhang Xiaohua's face stiffened and immediately put on a serious face and said righteously, making the saint happy is my next life's mission. If the hierarch summons me, I will have to put it aside for now. Pfft, Meng laughed and pinched Zhang Xiaohua's hand. Ren Xiaoyao, you bastard. Chen Chen laughed and pointed at Zhang Xiaohua without any demeanor. Peacock could not hold it in any more and laughed. Then, with a straight face, she turned and left. When Meng and Zhang Xiaohua followed the two to Huayu Palace, there was no one else in the palace. The Tenryu sect was here and the world's #1 martial artist, Sakura, was here. Who would dare to stay in the palace for a moment longer? At this moment, there were only 2 chairs on the platform. Sakura and Nun Jing-yi each sat on one while the others stood on both sides. Nun Jing-fan, Nun Shuizhen, and several consecrators had also arrived. Besides Sakura, Garuda and the others were also standing quietly. Meng came to the platform, hesitated for a moment, and still bowed to Nun Jing-yi. Nun Jing-yi quickly turned her body slightly and said with a smile, "Congratulations to ya for finding out her identity. I didn't work in vain these years. I hope that if there is a chance in the future, you will take care of me more. This disciple, thanks. Nun Jing-yi for taking care of me these years. If there is a chance in the future, I will never forget these years of kindness." Nun Jing-yi was elated and said, "That's great. My junior sister Jing Xian didn't bring you back in vain because of fate." "Oh, Nun Jing-yi, I still want to go to Lingxiang Peak to pay my respects to Master before I leave." Meng hesitated for a moment and said, There's no need. As long as you have junior sister Jing Xian in your heart, where can't you pay your respects? If you don't have her in your heart, even if you pay your respects every day, what does that mean?" Nun Jing-yi rejected without any trace of politeness. Meng sighed slightly and nodded, "Nun Jing-yi is right. Alright, Jing-yi. My heavenly dragon cult has accepted your invitation to spread the incense cult and will definitely repay you in the future. This seat will now bring the saintess back." Sakura Jiao Meng didn't like it and continued. "Respectfully send Sakura off." Nun Jing-yi also hoped that Sakura would leave early. However, when Sakura stood up and saw Zhang Xiaohua beside Meng, he said, "That's right, just now we were talking about ya and forgot about Ren Xiaoyao. This Ren Xiaoyao came to your Tenryu sect for less than a year and also hasn't practiced the martial arts of your Tenryu sect. It's fine if he doesn't become a guardian disciple." Nun Jing-yi looked at Zhang Xiaohua and frowned slightly. She said, "Ren Xiaoyao indeed hasn't practiced the martial arts of my Tenryu sect, but this guardian disciple, he can also become one. He might have a bright future ahead of him." Nun Jing-yi's words "indeed hasn't practiced the martial arts of my Tenryu sect" were quite forceful. She even looked at Zhang Xiaohua, as if she was hinting something. Who knew? Zhang Xiaohua only looked at Meng, as if she didn't understand at all. Nun Jing-yi saw that Sakura was a little unhappy. Although she was unwilling, she could only say, "Of course, if the Tenryu sect has any better arrangements, I think it would also be excellent." Zhang Xiaohua heard these words clearly. She moved her gaze away from Meng's face and took out his waist token. She handed it over and said emotionally, "Esteemed leader, Ren is untalented. After coming to the Misty School for more than a year, esteemed leader has taken good care of me and I'm really grateful. It's just that Ren is small and weak, and his martial arts are also low. Even if he wants to do something for the Tenryu sect, he has the will but not the power. Therefore, I can only remember the kindness of the Tenryu sect in my heart and strive to remember it at all times and every day." Nun Jingyi felt powerless after hearing this. She waved her hand and let Chen Chen put away Zhang Xiaohua's waist token. "Please vote monthly, please vote recommendation, please collect, please tip. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote recommendation and monthly." Chapter 1052. At the beginning of the silver moon, at the foot of Huayu Peak, Indra brought Meng along to bid farewell to the people of Fragrance Cult. Meng whispered to Zhang Xiaohua, aren't you going to the Tenryu sect with me?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly in his heart. He was on the path of immortality, which was poles apart from the Tenryu sect. Why would he go to the Tenryu sect? Could he really be the Sakra? Moreover, this Indra was an expert of the demonic path, and his magical powers were unimaginable. Although he had temporarily concealed his cultivation and didn't let him know, he couldn't guarantee that he would be exposed after a long time. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua also had his own plans. The Tenryu sect was established on the path of the demonic path, and they didn't covet the path of immortality. Although he didn't know why Indra collected the immortal relics, it was safer to expose his immortal secrets in front of Indra if it was exposed. However, one may know a person's face but not his heart. Who knew what Indra was thinking? Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to put his life in the hands of others, even if he felt that he wasn't inferior to Indra in terms of flying techniques. "You also know that I have other things to do. When I have some progress, I'll go to the Tenryu sect to see you." Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to hold Meng's hand in front of everyone. Meng nodded. She knew that these things couldn't be said clearly, so she forced a smile and said, "Then remember to come and see me quickly. Or wait until I'm done with the Tenryu sect's matters, I'll go and see you too." But Meng wanted to ask where to find Zhang Xiaohua, but when she said that, she felt that it was inappropriate, so she changed her words, "You and I help each other in times of need, don't forget each other in your heart." After saying that, Meng took the initiative to hold Zhang Xiaohua's hand. Her eyes were a little moist, and she said, "Be careful, take care, and think of me." "I will." Zhang Xiaohua also forced a smile and held her hand even tighter. Not far away, Abbess Jingyi said, "Sakura, it's already late now. Why don't you rest at my fragrant cult for a night and set off tomorrow?" "Ha ha ha," Sakura laughed and said, "Even if I want to rest, I don't need to preach at your place. If I were here, would your incense cult be stable?" Nun Jingyi secretly curled her lips. He's quite tactful. "Alright, yeah, come with me." Sakura also didn't talk to Nun Jingyi anymore. His figure floated up and he pulled Meng's hand. "Although the martial world is big, there will always be a time when we meet again. There's no need to care about a momentary love." Then, with a pull, the two of them flew up at the same time. They were about 30 feet above the ground, and quickly flew in the direction of Dianqi Lake. "Our hearts are connected, and the world is boundless." A voice floated down from the night sky, "Help each other in times of need." Zhang Xiaohua almost floated up and shouted loudly. Seeing that Sakura had left, Garuda and the others also bid farewell to Abbess Jingyi and walked past Zhang Xiaohua. Although they didn't show absolute respect, their eyes were full of kindness as they nodded at him. It was as if they loved the house and its crow. Zhang Xiaohua's mood was complicated. She nodded with a smile. When she saw Qin Shiyue and Su Jiaodong, she couldn't help but be stunned. Seeing this, Qin Shiyue rolled her eyes and cupped her hands. Ren Xiaoxia, you look very familiar. I wonder, have we met before? Zhang Xiaohua's expression immediately returned to normal. She smiled and said, "This. Senior martial brother, what's your name? I've never seen a disciple of the Tenryu sect before, but, where have I met senior martial brother?" Qin Shiyue was slightly stunned. She turned to look at Su Jiaodong and said with a smile, "My name is Qin Shiyue. I'm Garuda Heavenly King's direct disciple." "Oh, senior martial brother Qin." Zhang Xiaohua cupped her hands. "Junior. Senior martial brother Ren, I met someone who looked exactly like you 5 years ago. It's just that person was very young and shorter than you. When I saw junior brother Ren just now, I almost thought that I was back in time 5 years ago." Really? Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "What's that person's name? Where did you meet him?" "Hehe, what a coincidence. That person is also called Ren Xiaoyao. I met him at Shizui Mountain near Pingyang City." Zhang Xiaohua looked incredulous. "Is there really such a thing?" "Hehe, I happen to have nothing to do. I'll go to Pingyang City to see if I can meet this guy who has the same name and looks as me." Then, she asked again, "By the way, senior martial brother Qin, where is this Pingyang City?" This. Qin Shiyue was helpless. She simply pointed in the direction of Pingyang City and said, "It's very far from here. Junior brother Ren won't go there out of boredom, right?" "Maybe. I'm just curious." Zhang Xiaohua did not comment. "Alright, junior brother Ren, I'll take my leave. I'll be waiting for you in the Tenryu sect now. I wish you." "Hehe, junior brother Ren, you know." After Garuda and the others had left, Zhang Xiaohua stepped forward and bowed. "Sir Leader, don't, Ren Xiaoyao. You're no longer a disciple of the fragrant cult. It's inappropriate to call you Sir Leader." Nun Jingyi waved her hand and said coldly. "Hehe," Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, "This disciple has always been under Lord Leader's care ever since I came to the incense order to search for my dreams. Although Lord Leader thinks this disciple is inappropriate, this disciple still wishes to call you Lord Leader in my heart." Nun Jingyi listened quietly and did not say anything. Zhang Xiaohua continued. "Actually, it's useless to say anything now. I didn't know that things would develop to this stage. Even if I wanted to stay in the fragrant cult, Sir Leader wouldn't allow it. So, I can only leave. In addition, let's not talk about Sir Cult Leader's grace, just Senior Nun Jing Xian's life-saving grace is engraved in this disciple's heart. In the future, if the incense cult needs this disciple, please tell me. This disciple will go through water and tread on fire without hesitation. You're better off saying that than singing." Chen Chen said secretly. "You won't even tell me where you're going. Even if the fragrant cult needs you, where can I find you?" Chen Chen, Peacock scolded. "Don't you know you have a mouth?" Chen Chen felt wronged. "It's true. He's gone. Where can I find him?" Peacock's heart skipped a beat. "Senior Sister Kong, Senior Sister Chen, don't worry. With the fragrant cult's methods, how could they not know where Ren is? Alright, I appreciate your kindness. But the fragrant cult has been passed down for tens of thousands of years. Who knows how many difficulties and obstacles we've encountered. We've never asked for help from outsiders." Nun Jingyi waved her hand. "Ren Xiaoxia, if there's nothing else, please leave the fragrant cult as soon as possible." Seeing that Nun Jingyi had ordered him to leave, Zhang Xiaohua nodded helplessly. "I'll leave now. But in order not to be with the Tenryu sect, I'll leave later than them. I'll go to Jinghai Lake tomorrow morning." Ren Xiaoxia, there's no need to panic." Hearing that Zhang Xiaohua did not want to leave with the Tenryu sect, Nun Jingyi's tone softened. Although the Tenryu sect is powerful now and its strength is unparalleled in the world, but it's still a demonic cult. It's not the right path to immortality. Ren Xiaoxia was born with superhuman strength and a kind heart. If he can enter the path of immortality through martial arts, I'm sure he'll have a place in Jianghu one day. With such a bright future ahead of him, why should he submit to the demonic cult? Seeing that Nun Jingyi was trying to rope him in, Zhang Xiaohua secretly curled his lips. If Di Shitian had heard this, he would have laughed his head off. This might be useful to others, but if Zhang Xiaohua were to submit to the Tenryu sect, then he would be the next Di Shitian, much more honorable than Peacock and Chen Chen. If not for the fact that Zhang Xiaohua was already an immortal, would he not have followed them? However, Zhang Xiaohua still smiled. Nun, you're right. I'll consider it seriously. After that, he bowed to Peacock and Chen Chen. I'd like to thank both of you for bringing me here from Rejuvenation Valley. I'm afraid I won't have the chance to say this again in the future. Peacock and Chen Chen's hearts ached for no reason. They both whispered, "You have to be careful. The Jianghu is dangerous. You have to be careful." Ha ha ha, Zhang Xiaohua raised his head. The mountains will not change and the rivers will flow forever. I hope we'll meet again in the future. After that, he leaped onto the David's deer, patted Huan's protruding horn and walked straight along the mountain path. The tall and thin shadow was dragged along by the full moon, winding along the ground. It was incomparably lonely. Nun Jingyi and the rest had already turned around and returned to Huayu Peak. Peacock and Chen Chen were still standing there, looking at the gradually disappearing figure. No one knew what they were thinking. When Peacock came back to her senses, Nun Jingyi and the rest were already far away. Peacock's heart trembled. She reached out to pull Chen Chen, who was still grieving, and walked a few steps to catch up with them. However, after a few steps, she could not help but turn back to look. Usually, although they did not meet often, she knew that he was in Mo Xian's palace on Lingxiang Peak. She always felt a sense of security. However, now that she had to leave and perhaps they would not meet again, she knew that this person had been imprinted in her heart. Zhang Xiaohua went down Huayu Peak and walked along the mountain path. On the mountain path, there were disciples from various sects in the Jianghu as well as the inner disciples of Ruijin Palace. The cult of fragrance had been established for thousands of years. Everything in the cult had long been mysterious. Many people who came to participate in the martial arts convention wanted to see what was going on. They did not dare to stay in Huayu Palace, but they still wanted to stay in the cult of fragrance for a few days. Since the martial arts convention was over, there would be a few days for them to go out. Zhang Xiaohua found an opportunity to ride the David's deer down the mountain path. He threw Huan to one side and then concealed himself. He used the flying spell and flew towards the direction of Lingxiang Peak. However, before he had even traveled halfway, he suddenly stopped and stood on the clouds. He had a strange expression on his face as he alternated between looking forward and left. It was as if there was something strange in those two places. After waiting for the time it took to burn a stick of incense, Zhang Xiaohua's face lit up with joy. He whistled and flew down. When he landed about 50 feet from the ground, there was a black shadow coming from the direction of Lingxiang Peak. It was like a gust of wind, rushing towards Zhang Xiaohua. On the left of Zhang Xiaohua, there was also a black shadow. It was like a bolt of lightning and was even faster. It was also coming towards Zhang Xiaohua's direction. Please vote for me. Please vote for me. Please keep it. Please tip me. Chapter 1053. Ha ha ha, little yellow? Little black? Zhang Xiaohua stood in the air with a big smile on her face. Her heart was filled with warmth, and the sadness from the dream's departure was greatly reduced. In less than half an incense stick's worth of time, Goldie was the first to arrive. It stopped when it was about 1 zhang away from Zhang Xiaohua. Its tail, which was larger than its entire body, swung gently behind its back as it floated in the air. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly heard a faint voice in her heart, "Mother, is that you?" Zhang Xiaohua's face revealed an awkward expression, and she did not know how to answer. She could only curse in her heart, "This little brat, I was originally a man, how did I become your mother?" But at this moment, Little Yellow seemed to have understood. Its small eyes were filled with joy, and with a swish of its tail, it landed on Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder with a whoosh. Its 2 small claws hugged Zhang Xiaohua's head intimately, but this intimacy caused Zhang Xiaohua's hair to become a mess. Zhang Xiaohua felt Little Yellow's affection, and also reached out her hand, affectionately stroking Little Yellow's body. Little Yellow enjoyed it very much, and its small head rubbed against Zhang Xiaohua's hand again and again. Woof, a black shadow also flew over, and like Little Yellow, it also stopped about 10 feet away. Zhang Xiaohua felt a voice in her heart shouting, "Father, is that you?" Little Yellow flew over with a whoosh, and directly pounced on Little Black, causing Little Black to fall to the ground. Although Little Black's body was larger than Little Yellow's, it was caught off guard and fell to the ground. Little Black then angrily barked, and stood up again. Its small claws slapped Little Yellow's face, causing Little Yellow to sway. Little Yellow also could not take it anymore, and swung its large tail, hitting Little Black's face. Little Black barked, as if it was in pain. "Oh no!" Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Could it be that the two of them don't know each other? Thinking about it, since these 2 things were born, although they had always been in his arms, they had never opened their eyes. How could they know each other? Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly flew to the 2 things. Just as she was about to separate them, a voice rang out in her heart, "I said it's Daddy, so it's Daddy. How can it be Mommy?" "Yes, Mother. I've always called her that." "You're mistaken. That's right, it's Daddy, it's Daddy. I'm the one who should be called Mother, Mother." Gosh, Zhang Xiaohua finally understood. So, the 2 little things were fighting because of this. Zhang Xiaohua stood there, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. She waited for the 2 little things to have enough fun. One of the little things stood on Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder, and it kept making noise in its heart. "Daddy, quickly tell it that you're Daddy." The other one was not convinced. "Mommy, quickly tell it that you're Mommy." If it was a direction, perhaps Zhang Xiaohua could use her hands. If it was to eat, perhaps Zhang Xiaohua could use her hands. But, her mother and father, these 2, Zhang Xiaohua really did not know how to explain it to them. After thinking for a while, she stretched out her hand and patted them on the head. The left nodded, and the right nodded. It was quite effective. The 2 little things were quiet, thinking that Zhang Xiaohua had agreed with them. My heart is finally at peace." Zhang Xiaohua sighed. Then, she looked at the sky and Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense. She found the bottom of a cliff and took out the jade talisman. After setting up the restriction, she sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate the Carefree Heart Sutra. As for the 2 little things, when they saw the starlight falling, they were delighted. Each of them floated in a strange position beside Zhang Xiaohua. A lot of the starlight was also absorbed into their bodies. When she woke up in the morning, she saw Xiaohuang and Xiaohe chasing each other in the air and playing on the ground. Zhang Xiaohua's heart was filled with sunshine. Then, she frowned again, as if she had forgotten something. After a while, she suddenly patted her forehead and took out 2 small vitality stones. The moment she took out the vitality stones, Xiaohuang and Xiaohe immediately sensed it and flew over. They floated beside Zhang Xiaohua's hand and looked at it greedily. Hee. Zhang Xiaohua stretched out her hand and handed the vitality stones to the 2 little things. Xiaohuang and Xiaohe looked at Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and the two little things somersaulted in the air. Then, Xiaohuang emitted a white light from his nose and slowly sucked the vitality stones in. Xiaohe also emitted a white light from his mouth and swallowed the vitality stones. Do you want more? Zhang Xiaohua thought and took out 2 more vitality stones. But this time, the two little things only sniffed with their noses and shook their heads slightly. Well, I think they are full. Zhang Xiaohua put away the vitality stones and put the two little things on her shoulders. She floated in the air and looked in the direction of Lingering Fragrance Peak, thinking about something. She wanted to go to Lingering Fragrance Peak last night because she wanted to take advantage of the time when Nanjing Yi and the others were at Huayu Peak. She wanted to see if she could refine the stone tablet and then see if there were any benefits. However, she was delayed by the two little things. She was afraid that it would be inconvenient for her to go now. She guessed that the disciples of Ruijin Palace would be on high alert during the day and she might alarm them. Forget it. I got a lot of good things from Lingering Fragrance Cult. That stone tablet. I will leave it to Nanjing Yi. Zhang Xiaohua made up her mind and flew back to Huayu Peak. When they found Huanhuan, the 4 odd beasts were immediately scared witless by Xiaohuang and Xiaohe. They ran far away and did not dare to come close. What should I do? Zhang Xiaohua was very puzzled. She remembered that when Xiaohuang and Xiaohe were young, she had taken them to ride the 4 odd beasts. Helpless, Zhang Xiaohua pointed at the 4 odd beasts in the air and said in her heart, "You two, fly up first and follow me. We will talk when we get out." The two little things were quite obedient. She did not know whether they understood what she said or what they saw. Anyway, they flew up. Then, Zhang Xiaohua led the 4 odd beasts over and rode them towards Jianqi Lake. The two little things flew very fast. Their figures hid in the forest and were not discovered by others. After a few days, Zhang Xiaohua finally arrived at Jinghai Lake. These few days, Zhang Xiaohua had long wanted to fly out. But after thinking about it, she was now a person that Nanjing Yi cared about. If she did not let people watch her leave, or if she left at a normal speed, Nanjing Yi would definitely be suspicious. She might even send people to Lingering Fragrance Cult to look for her. Therefore, she patiently rode the 4 odd beasts to Jinghai Lake. Zhang Xiaohua was no longer a guardian disciple. It seemed that Nanjing Yi's decree had also reached Jinghai Lake. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua's performance in the martial arts convention had also spread to Jinghai Lake along with the departure of the people of Jianghu. Therefore, although the disciples of Lingering Fragrance Cult were not as respectful as before, they still had smiles on their faces. They obviously treated Zhang Xiaohua differently from the disciples of other sections. At least, when they were riding the boat at Jinghai Lake, Zhang Xiaohua had enjoyed preferential treatment. When they got ashore, Zhang Xiaohua was a little worried. She found the disciple of Ruijin Palace who was on duty at Dianqi Lake and invited him to a secluded place. She used her enchanted finger to ask for information about the disciples of Misty School. Then, she rode the 4 odd beasts and left. The disciples of Misty School left more than a month ago, right after Meng and I left the Dalan Temple. At that time, the entire Jianghu did not know that Lingering Fragrance Cult had opened its doors. I'm afraid that not only the Righteous Alliance, but the other sects also did not know that Misty School had left. Zhang Xiaohua rode on Huanhuan's back and thought to herself, moreover, the opening of Lingering Fragrance Cult's doors was also out of Nanjing Yi's expectations. How could she make the decision to let Misty School leave Lingering Fragrance Cult in such a short time? Could it be that she was not afraid that Misty School would leave and never return? This Nanjing Yi is indeed powerful. She is indeed the leader of Lingering Fragrance Cult. I think she had already planned for this. Moreover, she had taken into account the various reactions of Misty School. The opening of Lingering Fragrance Cult's doors was just a preemptive opportunity for her. If she did not have this opportunity, she would have taken action in another year or so. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and thought to herself, perhaps, I don't need to think so much. When I see second brother, I just need to ask him. Second brother has already left for more than a month. I took more than 2 months to travel from Pingyang City to Macho City. It took me more than 10 days to travel from Macho City to Lingering Fragrance Cult. However, if second brother and the rest went directly from Lingering Fragrance Cult to Pingyang City, I'm afraid it would take less than 2 months. However, there are more than 1,000 of them. They would have to cover their tracks as they travel, so it would not be much faster. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua had already left Lingering Fragrance Cult. There were still many people from the pugilistic world on the road. Zhang Xiaohua used her divine perception to scan the area and saw that Little Black and Little Yellow had already bypassed Dianqi Lake and were running in her direction. She frowned as she looked at the odd beast beneath her. If she rode on the odd beast, it would take her at least a month to reach Pingyang City. By then, the battle between Misty School and the Righteous Alliance would have already ended. She would not be able to help second brother at all, much less protect him. She could only use her flying skill to catch up with the Misty School disciples. However, what should Huan do? Suddenly, Huan panicked and ran towards the forest beside the mountain path. Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Needless to say, Little Black and Little Yellow had arrived in midair. However, as soon as he arrived at the forest, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. The odd beasts had been captured by the Pill-Sprouting Hall's disciples on Tianmu Peak, but they had still managed to escape. No one had been able to find any trace of them. If he left them here, he might be able to find them safely. Zhang Xiaohua jumped down from Huan's back and took the bag. She patted the odd beast's bald head and smiled. Huan, I have something urgent to attend to and cannot take care of you for the time being. You, find a place to hide first. When I'm done with my business, I'll come and find you again. How about that? Please vote for me. Please add me to your collection. Please tip me. Chapter 1054. However, before Huan could say anything, 2 faint shadows descended from the sky. The odd beast let out a low howl and scurried into the forest, not daring to bother with Zhang Xiaohua anymore. Sigh, Zhang Xiaohua sighed. Although she was reluctant to part with the odd beasts and felt sorry for Ji Xiaohua who shared the same name as her, but her second brother's life was more important, so she had no choice but to give it up. With a wave of her hand, Xiaohuang and Xiaohe each took one of her shoulders. Zhang Xiaohua made a hand seal to hide her figure, then she soared into the sky, looking towards the north, and flew straight over. Zhang Xiaohua flew extremely fast. In less than 4 hours, she arrived at an unfamiliar place. It was a desolate place with few people. While she was flying, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She seemed to have sensed something, so she used her divine sense to look down. She saw dozens of groups of more than 100 people looking for a faintly discernible path in the mountain range and moving forward. Aren't they people from the Tenryu sect? Why did I meet them? Could it be that the Tenryu sect is also in the north? Zhang Xiaohua seemed to know why she sensed something, but Sakura and Meng were obviously not in the group. Zhang Xiaohua was too lazy to look carefully. Just as she was about to withdraw her divine sense, a woman suddenly jumped out of the group. She came to the side of the mountain path in a few leaps and poked her head out to look at the deep cliff. She shouted, "Garuda, if you don't let me go, I will jump down now." Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense swept over. Wasn't this woman Zhang Pinger? She was surprised. Why is she here? Could it be that Garuda kidnapped her? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua was furious. Zhang Pinger and him, although one had feelings for each other and the other was heartless, Zhang Ping'er had brought Zhang Xiaohua from Shixin Peak to Lingxiang Peak. She was also someone whom Zhang Xiaohua was grateful to. How could she let Zhang Ping'er be bullied? She waved her hand and Zhu Meng took action to protect herself. Then, she covered her figure and breath and slowly descended. Xiaohuang and Xiaohe stopped in the air far away. "Miss Zhang, why are you doing this?" Garuda's lazy voice was heard. Then, he seemed to take it very seriously. He slowly walked out of the crowd and said with a smile, "Now that things have come to this, why do you still want to seek death? If you don't want to pass down the incense cult, how can I take you from Abbess Jingyi?" What does this mean? Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly as she hid at the side. "Garuda, you think I don't know? If you hadn't used the Tenryu sect to force me to spread the incense cult, how could I have ended up like this?" When Garuda heard this, he immediately stopped and said seriously, "Miss Zhang, I have already made my intentions clear a few days ago. You are really important to me, so I can only ask for you directly." Besides, if the incense cult's Abbess Jing-yi really cares about you, how can I just threaten her and send you away? Zhang Ping'er's face paled, but then she gritted her teeth and said, "Garuda, no matter what you say, I still don't want to. Don't come any closer, or I'll jump off the cliff and we'll go our separate ways." Garuda didn't care and took 2 more steps forward. Seeing that Zhang Ping'er really did move a little further away, he stopped and sneered, "If you don't want to, why didn't you say so earlier in Huayu Palace? You followed me all the way here and now you're showing your true feelings?" Zhang Ping'er also sneered, "In Huayu Palace, I was a disciple of the incense cult. The Fire Temple Master was my master. How can I not listen to her? Abbess Jing-yi is the head of the incense cult. How can I resist? It's different here. Since I left Dianqi Lake, I'm no longer a disciple of the incense cult. Who can order me around?" It's a good idea," Garuda said, "but aren't you afraid that I'll go back and kill the incense cult on a whim? I've already told you. The incense cult is the incense cult, and Zhang Ping'er is Zhang Ping'er. From the moment I left Dianqi Lake, I've already made a clear distinction between kindness and hatred. Even if your Tenryu sect destroys the incense cult, it has nothing to do with me." "Good. This character is exactly what I want." Garuda gave her a thumbs up. "I didn't expect you to be so compatible with my character. But Miss Zhang, you're all alone now. Even if I let you go, where can you go? I only need to announce your escape." "Well, I don't need to announce it. I just need to tell the incense cult. They'll take care of their reputation and capture you. They'll either kill you or send you to the Tenryu sect. Do you think there's still a place for you in Jianghu? Moreover, if you follow me, even if you lose your martial arts, I swear that I'll never let you down. I'll let you live happily for the rest of your life. What do you think?" Sigh. Zhang Ping'er looked at Garuda and then at the incense cult. She shook her head and said, "I've already left my happiness in Lihua Temple. He's the only one who can give it to me in this world. Even if you have my body, you can't have my heart." Who is he? Tell me, I'll drag him out of the incense cult. I only care about your body. If you're willing, you can live happily with him in the Tenryu sect for the rest of your life. What do you think?" Zhang Ping'er's face lit up. Then she realized something and sneered, "I didn't expect Garuda to be so magnanimous. Do you think I'm a fool? Who dares to covet my woman? Even if you don't say it, I'll ask Abbess Jing-yi and cut that boy into pieces. Let's see if you still dare to go against me then." Garuda took a few steps forward. "Garuda, if you take another step, I'll definitely jump down." Zhang Ping'er took another step to the side. Half of her body was outside the cliff. Garuda shouted, "Jump as much as you want. I only care about what's in your meridians. Even if it's a dead body, I can still use it. If you jump, I'll enjoy you, strip you naked and hang you next to the incense cult's Dianqi lake. I'd like to see, where's your and the incense cult's face? Zhang Ping'er was shocked. She hesitated. Garuda floated over and tried to catch her. Zhang Ping'er didn't panic when she saw Garuda coming up. She gritted her teeth and didn't look at him anymore. She turned around and jumped down the cliff. However, her face was still looking in the direction of the incense cult. She whispered, "Senior brother, I want to meet you first in my next life." Garuda was already in front of her. He reached out and grabbed her. She was just a hair's breadth away. When he wanted to ride the wind down again, he hesitated. The mountain was very high. If he was alone, he would definitely be fine. However, with Zhang Ping'er, he wasn't confident. How could Garuda not consider giving up his life for the sake of breaking through the wind? Zhang Ping'er had already fallen about 20 feet. Suddenly, Garuda, who was in midair, shouted, "Who are you?" In midair not far from Garuda, there was a flash. A handsome man in a simple robe appeared out of thin air. He was of medium height and had a handsome face. It was Zhang Xiaohua. There was a look of disbelief in his eyes. However, it wasn't directed at Garuda. It was directed at Zhang Ping'er, who was falling down the cliff. Her expression was both desperate and sad. Zhang Xiaohua was hiding beside Zhang Ping'er. He had already heard her whispers. He didn't expect that he was so important to Zhang Ping'er. Once this cold-faced but warm-hearted woman fell in love, she had already engraved Zhang Xiaohua in her heart. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua was so shocked that he exposed himself. He even forgot to save Zhang Ping'er. Garuda and Zhang Xiaohua didn't care. He made a gesture and quickly flew down the cliff to catch Zhang Ping'er, who was falling rapidly. Zhang Ping'er was completely disheartened. However, she was determined and didn't faint. She suddenly stopped and felt a pair of warm hands around her waist. It felt so familiar that she couldn't help but wonder if she was in a dream. She turned around and hugged Zhang Xiaohua. She blurted out, "Senior brother, is that you?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said in a hoarse voice, "Who is your senior brother? Does he have such magical powers as I?" Zhang Ping'er's face was flushed. She quickly withdrew her hands and calmed herself down. When she looked carefully, she was even more surprised. She was actually flying outside the cliff. Immortal Elder? Zhang Ping'er suddenly realized that the news of an immortal cultivator appearing in Rejuvenation Valley had already spread throughout the Jianghu 2 months ago. Although the fragrant sect was somewhat uninformed, people had already talked about it at the Martial Arts Circle convention. How could Zhang Ping'er not know? However, she had never thought that she would encounter it. Immortal Elder, save me! Immortal Elder, save me! Zhang Ping'er immediately grasped at the life-saving straw. Don't shout, don't shout. If I didn't save you, I wouldn't have helped. Zhang Xiaohua said, amused. When Zhang Ping'er heard this, she blushed again. Her heart was filled with hope again. In the distance, Garuda floated in the air. His expression was uncertain, as if he was hesitating about something. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua flying over with Zhang Ping'er in his arms, his eyes narrowed. He immediately took out a coarse black bottle from his chest. He formed a seal with one hand and muttered something. A black fog flew out of the bottle. Garuda pointed at Zhang Xiaohua. The black fog immediately turned into an arrow and pierced toward Zhang Xiaohua. With a zhi sound, a yellow shadow fell from the sky and blocked in front of Zhang Xiaohua. As soon as the shadow appeared, a white light came from the shadow and covered the black fog. The arrow immediately panicked and was no longer in shape. A part of the black fog was sucked into the white light. This. Garuda was shocked. He looked at the small and skinny little marten beside the black fog in amazement. Woof, another bark. Another black shadow flew over. Similarly, a white light appeared and continued to suck in the black fog. When Garuda saw this, he calmed down and hurriedly used both his hands and mouth to retrieve the black fog. However, at this moment, 8 sword beams appeared out of thin air and shot towards Garuda from about 10 feet away. Chapter 1055. Garuda was not surprised to see the 8 sword lights. He had heard from the disciples of the Tenryu sect that someone from the immortal Tao had appeared in Rejuvenation Valley, so he was prepared for Zhang Xiaohua's 8 sword lights. Therefore, when the 8 sword lights flashed, he immediately used the wind-controlling technique and dodged to the side. Garuda was indeed good at flying. His wind-controlling technique was different from the one Zhang Xiaohua had learned from the Misty School. It was very strange. While controlling the wind, it seemed to merge with the wind. When Zhang Xiaohua saw such a wondrous imperial wind technique, he couldn't help but be stunned and secretly praised it. However, the 8 sword lights still didn't stop. They only tilted slightly and still pierced towards Garuda. Garuda was even more surprised than Zhang Xiaohua. He had heard of the sword-controlling technique. There were people in the Tenryu sect who could barely control a sword. However, the sword-controlling technique was not much stronger than ordinary hidden weapons. Under the control of the technique, it could fly at will. In terms of speed, it was not as fast as Zhang Xiaohua's Sword of the World. Therefore, Garuda only strengthened his impression of the sword-controlling technique by 10 times to guess Zhang Xiaohua's flying sword. However, his guess was far from catching up with Zhang Xiaohua's flying sword. Before he could steady himself, the 8 flying swords were in front of him like swimming fish. Garuda was shocked. He tried to move away, but the first sword light pierced the black bottle in his hand with a bang. Garuda felt as if he had escaped death. Could it be that I missed? But then, the other 7 sword lights appeared again and hit the black bottle 7 times in a row. Garuda's hand was numb from the vibrations. He loosened his grip and the black bottle fell out of his hand. However, it still floated beside Garuda's hand. In just a few breaths, Little Black and Little Yellow had eliminated 30% of the black fog released by Garuda. Zhang Xiaohua also landed on the cliff with Zhang Pinger in her arms. Garuda's heart ached when he saw the loss of the black fog. He quickly made a gesture and commanded the black fog to retreat. Then, he reached into his chest and threw a pale white magic weapon that looked like a bone into the air. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised that the flying sword didn't shatter Garuda's black bottle as he had expected. Seeing Garuda take out his Dharma artifact, he didn't dare to be careless. He stretched out his hand and waved it. The dragon binding hoop expanded in the wind, turning into a 3-foot-long hoop that spiraled toward Garuda's bone. At this moment, the dragon binding hoop was different from before. After Zhang Xiaohua's blood refining, and as Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation increased, it gained a new mystique. Countless crimson flames appeared on the hoop and danced around it. It was like a few small fire dragons were flying around it. The aura was ferocious. Garuda frowned when he saw that Zhang Xiaohua had the dragon binding hoop in addition to her flying sword. He stood in the air and cupped his hands. Fellow Taoist, why are you so fierce in your first attack? Even the magic weapon that I dripped blood on was knocked out of your hand? Look at this situation. Are you going to fight to the death with me? Then, he looked at Zhang Pinger and asked, do you know this Miss Zhang? Dripped blood on it? Zhang Xiaohua was taken aback. He had intended to destroy Garuda's black bottle with his flying sword. He had used the 8 sword beams, but none of them had landed. They had all hit Garuda, but all he had done was knock the black bottle out of Garuda's hand. Not only had he not destroyed it, but he could not even knock it down. Garuda had only casually waved his hand, and it flew back into his hand. Now that Garuda questioned her. Zhang Xiaohua chuckled. Who are you? Why do you call yourself a heavenly king? Fellow Taoist, you don't know me? Garuda was stunned. Are you very famous? Zhang Xiaohua looked up and smiled. It's just that your imperial wind technique is a little special. Should everyone know you? Garuda's imperial wind technique, which he was most proud of, was called a little special by someone else. But look at her, it was a flying technique. She had the right to criticize him. Garuda could only pinch his nose and answer, fellow Taoist, I'm Garuda of the Tenryu sect. Oh. I know. So you're Garuda of the Tenryu sect. No wonder you call yourself a heavenly king and are so arrogant. You snatched a woman in broad daylight. Fellow Taoist. Garuda was anxious and explained, no matter how shameless I am, I wouldn't go so far as to snatch a woman. If you didn't snatch a woman, why did you force her into the cliff? Why did you attack me with a magic weapon when I tried to save her? Remember, you attacked I with a magic weapon first. I had no choice but to fight back. Garuda was so angry that his nose was crooked. He said loudly, fellow Taoist, you're unreasonable. This woman is my concubine. It's only because of some family disputes that she thought of committing suicide. Before I could save her, you appeared and snatched my concubine away without saying a word. Tell me, how could I not intervene? Zhang Xiaohua sneered. She looked at the white bones that were emitting red smoke in the air and said, how could I listen to your side of the story? Moreover, since I have already intervened, there's no reason for me to give up halfway. Heavenly King. I'm afraid you don't want to let this go? If it was someone else, Garuda would have turned hostile long ago. However, he could only say coldly in the face of someone who didn't know the depth of the immortal Tao. I'm Garuda of the Tenryu sect. How could I surrender just because of a few words from you? Fellow Taoist, you must be Taoist Pan who appeared briefly in front of Rejuvenation Valley. Since you're so righteous and like to see injustice, I'd like to see if you have the ability to take care of everything in the world. Come here. Zhang Xiaohua waved at Zhang Ping'er and said, tell I everything that happened. Yes, Immortal Elder. Zhang Ping'er knew that Zhang Xiaohua was the only person she could rely on. She quickly told her everything that happened in Huayu Palace. Zhang Xiaohua's face turned ashen when he heard this. Zhang Ping'er was just one of the many inner disciples of the fragrant cult. She was just a nobody, not even worth half a copper coin in the eyes of Nun Jing-yi. That was why she had been given to Garuda so easily. But for Zhang Ping'er, this was like a bolt from the blue. Her fate had changed in an instant. Jing-yi Nun might have thought that Zhang Ping'er's martial arts couldn't reach great success, so it was better for her to be a wealthy concubine in the Tenryu sect. However, in Zhang Ping'er's eyes, this was no different from hell on earth. A nobody would never have the right to decide their own fate. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head slightly and said to Zhang Ping'er, what bullshit hierarch? What bullshit decree? I only want to ask you one thing. Are you willing to go with Garuda? Zhang Ping'er said sadly, Immortal Elder, please no. I don't want to go with him. Now I just want to die. I can't follow his wishes. Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, what a woman with integrity. Then she said to Garuda, did you hear that? This doesn't seem to be your family's business anymore. I will definitely take care of this kind of forced prostitution. Unless I don't encounter it, I will definitely take care of it. Garuda almost fainted from anger. What did she mean by forced prostitution? Thus, he shouted, don't forget that I'm Garuda of the Tenryu sect. I don't want to fight with you, but if you insist on taking care of this matter, don't blame me for being ruthless. Don't blame the Tenryu sect for treating you as an enemy. Zhang Xiaohua could tell that Garuda was referring to the Tenryu sect. She leaped into the air and laughed wildly. There are always injustices in this world. If I can't take care of them, then what's the point of cultivating the way of heaven? Garuda, your Tenryu sect is suppressing I. If you can defeat I will let go. Good, good, good. Garuda also laughed evilly. If you can defeat me, I'll also give Zhang Pinger to you. After saying that, he waved his hand and the black bottle that was suspended in the air disappeared. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense didn't find any clues. Could this be the magic of using a drop of blood to recognize a magic artifact as its master? Zhang Xiaohua was slightly stunned and thought, what's a drop of blood to recognize a magic artifact as its master? As the name suggests, it's to use a drop of blood to make a magic artifact recognize a master. But how do I do it? Before Zhang Xiaohua could think about it, the red smoke from the white bone in the air became thicker and gradually enveloped Garuda. Zhang Xiaohua pointed with her finger and the dragon binding hoop was surrounded by flames. With a whoosh, it went down. However, before the dragon binding hoop could land, Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense swept over the red smoke and immediately sensed that something was wrong. The red smoke was different from the black smoke from before. It wasn't formed by small black insects. When Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense entered the smoke, it felt like it was sinking into a quagmire. It was difficult to even move Garuda, let alone see his shadow. Furthermore, when Zhang Xiaohua withdrew her divine sense, the red smoke actually showed signs of counterattacking along with her divine sense. Isn't this somewhat similar to the mysterious black smoke from before? Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Since her divine sense couldn't be used freely in the red smoke, the dragon binding hoop couldn't land, and even the flying sword couldn't pierce it. No wonder Garuda was somewhat fearless. Zhang Xiaohua thought and didn't dare to be careless. She released the Crimson Spirit protection and first protected herself. Then, she tried to throw a fire talisman into the smoke. With a sizzling sound, the flames burned for a while before extinguishing. It didn't have any effect on the smoke at all. What magic artifact should I use? Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head. Although she knew how to use the purple phoenix hairpin and the Sangharama plate, she definitely couldn't use them now. Although the Prajna heavy sword wouldn't be affected by divine sense, it was Ren Xiaoyao's trademark. She couldn't take it out now either. How could I have forgotten about it? Zhang Xiaohua slapped her forehead and unconsciously came to a realization. Chapter 1056. In fact, when Garuda mentioned the magic item that could recognize its master by dripping blood on it, Zhang Xiaohua was already deep in thought. Now that he saw the crimson smoke getting thicker and thicker, Zhang Xiaohua immediately thought of the wind pearl he had obtained in the wind-forbidden valley of the Dalan temple. She remembered that the wind pearl was very unruly at that time. Even the vitality of the bamboo used to suppress it had been depleted by it. However, when she tried to retrieve the wind pearl, she was cut by the wind from the wind pearl. After a drop of blood fell into the wind pearl became much more obedient and no longer released any evil wind. Could it be that the wind pearl is bound by blood? Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself. As she was thinking, the red smoke approached Zhang Xiaohua. It seemed that Garuda wanted to wrap Zhang Xiaohua in the smoke before killing her. Zhang Xiaohua flew up about 10 feet and reached into her belt to take out the jade box that contained the wind pearl. At this time, the restriction on the jade box was still there and the divine thought was still there. Zhang Xiaohua opened the jade box and held the wind pearl in her hand. Sure enough, she felt that it was connected to her blood. But, how can I release the wind? Zhang Xiaohua wondered. Strangely, just as Zhang Xiaohua thought of this, a suction force appeared from the wind pearl and sucked the vital qi in Zhang Xiaohua's meridians into the wind pearl. Then, a gust of evil wind appeared outside the wind pearl. With a whoosh, it blew towards Garuda's smoke. At first, it was just a gust of wind, but when it reached the smoke, it became a gust of wind. It was the nemesis of smoke. As soon as the wind blew, all the red smoke was blown away, revealing Garuda, who had an incredulous expression on his face. Then, another gust of wind blew. Crack! The wind blew a crack on the floating white bone above Garuda's head. Garuda was shocked. He immediately ran away and kept the white bone in his hand. The other members of the Tenryu sect who were watching the battle from afar didn't stop to rest when they saw Garuda escape. They turned around and flew in the direction that Garuda had flown to. Looking at their clumsy appearance, it seemed that they had never experienced such a difficult situation before. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua's face was also somewhat pale. Just now, the two wisps of evil wind had sucked away 90% of the true qi in his body. It made him want to kill the thief, but he didn't have the strength to pursue. A drop of blood to claim ownership? It's really amazing, but I don't think I can be the master of this wind pearl. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let it absorb my true qi. Zhang Xiaohua thought as she put the wind pearl back into the jade box. At this moment, Little Black and Little Yellow landed from the sky. They looked at Zhang Xiaohua curiously as she put the jade box into her belt. Zhang Pinger was pleasantly surprised. She took a few steps forward and fell to the ground. "Thank you for saving my life, immortal elder." Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and helped Zhang Pinger up. She smiled and said, "Don't mention it, don't mention it. I just happened to be there at the right time. Anyone would have helped me." Then she looked at the desolate wilderness and frowned. "This place is dangerous. It's not a good idea to stay here for long. Where are you going? Let me give you a ride." Zhang Pinger looked miserable and shook her head. "I've lived in the fragrant sect for a long time. I don't have any relatives in other places. But now, the fragrant religion has abandoned me. This world is so big, but there is no place for me to stay. This." Zhang Xiaohua was a little embarrassed. Zhang Pinger suddenly thought of something and fell to the ground again. She cried and said, "Immortal Elder is merciful. Can you take me as your disciple? Even if I have to work like a horse, I will repay Immortal Elder for saving my life." "Oh. That's a good idea." Zhang Xiaohua's face lit up. In the Beidu school, other than Zhang Xiaohua, Little Martin, Puppy, and Nie Qianyu, who insisted on being accepted as a disciple. If she accepted Zhang Pinger as her disciple, it would also add to the popularity of the school. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "Get up." "Yes, master." Zhang Pinger heard that Zhang Xiaohua had no intention of rejecting her. She was happy and got up from the ground. She had already changed the way she addressed her. "You must know that I am a person of the path of immortality. The path of immortality is different from martial arts. If you can't get started, your life will be wasted. I'm not afraid. Even if I can't make any progress, I'll be satisfied as long as I can be under Master's wing. It's not that simple. If your aptitude is not good enough, what's the use of joining my path of immortality?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Don't mention the matter of becoming my disciple. When I have time, I'll look at your aptitude and deal with it." "Thank you for your permission, master." Zhang Pinger said happily. Okay. Since you want to be I's disciple, I can't leave you alone." Zhang Xiaohua rolled his eyes and thought of an idea. He said, "Close your eyes first. Open them when I tell you to." "Yes, master." Zhang Pinger closed her eyes obediently. Zhang Xiaohua reached out and grabbed Zhang Pinger's waist. He leaped into the air and flew back with Little Black and Little Yellow. When they arrived at the place where he had left Little White Deer and Huan Huan, he landed and said to Zhang Pinger, whose face was already red. Okay, open your eyes. Zhang Ping'er opened her eyes. She looked for a long time but couldn't see where she was. However, she was very obedient and didn't ask. She only whispered, "Why did Master bring me here? Is this Master's residence?" Zhang Xiaohua shook his head and said, "I have some trivial matters to attend to and can't return to the residence. I also left a registered disciple in Rejuvenation Valley. I can't send you to Rejuvenation Valley, so I want to help you find a mount. You can ride it to Rejuvenation Valley." Rejuvenation Valley, Nieqianyu? How could Zhang Ping'er not know? She said in surprise, "I know about this, but isn't Nieqianyu going to enter Beidou school?" "Master, this is..." Zhang Xiaohua shook his head mysteriously and said, "Don't worry about this for now." As he spoke, he took out a jade talisman for communication and handed it to Zhang Ping'er. He said, "This jade talisman is the same as Nieqianyu's. You only need to tell her about it." "Yes, I understand." Zhang Ping'er took the jade talisman and carefully hid it. Just as she raised her head, she saw the David's deer in the distance. It was scared and wanted to come closer. She couldn't help but blurt out, "Huan Huan. Huan Huan." Zhang Xiaohua pretended to be surprised. He pointed at the David's deer and said, "Is that it? You know it?" Zhang Ping'er's face flushed. She whispered, "Yes, this is the mount of a very good senior martial brother before I joined the cult of fragrance. However, it should be in the cult of fragrance. How did it get here?" "Huh," Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, "That's good. I wanted to help you find a mount. You actually met an old friend's mount. This is outside the mountain path. There aren't any disciples of the cult of fragrance within a few miles. Perhaps this beast was abandoned here by your senior martial brother? It can't be. Senior martial brother really cares about this David's deer." Zhang Ping'er shook her head. "But, didn't you see the David's deer? It looks like it has suffered a great deal and was abandoned." Zhang Xiaohua looked around and said, "This place is close to the mountain path. If it was seen by others, it might be captured. It's a small matter if it was used as a mount. If it was killed and eaten, wouldn't your senior martial brother be very sad if he knew?" "Yes, then what should I do?" Zhang Ping'er didn't know what to do when she thought of Zhang Xiaohua's sadness. "You can ride it away first. When you meet your senior martial brother in the future, you can return it to him." Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, "You saved his mount. He can't blame you, right?" This. Zhang Ping'er felt that it was very reasonable. She could only nod. "Okay, you can go up. Rejuvenation Valley seems to be in that direction. You can ask as you go." Zhang Xiaohua pointed in that direction and said, "When I finish my business, I will go to Rejuvenation Valley to find you." "Master, you can't abandon your disciple," Zhang Ping'er said pitifully. "I won't. I am a person of the Tao of Immortals. I pay the most attention to my reputation." Zhang Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She turned around and flew north. Zhang Ping'er waited until Zhang Xiaohua had flown out of sight before she patted her cheeks and confirmed that this really wasn't a dream. She then happily flew in the direction of Rejuvenation Valley. Zhang Xiaohua flew back and found the great wisdom sword that she had thrown on the ground. She then continued to fly north. However, she had used 90% of her true qi in the fight with Garuda today. Although she had recovered a bit before she sent Zhang Ping'er back, her true qi was insufficient again when the sun set in the west. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua didn't continue on her way. She found a small thatched hut that seemed to be used by hunters in the wilderness and landed there. She set down a restriction and began to recover her true qi. When her true qi was replenished, the full moon hung high in the sky. Zhang Xiaohua stretched and released her divine sense. She looked around for a long time and didn't find anything unusual. Only then did she take out the wind pearl. The wind pearl was abnormally well-behaved and quietly stayed in the jade box. However, when Zhang Xiaohua sent her divine sense into it, she still couldn't do anything. It was different from the crimson spirit protection and dragon binding hoop that Zhang Xiaohua had refined before. Dripping blood to recognize it as its master? It doesn't seem as good as refining it. Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself. Apart from feeling connected by blood and being able to blow out evil winds, Zhang Xiaohua still didn't know anything else about this wind pearl. What about the other celestial devices? Zhang Xiaohua immediately thought of the celestial devices that her divine sense couldn't penetrate. Zhang Xiaohua first took out the bamboo that was used to suppress the wind pearl. She made up her mind and bit her finger. A drop of blood that contained golden threads dripped onto the bamboo. Seeing the drop of blood seeping into the bamboo as if it was being absorbed, Zhang Xiaohua was suddenly shocked. Why are there golden threads in my blood? Could it be that I've contracted an extremely serious illness? Zhang Xiaohua anxiously checked her own pulse and used her divine sense to check her body for a long time. However, she didn't find anything unusual. She just slowly circulated her true qi in her meridians and still didn't find any clues. What's going on? Zhang Xiaohua was very puzzled. At this moment, the 7-section bamboo suddenly emitted a faint Buddhist light. Then, it was extinguished. Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have some inexplicable things in her mind. That bamboo in Zhang Xiaohua's hand also had a feeling that it was connected by blood. Chapter 1057. The Tree of 7 Wonders. This lousy thing is called the Tree of 7 Wonders. Zhang Xiaohua stared at the ordinary-looking bamboo in her hand in disbelief. It seemed that only the 7 bamboo sections had anything to do with the name, Tree of 7 Wonders. Regardless of whether it was treasure, wonder, or tree, there was no connection at all. Oh my God! This Dalan temple, the old monk really knows how to come up with names. Zhang Xiaohua gave the Dalan temple a thumbs up in her mind as she flipped through the information that had just been transmitted to her. Unfortunately, all that appeared in her mind was a blur except for the name. She did not even know how to use it. Sigh. It must have been because it had been fighting with the wind bead for so long that it had exhausted everything. It didn't even have time to write down its last words. I wonder what kind of awesome name that Lotus Throne 9 could be called. With that thought, Zhang Xiaohua threw the so-called Tree of 7 Wonders into her belt. Perhaps in antiquity times, the Tree of 7 Wonders was indeed an extremely important treasure to the Dalan temple. But now, it only had a little Buddha's light left. It needed the help of the lotus throne to suppress the wind bead. It was no longer as glorious as it used to be. Zhang Xiaohua endured the pain and dripped a drop of blood on the lotus throne 9. Just like the Tree of 7 Wonders, there was a faint Buddha's light, followed by white, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, and black. 9 colors flashed on the Lotus Throne 9. Finally, the 9 lotuses on the Lotus Throne 9 each had a different color and disappeared. At the same time, some blurry things appeared in Zhang Xiaohua's mind. What made Zhang Xiaohua's jaw drop was that the Lotus Throne 9 did not have a name at all. Perhaps its name was Lotus Throne 9. Are you kidding me? The previous ordinary bamboo was so arrogant. Even the famous Tree of 7 Wonders did not have any treasures. This Lotus Throne 9 could compete with the Black Flag, so it must be of a high level. Since it's only called Lotus Throne 9, I wonder if it's because this celestial device is not good enough? Or the monks who use it are lazy. The things left behind by the 9th grade Lotus platform were also blurry. Zhang Xiaohua only leaped up and sat on the Lotus platform. With a thought, the Lotus platform emitted a faint Buddhist light, enveloping him inside. It should be a defensive magical artifact like the Crimson Spirit Shield. Zhang Xiaohua had no idea how to find other functions. Forget it, forget it. Zhang Xiaohua also put the 9-grade Lotus Throne into her belt. You're already surnamed Zhang. Even if you grow hair, don't even think about running away. One day, I'll find a way to use you. Looking at the time, Zhang Xiaohua also lost interest in piercing her blood to recognize her as the owner. She sat cross-legged and took out a few of the jade slips that she obtained from Immortal Huolong from Dragon Mountain. She took a quick look at them. Immortal Huolong's Tao was the orthodox Tao of Celestials. It talked about how to absorb qi into the body and then refine the qi. When the qi refinement stage was completed, one would have to condense the vital qi into a liquid state in the lower abdomen, which was known as the real liquid. At the same time, one would enter the so-called foundation establishment stage. The cultivation of the foundation establishment stage was obviously different from that of the qi refinement stage. There were many ways to cultivate and the variety was also very complicated. Zhang Xiaohua was confused. What about after the foundation establishment stage? Zhang Xiaohua continued to read, but there was a blank page of martial arts manuals. Isn't that so? Immortal Huolong himself said that he was in the foundation establishment stage. If he himself did not complete the foundation establishment stage, how could he have martial arts manuals after the foundation establishment stage? It's just that. What's the realm after the foundation establishment stage? It seems like Senior Wan Wuxin's cultivation was after the foundation establishment stage, but I've never heard of him achieving it before. Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head and wanted to keep the jade bamboo slip into his money bag. But suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and his face was slightly shocked. He released his spiritual perception and impatiently immersed it into the jade bamboo slip. After he finished searching, his face revealed a puzzled expression. No wonder I felt that something was amiss just now. Now I finally understand. This Immortal Huolong's cultivation of the lower dantian is the same as the current martial arts. The martial arts manuals that he passed down all focus on the lower dantian. I am unable to cultivate it. Furthermore, the martial arts manual that Immortal Huolong cultivated, Fire Cloud Sutra, only has 13 levels of the Qi refinement stage. Compared to the Carefree Heart Sutra, it's 5 levels lower. What's going on? Following that, Zhang Xiaohua took a look at Immortal Huolong's martial arts manuals. Although the dantian that he cultivated was different, the martial arts manuals were similar. They all revolved around drawing energy into the body and using the meridians to refine the energy. This is great. Zhang Xiaohua came to a realization. Wasn't the meridians that Immortal Huolong's Fire Cloud Sutra used to refine the meridians that he knew of? Previously, when he saw the meridians of the Byron when they were born, he had recorded it in his heart. However, he was unable to find a way to cultivate it. Now, wasn't this Fire Cloud Sutra a new way to cultivate it? But I've only cultivated 10 levels of the Carefree Heart Sutra. There's still a lot more in the future. The heaven and earth's energy is also insufficient. Where would I find the time to cultivate the lower dantian? Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head again. Forget it, I'll wait till I've mastered the Carefree Heart Sutra before I cultivate this Fire Cloud Sutra. Or, I'll let the Beidu school disciples cultivate this Fire Cloud Sutra. After making up his mind, Zhang Xiaohua kept the Fire Cloud Sutra in his money pouch. He did not look at the other jade scrolls. He would wait till the Beidu school was established and have the time to sort them out. Seeing that there was still time, Zhang Xiaohua took out the Blade Breaking Force and Soft as Water. These two secret manuals were the manuals of the Shandao sect and the Incense sect. They were the manuals that helped to improve the martial arts. Zhang Xiaohua was thick-skinned enough to keep them. How could he not take a look at them? After reading them, Zhang Xiaohua frowned. These two secret manuals were similar. According to the manuals, the inner strength of martial arts could indeed be converted into true qi. However, it was extremely dangerous and required luck. It was not much different from the difficulty of drawing qi into the body. It was a supreme technique that could be used when the qi of heaven and earth was decreasing sharply. However, there was a huge drawback. The true qi in the meridians was converted by the inner strength of martial arts. The foundation was too weak. In the future, it would be congenitally deficient. It would be difficult to achieve great success in cultivation. Even when mobilizing the qi of heaven and earth, it would be difficult to achieve great success. Many of the supernatural powers that Zhang Xiaohua knew of, such as the flying sword, would be difficult to achieve great success. Where was I thinking? Zhang Xiaohua patted her forehead and laughed. The qi of heaven and earth has decreased greatly. Although it is recovering, I'm afraid it will be thousands or even tens of thousands of years later. Even if there is a supernatural power that can mobilize the qi of heaven and earth, there is no qi of heaven and earth to mobilize. Isn't that nonsense? It would be better to just mobilize the true qi in the body. Moreover, haven't I been mobilizing the true qi in my meridians? How many times can I use the qi of heaven and earth? It seems that the sword-breaking force and like water are more precious than the Fire Cloud Sutra and the Carefree Heart Sutra. After all, the former could be used to become a celestial while the latter could never be used without help. Alright, these two secret manuals should be given to second sister-in-law. However, I have to keep a copy of them in Beidou school to give the disciples of Beidou school a path to heaven. Zhang Xiaohua now had the awareness of the founder of Beidou school. Oh yes, what is the use of Elder Hua's Peiyuan pill? I have to find out how to use it. Zhang Xiaohua flipped through Fire Dragon Jinren's jade bamboo slip and found it in one of the jade bamboo slip. As expected, I understand now. When Zhang Xiaohua finished reading it, she was overjoyed. She had always felt that it was extremely difficult to attract qi into the body. Without a trace of cultivation, how could one sense the qi of heaven and earth outside the body? Even the sword-breaking force and, like water, were used by martial arts experts to change their inner strength and sense the qi of heaven and earth. After all, they had inner strength and had a preliminary foundation. The people of the celestial path were extremely powerful. How could they not have thought of this? This Peiyuan pill was a pill that cultivated the qi of heaven and earth in the body of a cultivator of the celestial path. Consuming the Peiyuan pill would allow the cultivator to sense the characteristics of the qi of heaven and earth. Furthermore, using the qi of heaven and earth produced by the Peiyuan pill as a foundation, one would be able to attract qi into the body. It's done. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Disciples of Beidou school, you are in luck. Now that everything is ready, we only need one thing." Previously, Zhang Xiaohua had obtained the 5 colors chalcedony from 9 Radiance Peak and the Spirit Gathering Formation. She should be able to set up the 5 elements Spirit Gathering Formation. Now that she had obtained the Peiyuan pill and the cultivation method of Immortal Fire Dragon, she even had the cultivation method of martial arts. The establishment of Beidou school seemed to be a matter of course. However, what did Zhang Xiaohua mean by "everything is ready, we only need one thing"? After taking stock of her recent gains, Zhang Xiaohua patted her money pouch with satisfaction. Just when she was about to cultivate the Worry-Free Heart Sutra, she suddenly remembered that the small mirror that she used to use often had now been restored to the real Hao Tian mirror. It seemed that she had not dripped her blood on it yet. This small mirror was extremely powerful and could reflect any light or water. Furthermore, judging from the mirror's movements in between the clouds and the water, it should still have sufficient qi of heaven and earth. It would not give her a half-assed introduction like the Lotus Throne and the Tree of 7 Wonders, right? Luckily, the Hao Tian mirror did not disappoint Zhang Xiaohua. After dripping her blood on it, Zhang Xiaohua used the first level of the Hao Tian Mirror's sacrificial formula in her mind. At the same time, she also had the introduction of the Hao Tian Mirror. Just as Zhang Xiaohua had expected, the Hao Tian Mirror could reflect all attacks. Of course, this attack was within the range that Zhang Xiaohua could withstand. Furthermore, the Hao Tian Mirror could reflect all things that were hidden, including cultivation base and traces. Zhang Xiaohua had already seen all of these in between the clouds and the water. As for the other auxiliary functions, Zhang Xiaohua only skimmed through them briefly and placed her divine sense at the end. The Hao Tian Mirror could break through space and travel through time. Hiss, Zhang Xiaohua gasped, this Hao Tian Mirror is really too heaven-defying. Is this still a magic item? It's simply a treasure. It can break through space. If Wan Wuxin and the others were to obtain it, wouldn't they be able to return to the ruins? But, this item is in the Fragrance Cult and the Shendao sect. Why didn't they discover it? Zhang Xiaohua was extremely puzzled. Chapter 1058. Oh, thank goodness. Thank goodness I didn't let them get it, or I wouldn't be able to get it. Zhang Xiaohua was happy when he thought about it. However, when he looked at it carefully, he found that the so-called Hao Tian Mirror actually had 18 levels of sacrificial refining. After each level was refined, a corresponding skill would appear. If he wanted to break the space and travel through time, he would have to refine all the way to the 18th level. After Zhang Xiaohua memorized the first level of the incantation and tried to cultivate it, he nearly vomited blood. The first level of the Hao Tian Mirror was enough for a kid in the middle stage of qi refining like him to slowly cultivate, let alone the 18th level. Moreover, using the Hao Tian Mirror required a huge amount of zhenqi. If it was only used for defense, Zhang Xiaohua's zhenqi would be more than enough. If it was used to attack, except for the self-protection of the Hao Tian Mirror, any other kind of attack would definitely empty Zhang Xiaohua's zhenqi. It seemed that the Hao Tian Mirror was not a magical item for a practitioner of Zhang Xiaohua's level. What can I do? What can I do? Zhang Xiaohua shrugged his shoulders and put the Hao Tian Mirror into his money pouch. He sighed helplessly. Yeah, I'd better memorize the incantation first and slowly refine it. Speaking of which, Zhang Xiaohua was also very unlucky. He got a lot of magical items in his belt, but they were either trash or the best. He couldn't use many of them. On the other hand, he could use some of them, such as the purple phoenix hairpin and the Sangharama plate, but he couldn't take them out. Well, there were also some items he didn't know about, such as the 5 elements bead, the green gourd, the earth's core, the yin-yang fruit. Forget it, he didn't want to talk about them. If he talked too much, Zhang Xiaohua would feel sad again. That night, Zhang Xiaohua rested in the straw hut in the wilderness and cultivated the Worry-Free Heart Sutra. The two little things, Little Black and Little Yellow, also curled up in the starlight and adjusted their breath instinctively. Early in the morning, Zhang Xiaohua was not in a hurry. She first practiced the Big Dipper magical fist, then took out the wrought copper staff and practiced the heaven-piercing staff technique several times in the fresh and earthy fragrance. That day, Huban had said that if he could defeat Yang Chen, he would give the cooked copper rod to Zhang Xiaohua. After leaving the arena, Zhang Xiaohua didn't look for Huban. She decisively put away the cooked copper rod, giving Huban a chance to keep his promise. The sky-piercing staff technique had a total of 360 moves. The more Zhang Xiaohua practiced, the more comfortable she felt. The more she practiced, the smoother the flow of her real qi in her body became. But as for the specific benefits of her practice, Zhang Xiaohua herself was not clear. She only faintly felt that as long as she continued to practice, not only would she become proficient in the moves, but she would also be able to gain an advantage in a fight. It would also have a profound impact on her own practice. When the sun rose, Zhang Xiaohua soared into the sky and headed north again. In order not to get lost, Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense as she flew. When she saw a town, she would land and quietly ask someone to inquire about the direction. She flew for more than 8 days. On this day, when Zhang Xiaohua was flying in the air, her divine sense suddenly found a caravan on the spacious official road. This caravan immediately attracted her attention. It was not that this caravan was different from other caravans, nor was it that the goods sold by this caravan were special. It was just that one of the coachmen in this caravan looked quite familiar to Zhang Xiaohua. When she thought about it carefully, she realized that it was Zhou Mufeng, Martial Uncle Zhou, whom she met when she followed Zhang Xiaohu to the ethereal villa at the back of Shixin Peak. Zhou Mufeng had lost all his martial arts. It was Zhang Xiaohua who repaired his broken dantian with the meridian nourishing pill. So it's the old, weak, sick and disabled from the Misty School. They, actually followed us out. Zhang Xiaohua smiled. Her divine sense carefully scanned the caravan again. This caravan was not big, only a few dozen people. Except for Zhou Mufeng, Zhang Xiaohua did not know the rest. Presumably, the thousands of people from the ethereal villa had split up and gone on their own in order not to attract the attention of the Righteous Alliance or other forces in the Jianghu. Since she had seen the disciples from the Misty School, Zhang Xiaohu was not far away. Zhang Xiaohua was anxious and sped up, wanting to see her second brother as soon as possible. However, after flying for a few more days, and with Zhang Xiaohua's attention, she did see many disciples from the Misty School along the way. Not to mention Li Jian, Lu Qingyang, Shernyo and others from the ethereal villa, she also saw Wen Wenhai, Lu Yueming, Xueqing and He Tianshu from the Misty Hall. However, she did not see Zhang Xiaohu. Why is this? Could it be that second brother was left behind? That's not right. Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. She descended from the sky and hid her figure. She lightly landed on the carriage and pricked up her ears to listen to the movement inside. This carriage was quite big, and it was dressed like a rich merchant. Wen Wenhai and Lu Yueming were sitting inside. Both of them were sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed, as if they were seizing the time to cultivate. After waiting for a while, Zhang Xiaohua was a little impatient. When she was about to get up, she saw Lu Yueming open his eyes and open his mouth. He wanted to say something but closed it again. At this time, Wen Wenhai also opened his eyes and said with a smile, "Junior brother Lu, if you have something to say, you can say it. Why do you keep silent again and again? Could it be about little tiger?" "Alas, yes." Lu Yueming heard Wen Wenhai's question and could only say, "Actually, I've always wanted to talk to senior brother. It's just that before, there were disciples from the cult of fragrance, so I didn't dare to leak the news." Junior brother Lu, as the saying goes, breaking through the confinement of a phoenix and breaking through the golden lock of a dragon. Now that we've left the cult of fragrance, the Jianghu is so big that we can only be fish in the vast sea and birds in the sky. Why should we be afraid of those cult of fragrance disciples? Senior brother Wen, you've forgotten that we haven't recovered our martial arts yet. How can we be so bold? If the cult of fragrance disciples see us, I'm afraid it will be disadvantageous to little tiger. Then, he sighed, I wonder how senior brother Wen feels. This time, I've really understood how powerful Abbess Jing-yi is. She actually released our Misty Sect's disciples to spread the incense cult. She even sent disciples to help us rebuild the Misty Sect. Isn't she afraid that she won't be able to control us? Yes. Wen Wenhai also sighed, I'm afraid even Master wouldn't use such a ruthless method when he was alive. Yes, although Master used the same method to deal with the Luo River gang, he also spared Shui Yupeng's family in case she had second thoughts. But Abbess Jing-yi didn't spare a single person. I heard that even Martial Uncle Li and Martial Uncle Lu were released. Yes, that's a big move. Wen Wenhai nodded, but I don't believe that Abbess Jing Yi didn't have a way to defend herself. I'm sure that Gao Kunheng, the deputy faction leader, and those outer core disciples of the incense cult who were sent to assist us, are also Nun Jing Yi supporters. I'm guessing that's one of the reasons. Maybe there's a second reason. We'll have to ask Little Tiger about it. Yes. Lu Yueming was a little hesitant. After a while, he said, moreover, Abbess Jing Yi pushing Little Tiger to the position of faction leader is really out of our expectations. I'm sure Senior Brother Wen didn't expect this either. Indeed, I thought that Abbess Jing Yi would train Little Tiger for a few years and wait for the right time to announce it. Who knew that it would be so sudden? This is also Abbess Jing Yi's method. Lu Yueming sighed. On one hand, she found the chief disciple of the Misty School. On the other hand, she found the easiest person to control. It's both the most legitimate and the least legitimate. Not only can she make us Misty School disciples temporarily listen to Little Tiger's orders, but she can also make us Misty School disciples feel estranged and suspicious of each other. We can't be united. AI, that's right, Wen Wenhai nodded in agreement but didn't ask any more questions. He must have thought about it for a long time. Could it be? Lu Yueming thought for a while and said, could it be that Senior Brother Wen isn't tempted by the position of faction leader of the Misty School? Seeing that Wen Wenhai didn't say anything, Lu Yueming continued, previously, we lost all our cultivation and were powerless for this position. But, it's different now. Senior Brother Zhang isn't here, so Senior Brother Wen is the leader. You, ha ha ha, Wen Wenhai chuckled and said, Junior Brother Lu, what should I say to you? We've been brothers for so many years, how can I not know what you're thinking? Don't try to trick me with words. Actually, when Little Tiger healed me and told me about the chief disciple of the Misty Hall, I already told him my thoughts. This so-called Misty Hall master and the current faction leader of the Misty School, I don't care about them. Actually, even if I care about them, can I fight with my own disciple? How can I compete with my benefactor who has restored my power? He. Lu Yueming smiled and didn't say anything else. Junior Brother Lu, I know you admire Little Tiger's chivalrous heart and want to help him. Since you thought of it, how can I, as his master, not think of it? Besides, you and I aren't qualified to fight for this position right now. Lu Yueming was surprised when he heard this. Who else could it be? Are there any other senior brothers still alive? I don't know if any of the other senior brothers are still alive, but we still have 3 senior uncles and senior uncles, they're still alive. It can't be, they're martial arts. Lu Yueming almost cried out. I thought Little Tiger only healed the 3 of us. Don't tell me he healed Senior Uncle Li and Senior Uncle Lu as well? That's bad. If the senior uncles want to fight with Nun Jingyi, maybe Little Tiger's position won't be stable. Junior Brother Lu, you don't have to worry about this. If he only healed Senior Uncle Li and Senior Uncle Lu, Zhang Xiaohua's position would be contested. But, according to Little Tiger, he healed all the disciples of the Misty Mountain Villa. Tell me, how can the 2 senior uncles compete with him? Lu Yueming's jaw dropped. How is that possible? Don't tell me Zhang Xiaohu met a deity. Chapter 1059. Of course he met an immortal, but this immortal is his blood brother. Zhang Xiaohua secretly laughed as she eavesdropped from the carriage. This matter concerns Little Tiger's life. Even I didn't dare to ask. Anyway, as long as I can restore the martial arts of all the brothers in the Misty School, not to mention an immortal, even if I meet a demon, I'll be happy. Well, I was wondering why Little Tiger has been so busy with the affairs of the Misty Hall. He didn't even have time to practice martial arts. So you guys have been plotting all this time. We didn't deliberately hide it from you, it's just that this matter is too important, and Little Tiger's foundation is still shallow. It will take a lot of time for him to become the Misty Hall's leader, so we didn't tell you. Well, senior brother one, you don't have to explain, I understand. I've been worried about you, so, oh, right, if it's as you said, Little Tiger can sit back and relax as the faction leader, but, thinking about it, there should be 2 more difficulties. 2? Wenwenhai said curiously, I think only Martial Uncle Hu will be a big problem. After all, Little Tiger was given the position by Abbess Jingyi. If Martial Uncle Hu doesn't admit it, it will be very difficult. Yes, of course this is a big problem, but this problem, maybe Martial Uncle Li and Martial Uncle Lu have already planned it, but we can't. What I want to talk about is another problem. Junior brother, please go ahead. Wenwenhai nodded. Of course it's Little Tiger's martial arts. Lu Yueming frowned, his martial arts are so bad that he can't even be ranked in the 3 beauties of the Misty School. How can he convince everyone? Even if he has a big contribution, but, it's not a long-term solution. What am I thinking? If it's martial arts, then you don't have to worry about him. Wenwenhai smiled and whispered something to Lu Yueming. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't hear it clearly, but his heart skipped a beat. He still had some qi replenishing pills in his pouch. He didn't want to attract the attention of the fragrant cult, so he didn't give them to his second brother. Perhaps this was a good opportunity. Inside the carriage, someone exclaimed, "What? Little Tiger?" Lu Yueming lowered his voice and said, "Little Tiger actually has such talent?" I don't think so. It's not just you. Even I don't believe it. Wenwenhai was also extremely depressed. I heard that the plain domain mantra is an inner strength mantra of extreme yin and is most suitable for women to cultivate. In order to control Xiaohu, it can be said that Abbess Jingyi has racked her brains. Who would have thought that I would actually pick up such an excellent disciple who has successfully cultivated the extreme yang ethereal divine art and the extreme yin plain domain mantra at the same time. Presumably, with yin and yang as one, dragon and tiger blending together, Xiaohu's martial arts will definitely reach great success and catch up to Master's realm in the future. This stupid brat actually has this kind of aptitude. I really couldn't tell. Back then. At this time, Lu Yueming suddenly remembered that he had only seen Zhang Xiaolong and Zhang Xiaohua in the past and had never seen Zhang Xiaohu. He could only smile and say, back then, I saw his 2 brothers and they both looked quite stupid. Who would have thought that a martial arts genius like him would appear? Pfft! Hearing this, Wenwenhai also laughed and said, I don't know about his big brother, Zhang Xiaolong, but I heard from He Tianshu that his little brother was someone who couldn't even cultivate the Arhat fist. Back then, He Tianshu was extremely depressed. Is that so? There's someone who couldn't even cultivate the Arhat fist? That seemingly stupid little boy? Lu Yueming didn't know where he saw Zhang Xiaohua's stupidity and blurted out, however, that child's temperament is firm and resolute. In order to save his sister-in-law, he even stood in front of her and was kicked until he vomited blood. Outside the carriage, Zhang Xiaohua's nose almost became crooked. How am I stupid? Hero Lu, you have to be responsible for what you say. Yes, that's right. I heard from Xiaohu that for a girl, he even killed his way up Shi Chui Mountain alone. Sigh, it's a pity that his aptitude is not good, and his fate is not good either. How am I not good? And, please, I'm still alive. Zhang Xiaohua almost wanted to jump down and reason with them. He didn't expect that these 2 heroes of the Jianghu would be so gossipy and actually talk about him behind his back. Oh, where are we now? Lu Yueming lifted the curtain of the carriage and looked outside. I'm not sure and I'm too lazy to ask. Anyway, we're here. Ethereal Heights is Misty Schools. We just have to go in. Huh, that's right. Xiaohu was the one who led the charge. They should be arriving soon. Yes, that's right. Let's come out together. They've been moving stealthily for almost 2 months now. They should have reached the boundary of Pingyang City. Gosh, you should have said so earlier. Zhang Xiaohua touched his nose. His heart was hurt by the two heroes' talk. He jumped and flew straight to the north. Zhang Xiaohua's flying technique was swift. In just 2 days' time, he had reached the boundary of Pingyang City. After asking for directions, Zhang Xiaohua was about to fly away when he saw a fast horse galloping on the official road. The person on the horse was so tired that he was drenched in sweat. When he sat down, white smoke was coming out of his mouth and nose. He must be extremely tired. Sure enough, after galloping for another 100 feet, the horse fell dead by the roadside. The person on the horse jumped up lightly. He didn't even look at the horse. He looked around and saw a tea stall and a few fine horses in front of the tea stall. He was delighted. He used his lightness skill to reach the tea stall. Once he lifted the curtain, he shouted, "Which hero does the horse at the door belong to? I have something important to do. Can you give me the horse?" Someone in the tea stall laughed and said, "Hero, we also ride horses. If we give you the horse, how are we going to travel? You'd better look for it elsewhere." These words were reasonable, so the man was not angry. He reached out and took out an ingot of gold from his bosom. He smiled and said, "This humble one really has an important matter. This is the money to buy a horse. Hero, please accept it." That person looked at it. Although there was greed in his eyes, he still shook his head. In the end, that man had no choice. He gritted his teeth and took out 2 ingots of gold and a waist token. He cupped his hands and said, "I am Su Jie, a disciple of the Righteous Alliance. I have something important to do on the road ahead. This is my waist token. Please accept it. In the future, if you encounter any problems in the Jianghu that you can't solve, or if you feel that I can speak to you, feel free to look for me." Righteous Alliance? Those people looked at each other. They were all surprised. The person from before also stood up and said, "So it's Brother Su from the Righteous Alliance. I am Zhou Chengxian from the Vast Moon Sect. I have a few brothers in the Righteous Alliance that I know. Since the Righteous Alliance has something important to do, how can I delay it? Please accept the gold and let Brother Su ride the horse." How can this be? Su Jie wanted to hand over the gold, but how could Zhou Chengxian be willing to accept it? Su Jie did not dare to delay any longer. He handed the waist token to Zhou Chengxian and said, "Brother Zhou is so righteous. I thank you on behalf of the Righteous Alliance. I won't say anything else. I will be in Pingyang City for the next few days. If Brother Zhou wants to come, I will be a good host." Well said, well said. Zhou Chengxian smiled and kept the waist token. Su Jie did not dare to be negligent. He cupped his hands and bade farewell. He led the horse and galloped along the official road. Hee, Brother Zhou is going to treat us. An inferior horse in exchange for a favor from the Righteous Alliance. It's really worth it. The person beside him said with a smile. Isn't that so? Let's go. Everyone, let's go to the town in front. I will treat everyone, not to mention these few people. When Su Jie turned around a big tree on his horse, a tall and thin figure suddenly appeared on his horse. It was Zhang Xiaohua who had seen and heard everything just now. Then, Zhang Xiaohua reached out and pressed Su Jie to a stop. She slapped the horse to death and carried Su Jie to a secluded place. How could she not know what was going on when she used her bewitching finger? It was indeed the messenger from the Righteous Alliance. That alliance leader Zhou of the Righteous Alliance had received the news that Misty School had returned to Ethereal Peak from Huayu Palace. That night, he had sent out the news and used various methods to pass this news to the Righteous Alliance disciples in Ethereal Peak. However, how could they be faster than Zhang Xiaohua? Even the messenger pigeons could not be compared to her. Therefore, he was stopped by Zhang Xiaohua here. It seems that second brother has not arrived yet. Zhang Xiaohua thought. She pressed Su Jie's Achilles' heel and flew up again. This time, it was even faster. In less than half a day, they arrived at a mountain village. It was already dark. Tents were set up in the forest beside the mountain village and in the ravines. Many patrolling disciples were holding swords and sabers in their hands. They were lined up in several teams and were on duty. At the entrance of the village, a young disciple was holding something in his hand and saying something to the other disciples. Isn't this Dufeng? I haven't seen him for a few days and it seems that his martial arts have improved. Seeing Dufeng here, Zhang Xiaohua was relieved. Needless to say, second brother was also nearby. Sure enough, with a sweep of her divine sense, in a small courtyard at the east of the village, Zhang Xiaohu was sitting in the central room. Chang'e and Chen Chen were also sitting beside him. There was still food on the table, but at this time, the food was already cold. The three of them seemed to have no appetite and were sitting quietly. Zhang Xiaohua also looked to the side. There were no disciples of the incense cult around, so she made a gesture and escaped into the central room. Zhang Xiaohu was in a daze when a voice sounded from the side. Oh, who made this food? It's already cold and you haven't eaten it. How can such a culinary skill be married into our Zhang family? Who? The three of them were like birds startled by the twang of a bow. As soon as they heard someone, they immediately jumped up and raised the long swords in their hands. They were about to stab in the direction of the voice. Xiaohua. Chang'e's eyes were sharp and saw her first. He exclaimed, why are you here? Chen Chen was also puzzled and said softly, Zhang Xiaohua, why aren't you being an alchemy disciple at Lingxiang Peak? Why are you here? Damn, what the hell is going on? It's been a long time. Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself. Xiaohua, you're here? Zhang Xiaohu was calm. When he saw that it was Zhang Xiaohua, he put the long sword on the table and asked. Chapter 1060. Chang'e and Chen Chen relaxed when they saw that it was Zhang Xiaohua. However, they still went to the door with long swords in their hands and looked carefully before coming back. Zhang Xiaohua laughed secretly. She had used the earth escape to get in. She didn't know why they went to the door to look. What's wrong? Second brother, second sister-in-law, why are you so nervous? Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Who knew that this time, Chang'e was not as shy as before? He said in all seriousness, our ethereal sect's return to Pingyang City this time is a surprise attack. Of course, we have to be careful. If the alliance of righteous sects gets the slightest bit of information, not only will there be a lot of casualties in the sect, whether we can take down ethereal heights will also be a problem. How can we not be nervous? By the way, Zhang Xiaohua, aren't you refining elixirs at Lingxiang Peak? Why are you here? Chen Chen asked softly, don't tell me. Nanjingyi sent you. Oh, she sent an inner disciple to help us. And you, the little dog and little Martin, on your shoulder, are they, the ones I held in Orchid Canyon? They don't seem to have grown much. Chen Chen asked while looking curiously at Xiao Huang and Xiaohe who were standing on Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder. These two little things just walked up and down on Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder and looked at Zhang Xiaohu and the other two, but didn't seem to care about them. You asked so many questions at once. How do you want me to answer? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and stroked Little Black. She said, "It's those two little things. I don't know. They seem to be growing very slowly." Then, Zhang Xiaohua frowned again and said, "Nanjingyi? Inner disciple? I remember that you used to call her sect master at Shixin Peak. Now. Have you all changed to Nanjingyi?" Chang'e sneered and said, "That was then and this is now. Back then, we were like fish on a chopping board. As a disciple of the Misty Hall, of course, we had to call him sect master. Now that we are back in Jianghu and have become a Misty school, of course, we have to change the way we address him." Chen Chen also gritted his teeth and said, "That's right. At first, I thought that Nanjingyi was very kind to the disciples of our Misty school. Although I haven't seen her real face, I heard her kind voice and thought that it was only right for me to call her master. But I didn't expect that. She actually used so many tricks to break up senior sister and senior brother. Moreover, in order to control senior brother, she even poisoned him." When Chen Chen saw Zhang Xiaohua, it was as if she had seen her family. She poured out all her grievances as if she was complaining to an adult. "What? Poison? Jing-yi, you old beggar." Zhang Xiaohua was furious. He didn't sit down at first. At this time, he slapped the table where the food was placed and his body emitted a kind of anger. Zhang Xiaohu, Chang'e, and Chen Chen had never seen Zhang Xiaohua so angry. At this time, he suddenly became angry and they were shocked. The Zhang Xiaohua in front of them was very different from what they remembered. In a moment, he was like a coiling dragon with its bloody mouth open and glaring at them, which made them shudder. Then, with a crash, the table had been smashed into powder and the bowls and chopsticks on the table were scattered on the ground. "Xiaohua. I'm fine." Zhang Xiaohu was a little frightened and didn't dare to know Zhang Xiaohua. He said in a low voice, "Oh, second brother, I forgot myself." Zhang Xiaohua saw that he forgot himself and hurriedly said with a smile. Outside the yard, some disciples had heard the noise and had come. "Second sister-in-law, you send these disciples away. I'll hide for a while." Zhang Xiaohua made an incantation and disappeared. Zhang Xiaohu was not surprised to see Zhang Xiaohua suddenly disappear. Only Chang'e and Chen Chen looked at it in a daze. It was Ding Chao who came in. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohu and the other two were fine, he was relieved and cupped his hands, saying, "Master Zhang, is there anything wrong? This table." At this time, Chang'e came to her senses. She nudged Chen Chen with her arm and said with a smile, "It's okay, senior brother Ding." Xiaohu was a little absent-minded when practicing martial arts and accidentally broke the table. "Alas, we can go back to the ethereal heights tomorrow or the day after tomorrow." Xiaohu was a little excited and practiced a little harder. "Chang'e. Junior sister, I understand Master Zhang's mood. The disciples of our Misty School are all eager to go back to the ethereal heights these days. But Master Zhang has a noble body and needs to rest more." As he said that, he beckoned his disciples forward to clean up the table. But when he saw that the table had already been shaken into powder, he couldn't help but be stunned. What kind of inner strength was this, to be able to shake a table into powder? Could it be that Master Zhang had been hiding his strength all this time? When Ding Chao glanced at Zhang Xiaohu, who was calm and composed, he was more sure of his idea. Zhang Xiaohu is really hiding his strength. Alas, we Misty School 2 talent said that his martial arts were not good enough behind his back, but we didn't know that he didn't intend to compete with us for this title at all. Zhang Xiaohu was still thinking about the angry look of Zhang Xiaohua just now. He didn't expect Ding Chao to think so much. Of course, the table was not broken by him, so he didn't need to pay for it. Naturally, he looked calm and composed. When Ding Chao asked the disciples to clean up and leave with a longing mood, Zhang Xiaohua's figure appeared again. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua didn't move at all, Chen Chen rolled her eyes and said, Zhang Xiaohua, are you using a trick? Zhang Xiaohu also said, yes, Xiaohua, you didn't move at all. You're different from before. Zhang Xiaohua didn't speak with a sullen face. She walked to Zhang Xiaohu and said, second brother, give me your hand. Let me see the poison in your body. It's okay. Nanjingyi said that this poison only acts up once a year. As early as 2 months ago when I took it, it had already acted up. Now I don't feel anything. Zhang Xiaohu laughed, fearing that Zhang Xiaohua would feel distressed. Zhang Xiaohua didn't speak. She held Zhang Xiaohu's wrist with her hand and carefully looked at it. She used a wisp of true qi to check it. Then her face relaxed. She took out the antidote pill from her arms and poured out one pill. She said, second brother, you eat it first. Let me see the effect. Xiaohua, Nanjingyi said that this poison can only be detoxified by her. Maybe Sakura and Changsheng can detoxify it. Your pill, is it okay? Chang'e said worriedly. Zhang Xiaohu didn't pay attention to Chang'e. He reached out to take it and swallowed it. It's okay, second sister-in-law. I said it can be detoxified, so it can be detoxified. Zhang Xiaohua didn't care about Chang'e's distrust. After all, she was thinking for her second brother. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Zhang Xiaohu released his hand from his wrist and said with a smile, second brother, if you had just taken it, I would have been able to force the poison out immediately, but it's already been 2 months, I don't have any other way, Xiaohua. Is there really no way? Chang'e asked anxiously. Chen Chen also stepped forward with a pleading look on her face. Zhang Xiaohu's face suddenly turned red. He swung his hand and rushed out, hey, you. What are you doing? Chang'e and Chen Chen chased after him. Don't follow. Zhang Xiaohu said anxiously. Then they heard a puff sound. Zhang Xiaohu's face turned redder and there was a stench. At this time, how could Chang'e and Chen Chen not know? Sure enough, Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile behind them, it's been 2 months. I can't force the poison out, so I have to trouble second brother to pull it out. Ha ha ha. Knowing that the detoxification pill could detoxify second brother, Zhang Xiaohua was in a good mood. Chang'e and Chen Chen had already turned red. They covered their noses and went back to the central room. Then they opened all the windows in the central room. Chen Chen hurried into the inner room. After a while, Chang'e entered the inner room, took some clothes from the inner room and handed them to Zhang Xiaohua. Her face was still red and she said, it's all because of you. Send these clothes to your second brother. Me? Why should I go? Zhang Xiaohua looked innocent. She raised her hands and said, I haven't finished my words. Second brother. If you don't go, you want me to go? Chang'e said angrily. Okay. Zhang Xiaohua had to stand up and take the clothes. This yard was almost the same as the yard of Zhang Xiaohua's Guozhuang house. There was no need to worry that Zhang Xiaohua couldn't find it. Well, Zhang Xiaohua also took water and a wooden basin by the way. After Zhang Xiaohu changed his clothes, he still looked embarrassed. He glared at Zhang Xiaohua several times and then went back to the room. In the central room, Chang'e and Chen Chen saw Zhang Xiaohu's embarrassed look and they both burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? What's so funny? Zhang Xiaohu said helplessly. Ha ha ha. It would have been better if he didn't say that. After he said that, Chang'e and Chen Chen laughed even harder. It seemed that they were about to laugh out all the worries they had for Zhang Xiaohu in the past few months. Second brother, let me have a look. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and reached out her hand. Zhang Xiaohu glared at her again. Well, it's okay, second brother. It's not a big deal. There should be some residual poison in your body, but it won't affect you. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Then, she handed the antidote over. If it's okay, take 1 pill every day for 3 days. Of course. Do you need to say it? Zhang Xiaohu grabbed it and put it in his arms. Oh, by the way, will it be the same as just now? Zhang Xiaohu's face was slightly red. I won't. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and waved his hand. Huh, that's good. The 3 of them were relieved after the big problem was solved. Chen still asked, Zhang Xiaohua, I asked you just now. Why did you come to Pingyang City? Did Abbess Jingyi send you here? Don't mention that old beggar again. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, I have nothing to do with the incense cult now. Zhang Xiaohu was stunned and said, weren't you the guardian disciple of the incense cult a few months ago? You even went to the Dalan temple to deliver the invitation. Why? Did you mess up your job? The guardian disciple of the incense cult? Why didn't I know? Changgu and Chen said in unison. They looked at Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu shrank his neck and did not dare to say anything. No, Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, I, Xiaoxia, took care of it. How could I mess it up? The Martial Arts Society convention is over and everything is going well. This young hero's departure from the aroma cult has nothing to do with the mission. Another reason? Zhang Xiaohu asked curiously. Changgu asked, I heard that the Martial Arts Society convention was held more than half a month ago. How did you know? Chen clapped his hands and said, that's great. Zhang Xiaohua, then. You can join the incense cult again, haha. The 3 of them asked different questions, but Zhang Xiaohu and Changgu heard Chen's words and their hearts moved. They both looked at Zhang Xiaohua. Don't. Zhang Xiaohua quickly waved her hand and said, I still have somewhere to go. Let's not talk about this for now. Chapter 1061. Zhang Xiaohu was surprised. Where are you going? Didn't you follow me, to help me? Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, second brother, isn't this nonsense? If I don't help you, why would I come here? Seeing that Chen still wanted to talk. Then he said, but to help you, I don't have to join the Misty School. Anne. I. Can't I also start a sect? What? You want to start a sect? The 3 of them exclaimed in unison. Why? Can't I? Zhang Xiaohua rubbed his nose and was extremely helpless. Well, I thought about it. You've been talking about some Beidou school. Don't tell me you want to build a Beidou school. Zhang Xiaohu realized. Yes, second brother, I do have such a plan. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. But do you know what is needed to build a sect? How do you manage your money, disciples, and livelihood? Changga also asked. This. How would I know? Zhang Xiaohua said with a bitter face, I only need to build this sect and let others do the rest. Ha ha ha. The 3 of them finally came to their senses and laughed. In their hearts, they had already decided that Zhang Xiaohua was just playing house. Well, second brother wishes your Beidou school to dominate the world and unify the world. Hearing Zhang Xiaohu's nonsensical congratulatory words, Zhang Xiaohua knew that his second brother didn't believe it at all, but he didn't say it out loud. Xiaohua. What are your plans in the future? Zhang Xiaohu just opened his mouth and shut it. Zhang Xiaohua was going to start a sect, why should he ask? Right, Xiaohua, about the Martial Arts Society Assembly, you. Who told you about it? Changga remembered his question. Second sister-in-law. Zhang Xiaohua said tentatively, I went to the Martial Arts Society assembly late and only saw the end, but I heard some things from Chen Chen. Me? Chen Chen was stunned and immediately understood that this Chen Chen was not her. Chang'e didn't mind Zhang Xiaohua's address and frowned. Xiaohua, it's not good to lie. The Martial Arts Society assembly was held half a month ago. How could you attend it? Yeah, little flower. You. Zhang Xiaohu was also stunned. He had always believed in his brother and never doubted him. Now that he heard it, was there really no problem with the timing? Hehe, I used half a month's time to chase after you from the fragrant cult to Pingyang City. Can't I? How is that possible? Chang'e and Chen Chen blurted out, but then they patted their foreheads as if they had thought of something. They both looked back at Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu was calm and said after a moment, "It seems that what you said at Shixin Peak last time about going back to Lingxiang Peak at night was true." Huh, of course. Zhang Xiaohua patted her chest and said, "When did I lie to you?" Just now. Just now, you lied to me, let me. Zhang Xiaohu thought of the detoxification pill. Hehe, there will always be accidents. Then. How did you come here? Zhang Xiaohu had already begun to believe her. Is there a need to ask? Of course, I flew. Zhang Xiaohua said seriously. Nonsense, do you think you're a bird? Chen Chen said and blushed unconsciously. But then, the three of them were stunned and thought of Zhang Xiaohua flying in the air in the Yulong Grand Canyon. It had been a long time, the three of them seemed to have forgotten about it. You? Could it be? You're from the immortal Tao? Chang'e asked, pointing at Zhang Xiaohua in shock. Maybe, I'm not sure myself. Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and looked innocent. Great, great, my Misty School is saved. Chang'e almost put her hands together and thanked the heavens. Okay, okay. Zhang Xiaohua said, second brother, second sister-in-law, let's not talk about me. You. What's going on? After the martial arts convention, Nun Jingyi announced that Misty School would leave Chuanxiang cult and rebuild it. I rushed here in a hurry and didn't inquire about it in detail. Is that so? Nun Jingyi has announced it to the world? Then the Righteous Alliance already knows? Zhang Xiaohu frowned and said, what does she mean? Hehe, of course, the Righteous Alliance already knows. I even met a messenger on the way. But it seems that the Righteous Alliance disciples in Misty Mountain Villa don't know. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. That's good. I originally planned to rest tonight and recharge my energy and leave early tomorrow morning. Now it seems that I have to change my plan. Zhang Xiaohu clapped his hands and stood up, I'll go arrange it, you guys wait for me. Chang'e also stood up and was about to leave when Zhang Xiaohua stopped her, second sister-in-law, don't go yet. Tell little brother about Chuanxiang cult. But. Chang'e hesitated. Zhang Xiaohu waved his hand and said, Chang'e, tell Xiaohua about Mo Sun Gong. It's good that he knows more. But. Chang'e was still hesitant. Although Mo Sun Gong's matter was very important, but, it was mostly a private affair. It was all planned by Nun Jingyi. It was really difficult for her to say it herself. Senior sister. How about I say it and you listen on the side? If it doesn't work, you can tell Zhang Xiaohua. Chen Chen was quite considerate and said softly. You guys talk, I'll leave first. Zhang Xiaohu anxiously left. As for the remaining three people, Chen Chen had already heard the story from Chang'e. Now that she said it, it was also very detailed. After Chen Chen finished talking about what happened in Mo Sun Gong, Zhang Xiaohua secretly nodded, this Nun Jingyi is really the leader of Chuanxiang cult. Her schemes are not something that ordinary people can compare to. While controlling second brother, she also inserted her own disciples into the Misty School. She used the whole Misty School as a puppet. Then she secretly raised her little tail. If I didn't get the divine hand and heal everyone's internal injuries in the Misty School, this Misty School wouldn't be surnamed Zhang, but Jingyi. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua's heart was moved. She remembered the jade slip she got from Nun Jinggang and the Poison Sutra of the great master Changgung. There seemed to be a method to control others. If it worked, Nun Jingyi would go for wool but come home shorn. After thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua stood up, straightened her clothes, and saluted Chang'e properly. Second sister-in-law, I called you a little casually just now. From now on, I'll call you seriously. Chang'e didn't blush when she heard Zhang Xiaohua call her that. Now that Zhang Xiaohua suddenly became serious, her face became hot. She quickly stood up and saluted back, saying, Xiaohu and I have been through thick and thin together. It's lucky that we can have this ending. It's a great fortune to have your help in the future. Zhang Xiaohua laughed heartily, of course. If mother and father knew about this, they would be so happy that their mouths would turn crooked. Then she secretly looked at Chen, who was a little sad next to her. With Nun Jingyi's approval, Chang'e was undoubtedly the wife of the faction master. But what about Chen? This little tail seemed to have some resentment in her heart. Now she didn't need Nun Jingyi's approval, but Zhang Xiaohu had never been strict with her. Chang'e was also busy with the Misty School, so she didn't take Chen seriously. Chang'e blushed and said in a low voice, after we take down the ethereal heights, I'll go to the Guozhuang house with Xiaohu. Chen was even more unhappy when she didn't mention herself. She lowered her head and looked at the ground. Well, okay. I'll go back and tell father and mother first, so that they can be prepared. After saying that, she raised her head and saw that Zhang Xiaohu had returned. As soon as he entered the door, he asked, What did you say to father and mother? Then he understood, Xiaohua, you mean? You'll go back to the Guozhuang house first? Well, yes, second brother. Although I've asked the carriage company to send a letter to father and mother a few months ago, I'm still worried. Now I'm near Pingyang City. With my speed, I'll be home soon. I'll tell father and mother first. Well, Xiaohua. You tell father and mother that I'm really unfilial. After the Misty School is finished, Zhang Xiaohu said and stole a glance at Chang'e. Chang'e said shyly, I've already told Xiaohua. That's good. After the Misty School is finished, I'll take Chang'e back to the Guozhuang house. Zhang Xiaohu said with a smile, but then he realized something and said, By the way, what about your dream? Why didn't she come? Oh my God, only now did you remember. Zhang Xiaohu secretly despised Zhang Xiaohua and said sadly, I can't make it. Didn't Nun Jingyi allow her to come? Chen was curious. Chang'e said, By the way, how did you come out of Chuanxiang sect? We've been talking for a long time, but you haven't said a word. It's like this. Zhang Xiaohua then told the story of her and Chang'e, and finally said, Chang'e went back to the Tenryu sect with Di Shitian. After all, it's her home. After her illness is cured, we will meet again. The three of them were fascinated by the story and were almost stunned. Chang'e is Di Shitian's daughter. The daughter of the leader of the world's #1 sect. The daughter of the world's #1 martial artist. The unique saintess of the Tenryu sect. Xiaohua, aren't you the son-in-law of the Tenryu sect? Zhang Xiaohu murmured, You won't have to worry about food and clothing in the future. Zhang Xiaohua really despised her second brother, not only the son-in-law. As long as I, Xiaoxia, want to be Di Shitian in the future, it's not impossible. You want to be Di Shitian? Zhang Xiaohu grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's hand and laughed, I'll be the leader of the Misty School, and you'll be the leader of the Tenryu sect. We have 2 leaders of the Zhang family. That's great. That's great. Go away. Chang'e nudged Zhang Xiaohu with her elbow and showed the dignity of the wife of the leader. What do you know? The Tenryu sect is an evil cult. It's not easy to be their Di-Shi-Tian. Then she turned her head and asked, don't you think so, Xiaohua? Well, you're right. I'm now a cultivator of immortality. How can I be the Di-Shi-Tian of the Tenryu sect? It's really impossible. But, Zhang Xiaohua, if you don't become Di-Shi-Tian, how can you marry Meng? Chen Chen was very worried about their marriage. Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. About this? I can only talk about it. Alas, then she looked at the sky and said, second brother, second sister-in-law, I can't talk to you anymore. It's getting late. I'd better go back to the Guozhuang house first. If I don't go back, I won't feel at ease. Then she took out a jade talisman from her arms and handed it to Zhang Xiaohu, saying, when you're about to reach the Misty Villa, crush this jade talisman. I'll help you. Chapter 1062. After bidding farewell to Zhang Xiaohu, Chang'e, and Chen Chen, Zhang Xiaohua hid her figure, flew into the air, and went straight to the Guozhuang house. Zhang Xiaohua immersed her divine sense into the jade slip while flying, looking for the records about controlling people's minds. She didn't know where Nun Jing Gang got the jade slip, but there was a kind of elixir called puppet pill in it. As long as someone took it, the person's mind could be controlled, and they would be obedient to the caster, no different from a puppet. However, this puppet pill had a drawback, that was, the person who took the puppet pill would really be like a puppet, with dull eyes and inconvenient movements. Zhang Xiaohua shook his head inwardly. This puppet pill definitely won't work. If it turns a group of elite outer disciples into puppets, it will lose all its effects. It's better to use Abyss Jingyi's name to control them. Or, can I also refine some poison for second brother? Zhang Xiaohua thought of Nun Jingyi's means. Zhang Xiaohua had already read the things in the Poison Sutra, on the way back to the incense cult. At this time, thinking carefully, she was overjoyed. There was also a kind of poison called soulless powder, in the Poison Sutra, which was also used to make people lose their minds and be controlled by others. It was just that the time of losing one's mind was shorter. However, during this period, the poisoned person's appearance would be the same as usual, and even his martial arts would not be affected. Oh! Putting the 2 elixirs together. Will it work? Zhang Xiaohua was happy and began to think about the formula of the puppet pill and soulless powder. The soulless powder was a martial art item, and the poison and herbs in the formula didn't seem too rare. However, the puppet pill was different. It was used in immortality, and the herbs used in it made Zhang Xiaohua scratch her head. But after looking at the back, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but sigh. I don't know if it's I or Zhang Xiaohu's luck, but all the herbs are in I's belt. Of course, the herbs used to refine the puppet pill were all grown in Yin, and the requirements were very special. They were usually very rare, but when Zhang Xiaohua first arrived at Lingxiang Peak, didn't she go to Li Chui Valley? It was called the Ghost Valley, and the herbs had long been eroded by the black fog. The ghost mushroom was also the main ingredient of the puppet pill. Could it be that the disciples of the incense cult keep the things in the valley? Is this Jing Gang's idea? Or else, how could that guy Yuzhuchuan enter the valley so easily? Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself. Unfortunately, these 2 people had already become Zhang Xiaohua's ghosts. As for the specific reason, Zhang Xiaohua would never know. Well, when I'm free, I'll refine the puppet pill and the soulless powder together. Maybe it will work. This is I's creation, so I have to give it a nice name. How about soulless pill? Zhang Xiaohua thought, and her spiritual awareness swept down. She couldn't help but feel happy. She saw the stars in the sky and the lights on the ground. Now she was already above Lu Town. Guozhuang House. Zhang Xiaohua's spiritual awareness swept north like a waterfall. She wanted to see her hometown as soon as possible. Who is this? Zhang Xiaohua's spiritual awareness swept over the village entrance of the Guozhuang house. She saw a beggar in ragged clothes, holding a broken jar, and staggering out of the Guozhuang house. If she saw a beggar in Lu Town, Zhang Xiaohua wouldn't be surprised. However, the Guozhuang house was a small village. Usually, there were small farmers living there. Everyone's family was not well off. How could there be a beggar here? What happened next was even more surprising. After the beggar left the village, he looked back as if he hadn't had enough. Only then did he walk quickly to the small path by the river. At the end of the path, on the official road from the Guozhuang house to Lu Town, there was already a person riding a horse. His hand was holding the reins of another horse. When the beggar got on the official road, he looked around and saw that there was no one around. He turned around and mounted the horse, heading straight north. When Zhang Xiaohua flew closer, the two people were already far away. Zhang Xiaohua stroked her chin. Just as she was thinking about whether she should chase after them to take a look, she saw in her spiritual awareness a small courtyard that she was familiar with. A white and fat child was holding a small wooden stick. Under the light of the lantern under the eaves, he was chasing a group of chickens around the courtyard. At this moment, the door to the central room was pushed open. An old woman walked out with a handful of dates in her hand and chased after the child. Mother Zhang Xiaohua instantly stopped in midair. How could she still think about the beggar? In a flash, she flew to the sky above the small courtyard. Zhang Xiaohua had just steadied herself in midair. Before she could reveal herself, the white and fat child immediately stopped. He lifted his little face and blinked his big eyes, staring straight at the sky. The old woman was chasing after him. When she saw the child stop, she quickly stuffed a date into his mouth. She looked outside and shouted, "Xiaohua, ah!" Zhang Xiaohua, who was in midair, was so shocked that she almost fell from the sky. It was fine if Zhang Bairen could see her. But her mother didn't even lift her head. She actually called out her name. Could it be that her mother was also a person of the immortal Tao? Mother Zhang Xiaohua was filled with longing, emotion, and longing. She landed from the sky and called out softly. "I told you to look after the child. Where did you go? Hurry!" Guo Sufei scolded without lifting her head. But then another voice sounded from the pigsty. "Madam, you called for me?" Guo Sufei was stunned. Zhang Xiaohua was also stunned. Of course, another thin young man came from the pigsty. Guo Sufei suddenly turned around and saw Zhang Xiaohua still floating in midair. Beside him, the young Zhang Bairen was poking him with a small stick. "Xiaohua? Is that you?" Guo Sufei rubbed her eyes hard. "Mother, of course it's me. I'm Xiaohua." Zhang Xiaohua landed on the ground. My Xiaohua, you're finally back." Guo Sufei was a little heartbroken. She shouted, "Old man, come out quickly. Our Xiaohua is back." Then she said to the Xiaohua, who appeared behind her, "Xiaohua, go and call your big brother. Tell him that Xiaohua is back." When the Xiaohua heard this, she was so happy that she couldn't even close her mouth. She jumped and ran out of the courtyard. "Mother, what's going on? Why is there a Xiaohua in our house?" Zhang Xiaohua was really puzzled. Could it be that her mother missed her and picked up a child from outside? Go, Bairen, don't poke your third uncle with a stick." Guo Sufei scolded Zhang Bairen and carried him up. Zhang Bairen obediently lay in his grandmother's arms and said, "Grandmother." He flew from the sky. No. He walked. Although Zhang Bairen was young, he could still speak clearly. His eyes were curiously looking at Little Black and Little Yellow who were on Zhang Xiaohua's shoulders. Hearing his grandmother's words, he poked Little Black with the stick again. Guo Sufei didn't care if her son flew or ran. She slapped Zhang Bairen's butt and laughed, "What nonsense are you talking about? This is your third uncle, not the immortal in the stories." Before she finished speaking, Zhang Kai rushed out of the room and ran to Zhang Xiaohua's side. He didn't go near her and looked her up and down. He nodded slightly, "Not bad. You haven't changed. You look about the same as 2 years ago." Zhang Xiaohua's eyes were a little moist. She smiled and looked at her father who didn't go forward but missed her as much as her mother did. While they were talking, the door was pushed open with a bang. Zhang Xiaolong and Lu Qian also ran in. When they saw Zhang Xiaohua, Zhang Xiaolong's face was filled with joy. He rushed over and hugged Zhang Xiaohua in his arms. He smiled and said, "Someone sent a letter a few days ago saying that you were in the south. Worry-free city. Why are you back today?" "Io, big brother, relax a little. I can't breathe." Zhang Xiaohua laughed. He, Xiaohua, I haven't seen you in 2 years. You haven't changed at all. How strange." Lu Qian walked to Zhang Xiaohua's side and said with a smile. Zhang Bairen stretched out his arms to look for his mother. Lu Qian reached out and hugged him. Zhang Bairen chuckled and threw the stick away. With small hands, he wanted Little Martin and Little Dog. Seeing that the house was so warm, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, you're the same as before you married Big Brother. You're even more beautiful. What reason do you have?" These words were exactly what Lu Qian was thinking. After marrying into the Guozhuang house for 7 to 8 years, she indeed didn't change much. After giving birth to Zhang Bairen, she became even more beautiful. As for Lu Yeye, who was younger than her, now, it was too horrible to look at. Seeing that Zhang Bairen liked the two little things, Zhang Xiaohua took Little Black and Little Yellow off her shoulder and handed them to Zhang Bairen. The two little things had already looked at Zhang Bairen for a long time. At this time, they didn't reject and obediently allowed Zhang Bairen to hug them. At this time, the young man standing behind Lu Qian walked forward and said respectfully, "Young master, you're back." "Young master?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned at first, then she came to a realization. Then, she looked at the young man's head in disbelief and shouted, "Ji Xiaohua? Your scabby head. Where did you go? Wasn't this person Ji Xiaohua?" It was no wonder that Zhang Xiaohua didn't recognize Ji Xiaohua now. Not to mention that it was night now and only lanterns were used to illuminate the area. Not to mention that Zhang Xiaohua hadn't seen Ji Xiaohua for more than 2 years. Now, Ji Xiaohua was much taller than before and also much fatter. She was no longer the little firewood of the past. Just the disappearance of his striking scabby head alone made Zhang Xiaohua at a loss. It was old madam who cured it with a folk prescription. Ji Xiaohua didn't care at all about Zhang Xiaohua's words and answered respectfully. "What old madam or young madam? Didn't I tell you to call her godmother?" Guo Sufei was displeased. "Isn't that so? This Xiaohua is really polite. How many times have I said it? She still calls me old madam and young master Xiaolong. And she even calls me young master Bairen." Lu Qian also laughed. "But, aren't you in Songning town? Why did you run to Guozhuang house?" Zhang Xiaohua was still puzzled. "Oh right, where's auntie? She wouldn't have stayed in Songning town, right?" Ji Xiaohua's eyes reddened at the mention of his mother. He carefully said, "Young master, I was on my way to Guozhuang when my mother was sick. It wasn't easy for me to find this place. She was already on her last breath. She only let go when she saw me deliver the message that young master wanted. Message? What message do I want? You guys. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and suddenly remembered that she met the Misty School's disciple Chu Yunfei in the wilderness outside Songning town. Yes, wasn't it she who told him that if there was any news about Zhang Xiaohu, Chu Yunfei should bring it to Ji Xiaohua in Songning town? She also planned to return to Songning town after sending Nie Qianyu off. But, since she had already arrived at the fragrance cult and met Zhang Xiaohu, Songning town had actually been forgotten. Chapter 1063. By the way, young master, that person wanted me to tell you that Zhang Xiaohu is not with them, and they don't know where that gang is. After 2 years, Xiaohua finally delivered this sentence to Zhang Xiaohua's ears. Xiaohua ji, thank you, I got it. My second brother is not there, he is in the south. Father, mother, eldest brother and eldest sister-in-law, second brother is fine, everything is fine, in a few days, he will bring second sister-in-law back. Really? Guo Sufei almost cried tears of joy. Although Xiaohua ji brought news, it was useless news, and it made Guo Sufei miss it more these 2 years. When she saw Zhang Xiaohua just now, Guo Sufei did not dare to ask, she was afraid that Zhang Xiaohua would bring back bad news. But as Zhang Xiaohua kept talking about other things, her heart sank. Now that she heard the heavenly news, and Zhang Xiaohua would bring back the second daughter-in-law of the Zhang family, how could she not be happy? Come in first, come in first. Zhang Kai called. No, mother, where is auntie buried? I will pay my respects first. Zhang Xiaohua said. Oh. Good, good, good. Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei were stunned, until now, they suddenly realized that Zhang Xiaohua, who they thought was still young, had already grown up, and knew how to be grateful. Madame Zhang's grave was also behind the house, not far from her grandmother's grave. Zhang Xiaohua paid her respects in front of her grandmother's grave, then went to Madame Zhang's grave to pay her respects. According to etiquette, Zhang Xiaohua knelt in front of her mother's grave to pay her respects. After paying her respects, Zhang Xiaohua stood in front of the grave and said, Zhang. Auntie, don't worry, Ji Xiaohua came to Guozhuang house today, I will not treat him badly, in the future. I will make him a world-famous figure. Xiaohua was also happy to hear this, and kowtowed to the grave, Mother, you see, young master has already said that I will definitely become a big figure, you can rest in peace in the underworld. Guo Sufei and the others were also wiping their tears, only Zhang Bairen was still waving the small wooden stick, which seemed to be a weapon. Everyone returned to the central house, which had been expanded, the wall of the house on the west side was demolished, and the 2 houses were combined into one big house. Sitting in the central house, Ji Xiaohua told Zhang Xiaohua about her visit in detail. It turned out that Zhang Xiaohua had saved Chu Yunfei less than half a month ago, and he asked someone to deliver the news that Zhang Xiaohu was not with them to Songning town. When Madame Zhang heard that it was Zhang Xiaohua who wanted the news, she immediately became anxious. Madame Zhang was careful and knew that Zhang Xiaohua did not want people to know her home, so she sent someone to deliver the message. Presumably, she would come back to find her in the future, so it would be inappropriate for her to ask someone to deliver the message. But thinking that Zhang Xiaohua had just left, Madame Zhang asked others and knew that Lu town was very far from Songning town, so it would take at least a year to come and go. She was also afraid of delaying Zhang Xiaohua's matter. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohu's name was similar to Zhang Xiaohua's, so they should be close relatives. How could Madame Zhang rest assured to let Ji Xiaohua go to Lu town alone? After thinking about it, Madame Zhang had no choice but to drag her body, which had already recovered, on the journey. There was no need to mention the miserable journey. When they arrived at Pingyang City, they were almost no different from beggars. Madame Zhang was very sick, and she did not dare to inquire about it at Huanxi Mountain Villa. She only knew that it was a place for people in the pugilistic world, so she did not dare to ask about it in detail. Instead, she went to Lu Town. At that time, Madame Zhang was already beyond cure, but she did not dare to give up. Firstly, she was worried about her 9-year-old son, and secondly, she had not sent the message to Zhang Xiaohua. However, Zhang Xiaohua was not in Lu Town in the first place. How could they find her? It was not until an extremely coincidental opportunity that the two begged for food at Li Jinfeng's house and asked if he knew Zhang Xiaohua. Li Jinfeng's father was shocked. Under interrogation, Madame Zhang did not mention the reason for looking for Zhang Xiaohua. Instead, because Li Jinfeng's father knew Zhang Xiaohua, they stayed in the shop and did not go out again. Seeing that Madame Zhang was about to die, and that Ji Xiaohua was only a child less than 10 years old, Li Jinfeng's father knew that they would not bring any harm to Zhang Xiaohua's family. Thus, he got a carriage and sent the two of them to Guozhuang House. When they arrived at Guozhuang House, Madame Zhang only heard her son say those words to Guosufei, which was to die. At the last moment, he was still holding Ji Xiaohua's hand. How could Zhang Kai and Guosufei not be moved by Madame Zhang's righteous act? They buried Madame Zhang behind their own house, and Ji Xiaohua was also left in Guozhuang House. Ji Xiaohua had been clever since childhood and was used to living a poor life. Now, it was almost like heaven in the Zhang family. She was busy every day, helping Guosufei and Zhang Kai with the chores. She also helped Lu Qian take care of the children. Everyone liked her, and Guosufei even recognized Xiaohua as her godson. However, Ji Xiaohua never dared to agree. In his heart, he regarded Zhang Xiaohua as a young master. He did not dare to claim connections. After listening to Ji Xiaohua, Zhang Xiaohua sighed in her heart and said, "Aunt's matter is indeed my fault. I didn't think it through. Xiaohua, in the future, you will follow us. Do I need you to say that?" Guosufei glared at her. "Xiaohua has long been a member of our family." "No, no, mother, how can there be a difference between two Xiaohuas in this family? You have to think of a way," Zhang Xiaohua said in a spoiled manner. "Young master, how about I change my name?" Xiaohua said carefully. Fainting, Zhang Xiaohua patted his shoulder and said, "Xiaohua's name is so nice. There are so many people in the world who want to be called by it. Why do you want to change your name?" "But, it's convenient for old madam to call it." Just kidding, just kidding." Zhang Xiaohua saw that Ji Xiaohua was so careful and could only say, "Xiaohua, don't worry. Mother's name is Xiaohua. I definitely know who she is. I won't mess it up." "Oh right, Xiaohua, have you eaten?" Lu Qian suddenly asked. "Not yet." The two Xiaohuas said in unison. Ha ha ha, the whole room laughed. "Hee, sister-in-law," Zhang Xiaohua glanced at Lu Qian and said, "After a while, second sister-in-law will come. You can't bully me like this." "Second sister-in-law?" Guosufei keenly grasped the key word and said, "Why are you still saying, second sister-in-law?" Hee, Zhang Xiaohua laughed evilly and said, "Second brother has found 2 wives. However, one has already been revealed. The other hasn't been revealed yet." "Really? Or is it fake? Xiaohu is so powerful." Zhang Xiaolong's face was full of envy. "Why? Do you also want to?" Lu Qian glared at him. No, I'm just asking. Zhang Xiaolong said embarrassedly. Zhang Xiaohua laughed and was about to say something when she suddenly looked at the sky outside and said, "Mother, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. It's time to sleep. I'm still sleeping in the small room." After saying that, Zhang Xiaohua rushed out of the room and went straight to the small room. Little Black and Little Yellow immediately jumped out of Zhang Byron's arms and followed. Don't rush, Xiaohua is sleeping in the small room now. I'll switch with you. Guo Sufei shouted. Lu Qian also said, Xiaohua, come to our courtyard. Unfortunately, when they arrived at the small room, Zhang Xiaohua was already sitting cross-legged on the Kong bed in the small room. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaolong hurriedly stopped everyone. He said in a low voice, I heard that all experts train like this. Mother, let's go quickly. Don't let Xiaohua go crazy. Guo Sufei and the others were frightened and quickly retreated. However, someone was not willing to do it. Who? Zhang Bairen. The little guy opened his mouth and looked as if he was about to cry. He reached out and grabbed Zhang Xiaohua and the other two little things beside her who were already squinting their eyes. Bairen, this can't be. Uncle is practicing. If you go, he will go crazy. Lu Qian did not dare to let the child go and quickly left with him. The sound was so loud that it shook the small courtyard. No matter how Lu Qian tried to coax him, he would ignore her. Even if she tried to feed him, he would ignore her. She used all the coaxing tricks in the past, but it was useless. The sound of his crying echoed through the night sky. It was really noisy. Do you want to play with Puppy and Little Martin? As Zhang Xiaolong spoke, he reached out to hug Blackie and Goldie. Who would have thought that just as he placed his hands on Blackie, Blackie would open its eyes and let out a low hiss. It was extremely sharp and fierce. Then, it closed its eyes again, giving Zhang Xiaolong a fright. I guess, these two little things will follow Xiaohua tonight. Zhang Xiaolong took a few steps back and said helplessly. What should we do? Lu Qian had no choice but to look at Zhang Xiaolong. Zhang Xiaolong looked at Zhang Kai and Zhang Kai looked at Guo Sufei. Why don't we try to carry Bairen over? Guo Sufei was also very hesitant. She did not dare to take the risk. Let's try. I remember when Xiaohua was sleeping, she also shook him. Zhang Kai was a little tempted. Sure enough, as soon as they got close to the house, Zhang Bairen stopped crying. His eyes were filled with tears and his dark pupils were rolling around. Lu Qian carried Zhang Bairen. Zhang Bairen was very obedient. He was placed on the Kong bed. He turned over and went to Zhang Xiaohua's side. He ignored Little Black and Little Yellow. His limbs were in the sky and he slowly closed his eyes. In the dark night, the starlight formed a cocoon. It was invisible to the naked eye. Zhang Bairen was lying next to Zhang Xiaohua. A lot of the starlight was unconsciously absorbed by Zhang Bairen's body. This. Lu Qian looked at Zhang Xiaolong next to her and smiled bitterly. Let him sleep next to Xiaohua. Bairen is. Zhang Xiaolong said with a smile, maybe Bairen and Xiaohua are fated to be together? What if the child wakes up at night? What if he wants to find us? What if he is thirsty and hungry? Lu Qian said countless things in one breath. What do you think? If we carry Bairen away now, he will definitely cry. I guess the whole Guozhuang house will not be able to sleep well. Young master, I will stay here. As long as the young master wakes up and makes a fuss, I will go to find you immediately. Xiaohua said carefully. Xiaohua, is it so difficult to call me big brother? Zhang Xiaolong rolled his eyes. Don't blame Xiaohua. Wait until tomorrow, let Xiaohua talk to Xiaohua. Lu Qian didn't finish her sentence. She was happy. Let's go. It's late. Let Xiaohua stay here first. After 4 hours, Xiaolong will come again. Guo Sufei's excitement had passed. She was obviously sleepy and said with a yawn. Well, everything will wait until tomorrow. Zhang Kai made a concluding speech. Everyone went back. Xiaohua hugged the quilt and waited at the door of the small house. The night in the Guozhuang house was quiet. Occasionally, there was the sound of dogs barking, teeth grinding, bed creaking, children crying, crickets chirping, frogs croaking. There were so many sounds, but it was full of the sweetness of the countryside and the smell of life. After a long time, Xiaohua was so sleepy that she fell asleep. She leaned against the door and a stream of sparkling saliva fell down. Outside the Guo manor, there was a group of people, about 20 of them. They were riding on horses and were rushing over. Chapter 1064. At this time, the moon was already slanting and the stars were sparse. The night was getting darker and the official road was so quiet that not a single person could be seen. Suddenly, the sound of horses galloping could be heard from afar. It was a group of people dressed in black and wearing black masks that covered their mouths and noses, leaving only their eyes exposed. These people held torches and weapons in their hands. As they ran, they carefully observed the road. When they reached the small path of the Guozhuang house, a skinny man in front of them frowned and slowed down his horse. "The youngest? Is it here?" A strong man behind him whispered with a long knife in his hand. "It should be, big brother. However, it's hard to see clearly at night. The sides of the mountain path are also the same. It's extremely difficult to distinguish." The eldest frowned and scolded, "I let you pretend to be a beggar here for 2 days. How can you not even remember the road? Do I still dare to listen to your words? Calm down, big brother. Calm down." The youngest immediately smiled and said, "Although I didn't remember the road well, I've investigated the situation of the Zhang family very clearly." "Bullshit. How can there be any rich people in this small mountain village? I can find out even if I use my heels. Why would I need to investigate? I don't know how the people from the Storm Carriage Company do things. When we miss this time, I'll definitely report them to the Banner Lord." "Calm down, big brother." The Storm Carriage Company said clearly that the young man who delivered the letter used an ingot of gold to exchange for silver. Think about it. Why would a normal person carry an ingot of gold with them? They must be very rich. It's just that I didn't expect the young man's letter to be delivered to this small mountain village. What's the young man's name? Maybe he's rich and his family isn't. Reporting to Big Brother, I've already investigated that young man. If I'm not mistaken, he should be called Zhang Xiaohua. He came back 2 years ago and then went out again. However, according to the villagers, before Zhang Xiaohua came back, the Zhang family didn't have much money. But in the past 2 years, they seemed to be very rich. They bought cattle and a few pieces of land. They were also very generous to the other people in the Guozhuang house. So, everyone in the Guozhuang house said that Zhang Xiaohua got lucky and made a fortune. They were all jealous. Hee, isn't that so? Didn't I say so? As long as I ask around, what else do I not know? Actually. The youngest hesitated for a moment and said, "Actually, I think. I'm afraid that the Zhang family's money wasn't earned by their son, Zhang Xiaohua." Who is that? Oh, it's here. Boss, if you follow this road, you'll reach the Guozhuang house. I'll lead the way for you. The youngest said happily. There's no need for that. We're already here. What's the point of leading the way? Tell me quickly, where did the Zhang family get their money from? It's like this, boss. The Zhang family has 3 sons. The eldest is called Zhang Xiaolong. He's a farmer and married an extremely beautiful wife. 2 years ago, they gave birth to a son, beautiful wife. The eldest swallowed his saliva and his Adam's apple bobbed. Yes, she's really beautiful. When I saw her from afar, my heart also itched. Hee. The youngest smiled and said, "This little one is called Zhang Xiaohua. It's said that he's a manservant in a villa in Pingyang City and knows some martial arts. I'm guessing that there's only Huanxi Villa in Pingyang City." "How is that possible? There are many villas in Pingyang City. How can you be so sure?" The eldest asked suspiciously. "Listen to me first." The youngest said calmly, "The second son of their family is called Zhang Xiaohu. I heard from the people in the Guozhuang house that he joined a Miao sect as a disciple." "Boss, what other Miao sect do you think there is in Pingyang City?" "It must be the Misty School." There's actually a Misty School remnants home here?" The eldest perked up. "Not only that. I've also found out that Zhang Xiaohu, a disciple of the Misty School, had appeared in the Guozhuang house after the Misty School was annihilated. His younger brother, Zhang Xiaohua, was also not at home. He only appeared 2 years ago. The house of the Zhang family was built after Zhang Xiaohu left." "Boss, do I have to say more?" "We've caught a big fish. Zhang Xiaohu must have hidden the assets of the Misty School. That's why the Zhang family is wealthy. The gold used by Zhang Xiaohua was not earned by him. It must have been taken from the Misty School. Let's not talk about the gold and silver. As long as we take away the Zhang family, the Banner Lord will probably give us a lot of rewards." "Boss, you're wise. But I still think we should get the gold and silver first." "Do I need you to say that?" The eldest scolded. Then he looked at the sky and said, "There's still some time before dawn. It's a good time to kill and rob. Quick, do it as soon as possible and return to Shitsui Mountain." "Yes, boss." The youngest waved his hand and said, "Brothers, this is the Guozhuang house. Other than the family in the south of the village, there's only one family in the middle of the village who claims to be the head of the village who is rich. You should think. Stop talking nonsense." The eldest ordered, "We're here to make a fortune. Of course, we have to find rich people. You, go to the head of the family. The rest of you, follow me to the Zhang family and surround them." "Yes." Everyone obeyed the order and entered the village with torches. The bandits of Shitsui Mountain didn't hide their tracks. As soon as they entered the village, the rapid sound of horses' hooves woke the whole village up. Every small courtyard was lit up. "The brothers of Shitsui Mountain are here to do things. Don't be long-winded. Go to sleep." The eldest roared, which was like a thunder in the sky above the Guozhuang house. In an instant, the lights that had been lit were gradually extinguished one by one. Even the lights of the Zhang family were extinguished. However, it didn't take long for the deafening sound of horses' hooves to stop at the door of the house. Then there was the sound of knocking on the door and a noisy voice, "Zhang Kai, old man, give me your gold and silver jewelry. I can spare your life. Or I'll destroy your whole family." Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei trembled. They were so scared that they didn't dare to light up the lights. They whispered, "Old man, how did the bandits of Shitsui Mountain know that we have gold and silver jewelry?" How would I know?" Zhang Kai also trembled. "I didn't tell anyone, even. Mr. Lu didn't tell. What should we do? Will it be the same as Mr. Wu from the neighboring village a few years ago?" Guo Sufei immediately thought of the incident ere the neighboring village was destroyed by the bandits of Shitsui Mountain a few years ago. How would I know?" Zhang Kai lost his sense of propriety. Pa, there was a sound of knocking on the window. The two elders were so scared that they almost jumped up. "Mother, father, are you okay? Come out quickly." Zhang Xiaolong and Lu Qian climbed over the wall. Why are you here? Why didn't you run away?" The two elders trembled and opened the door. At this time, Zhang Xiaolong and Lu Qian were at the door. Xiaohua Ji had also woken up. She stood at the door with a panicked expression. Xiaolong, what should we do? The bandits of Shitsui Mountain are here. Guo Sufei said with a trembling voice. Mother, don't be afraid, don't be afraid. If they came last night, it would be a disaster. But didn't Xiaohua come back tonight? There's him, too. Oh right, Xiaohua. Guo Sufei and Zhang Kai suddenly realized that their youngest son was at home. But then, the two panicked again. If I had known earlier, the bandits would have come last night. Xiaohua, my poor Xiaohua. She just came home, and encountered these disasters. The knocking on the door became louder. The bandits had already started to pry open the door. Those with slightly better martial arts were already thinking about how to climb over the wall. Fortunately, the wall between the two courtyards of the Zhang family was very short. The surrounding walls were quite high. For a while, the bandits couldn't enter. Mother, take this. Zhang Xiaolong handed over 2 jade slips. What is this? Guo Sufei asked curiously. Mother, did you forget? This was given by Xiaohua when she left last time. She said that it can be used for defense. I even tried it. I remember. Guo Sufei immediately took out a jade slip from her jacket and said, I also have it with me, but I just forgot. Mother, quickly crush it. Lu Qian urged. Okay. At this moment, Guo Sufei obeyed. She exerted force in her fingers and crushed the jade talisman. A faint light that was invisible to the naked eye flashed and a defensive light barrier appeared around Guo Sufei. Here, Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaolong handed the 2 jade slips to Ji Xiaohua. Ji Xiaohua took one and was about to crush it. Not this. Zhang Xiaolong hurriedly stopped her. The red one can be used to get angry. It can be used on the bandits. This one is for your own use. Yes, young master. Xiaohua still didn't forget to address Zhang Xiaolong. When the 5 of them crushed the defensive jade slips, Zhang Xiaolong just distributed the remaining jade slips in his hand to everyone. The door of the Zhang family was pried open by the bandits. More than 10 people swarmed in and surrounded the 5 of them. There were some lights outside the wall. They should be the bandits who were guarding outside. When the leader entered the courtyard, he immediately stared at Lu Qian like a wolf who saw a little white rabbit. Zhang Xiaolong frowned and blocked Lu Qian behind him. The boss coughed and looked at Zhang Kai, who turned pale with fright. He smiled and said, Old Master Zhang, I'm not talented. I'm living in Shichui Mountain. I heard that your family has some extra money. Can you share some with us? Zhang Kai said angrily, Who told you that my family is rich? Look at our Guozhuang house. Which family is rich? They're all so poor that they can't even make a sound. Are you guys mistaken? Old man, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. I am talking to you nicely, but you are not honest. Forget it, forget it. Brothers, let's capture these people first and search the house. I don't believe that the disciples of the Misty School did not leave money for their family before escaping. Oh, right, that little girl must be gentle. If she is tactful, she may become your sister-in-law in the future. The leader said lecherously. Ha ha ha, everyone laughed. A few of them stepped forward, please vote monthly, please vote recommendation, please collect, please tip, thank you. Come to vote recommendation and monthly. Chapter 1065. Inside the small house, Zhang Xiaohua was sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed. She didn't know what was happening outside. Little Black and Little Yellow had already woken up when the West Jade Mountain bandits knocked on the door. However, they only opened their eyes lazily, as if everything in the distance had nothing to do with them. They closed their eyes again to enjoy the starlight. After listening to their boss's vulgar words, the bandits burst into laughter. A few of them quickly stepped forward with weapons in their hands, ready to threaten Zhang Kai and the others. Zhang Xiaolong was furious. He flicked his hand and threw out a jade talisman. What is this? That bandit's eyes were sharp and his hands were nimble. He grabbed it and looked at it carefully under the light of the fire. He laughed and said, "Big brother, you really found the right person. Look, this is a piece of top-grade jade. This guy actually threw it to me. TSK, I knew it. The Misty School's money must be here," the boss said with a smile. Ji Xiaohua was careful. Seeing that Zhang Xiaolong's jade talisman didn't work, she didn't rush to throw out her own jade talisman. She waited for a bandit to come closer and threw the jade talisman at the bandit's body. Ha! The bandit saw it and couldn't help but laugh. This kid also has a jade talisman. TSK, I was also hit by the jade talisman. Estimating that he couldn't catch the jade talisman, the bandit simply didn't catch it. He only used his body to block it and prepared to catch it with his hands to prevent the jade talisman from falling and breaking. Who knew that when the jade talisman hit the bandit's body, there was a light, "pa" sound. A faint red spark suddenly appeared and instantly ignited the bandit's clothes. What is this? The bandit's greedy eyes that stared at the jade talisman instantly turned into surprise. When he waved his hands to slap the flame, his hands were also ignited by the flame. His eyes turned into fear. The flame in the jade talisman wasn't like normal fire. It burned very quickly. When the bandit's hands were ignited, it had already burned through his clothes and was burning his skin. "Boss, this is a little weird, it hurts, hurry and save me." The bandit shouted and ran to his boss's side. The other bandits who were pouncing on Zhang Kai and the others were also frightened. While they were in a daze, Zhang Xiaolong, Lu Qian, and the others each threw out the jade talismans in their hands. Pa, another 4 light sounds were heard. The other 4 were also set on fire. In an instant, it became lively. No one shouted. In the courtyard, they wanted to put out the fire. The bandits saw that the flames were strange, so they did not dare to go forward. Several people picked up the buckets next to the stove, scooped up the water from the water tank, and poured it on the 5 people. It would be better if they did not water it, but if they did, it would be worse. The Zhang family's water tank was filled with mountain spring water, which was rich in the energy of heaven and earth. Now that it was poured on the fire, wouldn't it be adding fuel to the fire? The fire on the 5 of them burned even more fiercely. But then, in the space of a few breaths, the 5 of them lay on the ground, no longer struggling. A moment later, the 5 of them were reduced to ashes, along with their weapons. At this time, the 5 clusters of flames were slowly extinguished. The 5 of them died very quickly. The boss had just thought of running away when the 5 of them were reduced to ashes. Run! This was the boss's first thought. But before he could turn around, a few footsteps came from outside the door. A few of the bandits who had gone to the clan leader's house earlier walked in with bloody weapons in their hands and a few big packages. They laughed and said, "Big brother, the harvest is quite bountiful, here you are." What they saw were the pale faces of more than 10 bandits. Run! The boss didn't have time to explain in detail and was about to urge them. Why run? Did you succeed? The bandits didn't think much of it. But when they saw that the bandits were empty-handed, they laughed and said, "We haven't entered the alley yet. Why are you leaving? You." The boss was angry. He was about to leave first, but his eyes turned and he said, "I'll leave them to you. If you capture the 5 of them, I'll give you an extra 10%. Really? Boss, you're the one who said it. The bandits threw the packages on the ground. They must be filled with gold, silver, and jewels. Then, they took the bloody weapons and ran forward. The boss's eyes were wide open. His feet were also in a running posture. If Zhang Xiaolong threw out the strange jade piece again, he would be the first to run. Who knew that when the bandits were close, Zhang Xiaolong didn't throw it out? Lu Qian whispered, Xiaolong, didn't Xiaohua give you a lot? Where did you put it? This. Zhang Xiaolong's face was red. Don't they have to pull it in spring and autumn? I used the jade talisman to light the fire. Lu Qian was so angry that she almost wanted to kick him. But at this time, the bandit was close. He looked back at the boss and said with a sinister smile, Big brother, I helped you capture the little girl. If you have used her before, can you give it to me? Seeing that there was no jade talisman, the boss was emboldened. He nodded and said, Capture her first. Everything is up to you. Yes. The bandit took the order and reached out to grab Lu Qian's arm. Who knew that when the bandit's hand touched Lu Qian's arm, a flexible force immediately appeared and flicked his hand to the side. Strange. The bandit said and tried to grab again. But he was still blocked. The remaining bandits were like him. They couldn't even touch the Zhang family. One of the bandits was angry. He picked up the bloody weapon and slashed at Zhang Xiaolong. But, the weapon was like a hand. When it reached Zhang Xiaolong's neck, it seemed to be unable to cut further. Zhang Xiaolong was so scared that he closed his eyes and shrunk his neck. How can this be? The bandits were dumbfounded. They raised their weapons and slashed at the 5 people. But there seemed to be an invisible wall around the 5 people, blocking the weapons. They couldn't hurt the 5 people at all. The bandits were dumbfounded. Guo Sufei and Zhang Kai's faces gradually regained color. They felt more at ease because Zhang Xiaohua gave them a lot of defensive jade talismans that day. She was afraid that they would cause trouble, so she gave them less offensive jade talismans. It seemed that even if 1 jade talisman couldn't kill them, 2 or 3 jade talismans would be no problem. Boss, what should we do? The bandits were a little discouraged. The boss looked at the 5 people standing in front of the door and scratched his head. He couldn't catch them and couldn't cut them. It was really difficult. Was this the secret skill of the Misty School? Suddenly, the boss's eyes lit up. He waved his hand and said, Since we can't catch them, we can tie them up with ropes. As long as we capture them to Shitsu Mountain, I don't believe that their secret skill will protect them for a lifetime. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaolong and the other 4 people were shocked. The bandit was right. The 5 of them couldn't touch them, but, after all, they could tie them up with ropes or throw them on horses or carriages. When they reached Shitsu Mountain, no matter how many jade talismans they had, there would be a time when they ran out. Lu Qian's eyes turned quickly. Suddenly, she saw the hut and had a plan in mind. She kicked Zhang Xiaolong with her foot and glanced at the hut. Zhang Xiaolong saw it and immediately understood. The jade talismans were given by Zhang Xiaohua. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua was in the hut. As long as Zhang Xiaohua woke up and threw a few fire talismans, who would be afraid of the bandits? But he looked at the sky. It seemed that there was still some time before dawn. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaolong stepped forward and said, Heroes, listen to me. What? Kid, are you afraid? If you have something to say it quickly. The boss saw that his intimidation was effective and said proudly. Gentlemen, you're only here for money. Although my Zhang family doesn't have much money, if you gentlemen are willing, you can take all the money. As long as you spare the lives of the 5 members of my family, everything is negotiable. Good. This is a hero, sensible and knows when to advance and retreat. The boss clapped his hands. Thank you for your praise. Zhang Xiaolong said with a smile. In the next room, there are a few jade hairpins in the dressing box. At the bottom left corner of the Kong, there is a piece of mud brick. Take it down. There are a few banknotes inside. You, go and take a look. The boss was a little worried. Although Zhang Xiaolong didn't say much, he still asked someone to take it. Sure enough, the bandit came back quickly with the things Zhang Xiaolong just said in his hand. Is there anything else? The boss smiled. This. Zhang Xiaolong hesitated and said, in the woodshed in the south, there is a shabby wooden box on the ground against the west wall. There are a few banknotes inside. Hey, Lu Qian said in surprise, Zhang Xiaolong, why are there banknotes in the woodshed? Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, Madam, don't blame me. That is my private stash. You dare to hide your private stash. Father, mother, you must uphold justice for me. Lu Qian actually started to cry at this time. Hee, little girl, you see, your husband actually hid his private stash behind your back. Maybe he is hiding a mistress in a golden house. This person is no longer reliable. I think it is better for you to come with me. We can enjoy ourselves in Shichui Mountain. The boss took the opportunity to say. Is that so? You are right, but being a bandit is really hard. I have to be on the edge. I am afraid I can't take it. Lu Qian said sweetly. I will let little girl know that I am not. Speaking until here, the boss seemed to have realized something and stopped talking. He looked at the bandit next to him and scolded, why are you still not going to find your private stash? However, after a long time, the bandit came back empty-handed and said, Boss, I found the box, but there is no private stash. Impossible. Zhang Xiaolong shouted, I put it there myself yesterday. Then he realized and turned back, you even took my private stash. Hee, Lu Qian sneered, you think I don't know? I have already seen through your disloyalty. Now that all your private stash is gone, I will see how you go out. Zhang Xiaolong glared at her, the boss looked at the sky and scolded, stop arguing. If you continue to argue, you will be put on the carriage. Zhang Xiaolong and Lu Qian stopped talking and looked at the sky worriedly. Old boy, quickly say it. Your eldest son has already said it. If you don't say it, he will say it in vain. I will also take all of you away. Zhang Kai seemed to have understood Zhang Xiaolong's meaning at this time. He also thought for a while and said, I do have some savings. You go and get it later. Sure enough, following Zhang Kai's words, the bandits found a lot of banknotes in the central room and Zhang Kai's east room. However, these banknotes were not as rich as what they had just obtained from the patriarch's house. Old bastard. The boss was angry. He looked at the black marks on the ground and laughed nastily. I lost a few lives here, and you're still so stingy. Forget it, I don't want your money, and I won't take you guys with me. He turned back and shouted, brothers, chase these 5 people into the central room. Let's set a fire. I want to see if it can burn you all to death. Please vote monthly, please vote recommendation, please collect, please tip, thank you. Chapter 1066. When Zhang Kai and the others heard this, their expressions changed. 2 years ago, they had tested the power of the jade talisman in front of Zhang Xiaohua. At that time, they had used hose and wooden sticks to test it, but they had never used fire. Could this jade talisman withstand fire? Seeing that his threat was effective, the boss laughed sinisterly, I know that your son is a disciple of some misty school. It is normal for him to have these strange things in his hands. I am only after money. If you hand over the gold and silver, I will spare your lives. Zhang Kai looked at Guo Sufei, then at Zhang Xiaolong, and then at the sky. He gritted his teeth and said, Hero, since you have said it so clearly, Xiaolong, go, dig out those things for the heroes. What things? Guo Sufei blurted out. Lu Qian was also stunned. She blinked at her mother-in-law, thinking that this was also an act just like before. Who knew that Zhang Xiaolong pulled Xiaohua and said, Xiaohua, come here. Xiaohua did not know what was going on. She followed Zhang Xiaolong to the corner of the wall. The bandits surrounding them had greedy eyes and quickly moved aside. The two of them walked to the corner of the wall and picked up two hoes. They turned around and went to the small house where Zhang Xiaohua was. The small house was by the wall and there was no light at all. Therefore, the bandits did not even look at it. Seeing the two of them enter the small house, the bandits were happy. Needless to say, the things must be there. Lu Qian's face was ashen. She had been nervous all this time, but she insisted on not looking at the small house because her son, Zhang Bairen, was inside. She had been trying her best to stay calm and put on an act to make the bandits pay attention to her and ensure her son's safety. Now that she saw Zhang Xiaolong going to the house, her heart was beating wildly. She shouted, Xiaolong, you, Guo Sufei was the same. She glared at Zhang Kai and was secretly worried about her Zhang Xiaohua. When Zhang Xiaolong and Ji Xiaohua entered the hut, Zhang Xiaolong immediately rushed to the Kong in the dark. He didn't care whether Zhang Xiaohua would be possessed by the devil or not. He pulled him down from the Kong and threw him into the broken cupboard at the corner of the Kong. Then he threw Byron into Zhang Xiaohua's arms. Little Black and Little Yellow waved their hands and moved them to their sides. Zhang Xiaolong also pulled a quilt over their heads. Little Black and Little Yellow opened their eyes, but when they saw that it was Zhang Xiaolong, they ignored him and closed their eyes again. Just as Zhang Xiaolong was done, the bandits' torches entered the hut. Someone lives in this house? The bandit looked around. I'm the one who lives here. Ji Xiaohua answered honestly. Yes. The bandit looked around and didn't suspect anything. After all, the bandit disguised as a beggar only found out that there were 5 people in the Zhang family. Is it underground? The boss entered the hut and looked down at the ground. He frowned. Yes, hero. But you must keep your promise. As long as you take away the treasures, you don't need our lives. Zhang Xiaolong asked as a matter of routine. The bandit boss also answered as a matter of routine, I'm a man of my word. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been sent here by the chief. You can rest assured. Sigh. Zhang Xiaolong sighed. He spat on his palms and weakly dug on the ground of the hut. You, call Xiaohua Ji. Hurry up. Seeing that Zhang Xiaolong was slow, the bandit instructed Xiaohua Ji. Xiaohua Ji was holding a hoe. She walked to Zhang Xiaolong's side and started digging. Although she didn't know what Zhang Xiaolong meant, she worked with Zhang Xiaolong on a daily basis. She could tell that Zhang Xiaolong didn't use any strength. Of course, she did her work lightly. After half a meal's time, they only managed to dig a shallow hole in the ground of the hut. You. The bandit boss saw this and wanted to threaten them. But looking at the gradually brightening sky, he waved his hand and said, You two come here and help them. The two bandits took over Zhang Xiaolong and Xiaohua Ji's hoes and started digging with all their might. Youngest, how's the situation in the village? The boss didn't forget to ask. Boss, don't worry. This village is no different from other villages. They are all timid. No one dares to make a sound. They can't wait for us to rob the Zhang family and leave quickly. Oh right, boss, this. I didn't see the Zhang family's little boy in the next house. The boss looked up and looked at Zhang Xiaolong. Where did your son go? Zhang Xiaolong rolled his eyes and didn't answer at all. The boss was annoyed. Just as he was about to scold him, he heard the sound of the hose in front of him hitting the wooden planks. "Boss, found it," the bandit said excitedly. "Quick, come and help." The boss waved his hand and the bandits picked up all kinds of weapons and came over. They had already forgotten about asking about Zhang Bairen. Not long after, a huge box was dug out of the ground by the bandits. Although these bandits were already prepared, when they saw the gold in the box, they were still stunned for a long time. "Pa!" The boss slapped the face of the bandit next to him. The bandit woke up with a start and held his face. "Boss, what's wrong? Does it hurt?" the boss asked. "Of course, it hurts. Are you dreaming? Boss, can't you use your face to test it?" The bandit mumbled and couldn't help but continue to stare at the gold. "Quick, it's almost dawn. Don't let too many people find out. Quickly take all the gold." The boss confirmed that this was not a dream. He was so happy that his voice was trembling. He nagged, "Everyone take some and divide it when we get to Shitsui Mountain. Damn it, if I knew that the Zhang family was so rich, I would have brought a big carriage over. I have lived for so many years, but I have never seen so much gold. I'm afraid that Zhang Xiaohu will take all the gold from the Misty School." When the bandits saw this, they all went forward and took the sacks to take away all the gold. Guo Sufei and Lu Qian, who were standing outside the door, were already in a daze. They did not know that their family was actually so rich. After the bandits finished dividing the gold, they turned to Zhang Kai and said, "You old man, you really can pretend. You gave me so many silver notes, but this gold ingot can't even compare to it." Zhang Kai was anxious. He looked at the sky and smiled apologetically. "Hero, please spare our lives. We have a poor life. We took so much gold, but we don't know how to spend it. Now that you have taken it, can we leave now? We promise that we won't report this to the authorities." "Hee, good plan." The boss grinned and looked at Lu Qian. "I only said that I will spare your lives, but I didn't say." Lu Qian was so scared that she took a step back. Zhang Xiaolong quickly said, "Hero, if I give you another box, can you be merciful?" There's more." The bandits were stunned, and the greed in their eyes grew stronger. "Quick, dig again, quickly dig." This time, the boss was smart. He didn't look for Zhang Xiaolong and Ji Xiaohua. Instead, he asked the two bandits to do it themselves. In the time it took to smoke a cigarette, another chest was dug out. When it was opened, a dazzling array of jewelry dazzled everyone. "Dig again." The boss waved his hand decisively. In the time it took to finish a meal, the remaining 3 chests were also dug out. "Take it." The boss didn't have time to be surprised and immediately ordered. But the bandits didn't move. "Nonsense, 3 boxes full of gold and 2 boxes full of jewels. Each box must be at least 2,000 pounds. 5 boxes would be 10,000 pounds. Not to mention whether the sacks could hold it, these bandits each had to take about 500 pounds of gold and jewels. How could they take it? In the past, they were afraid that there was too little gold and jewels. But now, they complained that there was too much gold and jewels. But if they only took 50 pounds, do you think they would be willing? The crazy bandits clenched their teeth. Looking at so much gold and jewels, they couldn't bear to part with them. At this time, the youngest came over and said, "Boss, it seems that we were wrong. You were right. This Misty School's wealth is probably all here." "You think? Damn it, why didn't I bring a carriage?" The boss was extremely regretful. Then, he rolled his eyes and gritted his teeth. "How about this, let's bury these boxes first." Why? The bandits didn't want to. How could they bear to bury them? Idiot, we can't take them away. Why don't we bury them? The boss said angrily, quick. You three quickly bury the boxes. The boss pointed and waved the weapon in his hand. He said fiercely, the rest of you, take your weapons and chase these 5 people to the central room. Dozens of bandits divided the work and chased Zhang Kai and the other 4 to the central room. Are you done? The boss asked. Yes. Good, then prepare to set fire. The boss grinned. Set fire? The youngest asked curiously, Boss, you don't want that girl anymore? Nonsense, with so much gold and silver, where can't you find a beautiful girl? Besides, the Misty School has all the gold, silver, and jewelry. Zhang Xiaohu must be someone in the Misty School. Although the Misty School is gone now, there's no guarantee that someone will come looking for her in the future. Why would I keep her around? Then let's just kill them all. Nonsense, aren't I killing them now? Can you kill them with a knife? Boss grumpily said, let's set the Zhang family on fire first. First, we can burn them to death. Second, we can cover up the traces of our digging. After 2 days, when no one is paying attention to this place, we'll drive a carriage over and dig up the boxes underground. Brilliant. Everyone gave him a thumbs up. In the central room, everyone was burning with anxiety. Looking at the gradually brightening window sill, they hoped that Zhang Xiaohua would wake up quickly, but they were also afraid that Zhang Xiaohua would be no match for the bandits when she woke up and would die for nothing. Hearing the vicious plan of the bandits of Shitsui Mountain, everyone's heart sank. The house must be burned, and Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Byron's lives would not be spared. With a bang, the bandits threw the torches in their hands on the pile of wheat straw next to the house. The fire immediately burned fiercely, and in a moment, the house was set ablaze. At this time, the sky was bright, and the sun shone into the house like fire. Please cast a monthly vote, please cast a recommendation vote, please collect, please tip, thank you. Chapter 1067. The sunlight shot into the house like an arrow, and the fire soared to the sky. It was as high as the morning sun. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly opened his eyes. There was no emotion in his eyes. Then, his eyelids moved, and a ray of golden light flashed from his eyes. Where am I? Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly. Before he could figure out where he was, he felt a throbbing in his heart. Second brother? Zhang Xiaohua was shocked, but he used his divine sense to scan outside. He immediately became angry. Zhang Xiaohua didn't do anything, but his body soared to the sky. With a loud bang, the roof of the house was immediately broken. Little Black and Little Yellow also flew out of the hole in the roof, but they were extremely confused. They didn't know why their father or mother were so angry. What is that? The bandits of Shitsu Mountain, who had been standing outside the Zhang family's courtyard and were about to get on their horses, were shocked by the sudden sound. They all looked back naturally. They saw Zhang Xiaohua's slender figure flying into the air. He raised his hand, and the 9-grade lotus throne floated in the air. He didn't make any gestures, but a ray of colorful Buddha's light shone down from the lotus throne, covering the entire Zhang family's courtyard. The burning fire was gradually extinguished in the light of Buddha's light, and there wasn't even a wisp of smoke left. Mother, father, brother, sister-in-law? Zhang Xiaohua shouted in the air. Xiaohua. Guo Sufei and others saw that the fire was extinguished and heard their son's voice. They were so happy that they cried and wanted to come out of the house. But at this time, the door of the house was tightly locked by a bronze lock. The 5 of them couldn't open it no matter how hard they tried. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes flashed fiercely. He stretched out his hand and used Chasing Dream. Shua. The bronze lock was cut off. Guo Sufei, Zhang Kai, and others rushed out of the house. When they saw Zhang Xiaohua flying in the air, they were all stunned. Lu Qian woke up the fastest. She shouted Byren and rushed to the house as fast as she could. "Big brother, what's going on?" Zhang Xiaohua shouted in the air, but then she sneered, "No need, big brother, let me ask them." The bandits of Xichui Mountain were scared silly. It was only after Zhang Xiaohua released them that they realized what was going on. The boss had circled around his horse, and without saying a word, he turned his horse around and ran away. When the other dozens of people saw this, they all wished they could get on their six-legged horses and flee in all directions. "Ha ha ha, do you think you can escape?" Zhang Xiaohua was so angry that she laughed. Zhang Xiaohua's chasing dream danced rapidly. Under Zhang Xiaohua's rage, it did not stop at all. Dozens of people. How could dozens of people who didn't even know the basics of Qin Gong be a match for the immortal Dao Imperial Sword technique? In the time it took for Zhang Xiaolong and Ji Xiaohua to run out of the courtyard and onto the street, their throats were pierced by Zhu Meng's sword. They couldn't be more dead. At this moment, Little Black and Little Yellow followed behind the flying sword. They wanted to do something, but, was there any use for them now? Then, Zhang Xiaohua frowned. The flying sword rose again and stabbed the dozens of horses to death. Only then did she fly to the entrance of the village. At this time, the boss who was the first to run away had been stabbed by Zhang Xiaohua's flying sword. He still had a breath of life left. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua flying over, he tried his best to dodge, but he didn't have the strength. He wanted to beg for mercy, but all he spat out was blood. Zhang Xiaohua landed on the ground. Her face was as cold as ice. She stretched out her hand and used ecstasy finger. She put her ear next to the boss's ear. Unfortunately, the boss couldn't say a complete sentence. After listening a few times, he could only say, "Xichui Mountain," clearly. Zhang Xiaohua lifted her leg and kicked the boss's head. The guy's head tilted and he stopped breathing. "Xiaohua, take this guy's gold and jewels back to the central room." "Yes. Yes, young master." Xiaohua Ji was a little scared, but also a little in awe. There was a little eagerness in her eyes. She slowly walked to the boss's side. Zhang Xiaolong was also stunned. The little brother that he had carried since he was young was actually flying in the air. Moreover, with a few white lights that couldn't be seen clearly, dozens of people and dozens of horses were assassinated. And that kick just now was even more handsome. Seeing that Xiaohua Ji was a little slow, Zhang Xiaolong woke up and shouted, "Quick, the villagers will come out soon. Why are you still not moving?" Zhang Xiaolong wasn't afraid of Zhang Xiaohua. He took big strides and took all the things from the horses and the boss's body. Both of their hands were full. "Forget it, let me do it." Zhang Xiaohua walked forward. She stretched out her hand and put all the things into her belt. Then, she threw out 2 jade talismans and set the boss's body and the horse's body on fire. After that, Zhang Xiaohua let Zhang Xiaolong and Ji Xiaohua go home first. She took all the things that the bandits took and burned all the corpses. Then, she walked back to the Zhang family with a solemn face. At this time, the Zhang family's house was overflowing with colorful lights. The Buddhist light protected the courtyard tightly. Zhang Xiaohua stretched out her hand and the 9-grade lotus throne slowly shrank and went into the money bag. Guo Sufei, Zhang Kai, and the rest, as well as Lu Qian who was carrying Zhang Bairen, were all standing in the courtyard in a daze. She knew that her son knew some martial arts, but she didn't expect him to be so fierce. Dozens of lives were gone in just a few breaths. Moreover, no one would have found out if the corpses were destroyed. Xiaohua. After a while, Guo Sufei said, You're not injured, right?" He, Zhang Xiaohua saw her mother's nervousness and walked forward with a smile. How is that possible? Mother, I didn't lose a single hair. Then, she looked at the house that was burned by smoke and smiled bitterly. However, cleaning up the house today will cause me to lose a hair. Pfft, Guo Sufei laughed and said, with your big brother and Xiaohua, you don't have to do it. Zhang Bairen had already woken up and was playing with Little Black and Little Yellow. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua, he seemed to be familiar with her and reached out to Zhang Xiaohua for a hug. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and hugged Zhang Xiaohua in her arms. The two little things also climbed onto Zhang Xiaohua's shoulders. Zhang Xiaohua asked about what happened last night. She pondered for a moment and said, Big brother, you think of a way to explain to the villagers of the Guozhuang house. Today, clean up the house a little. I'll be back soon. You. Where are you going? Guo Sufei asked nervously. It's okay, mother. Since the bandits of Shitsui Mountain know about the Guozhuang house, maybe they will come again in the future. I'll send them away now. But Shitsui Mountain is very far away. Guo Sufei was reluctant to let her son take the risk and said anxiously. It'll be soon, mother. You can cook. I'll be back at noon. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and handed Bairen to Lu Qian. Then, he took out several jade talismans and placed them around the Zhang family's courtyard. Then, he took out several more jade talismans and handed them to Zhang Xiaolong, saying, if bandits come again, you only need to crush these jade talismans, they won't be able to enter the courtyard, and I'll know. Okay. After seeing the power of Zhang Xiaohua's jade talismans, Zhang Xiaolong was very confident and said, are there any more that can set fire? Give me a few. There are a lot. Here they are. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and handed all the fire talismans in the purse to Zhang Xiaolong. Hey! Is this a jade ingot or a jade piece? It looks like a small golden ingot. It looks better than a golden ingot. Lu Qian asked curiously. It's the same, it's the same. Zhang Xiaohua admired her sister-in-law's beauty. At the same time, she wiped the sweat on her head. When Zhang Xiaolong took the fire talismans, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to think of something. She stretched out her hand and asked for a few more. She said, Father, Mother, you can cook first. I'll be back soon. Oh, okay. Xiaohua, be careful. Zhang Kai knew that if Shitsui Mountain was not eliminated, he would not be able to live in peace. He did not stop her. The two little things were taken down from Zhang Xiaohua's shoulders. She secretly said in her heart, Is father good to you? Little Black nodded, but Little Yellow ignored him. Zhang Xiaohua said in her heart, Is mother good to you? This time it was Little Black's turn to nod. Well, since you know that I'm good to you, then if I have a problem, will you help me? The two little things nodded. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei. She said in her heart, This is my father and mother. If they have a problem, I will help. But now I have to go out. You stay here and help them. Listen to them. Do you understand? How to help? It seemed to be Little Yellow asking. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said in her heart, Use your claws to scratch them. Just drive away the people they don't like. Zhang Bairen curiously looked at Zhang Xiaohua and the two little things. When Zhang Xiaohua put the two little things in Zhang Bairen's hands, he withdrew his gaze. Looking at the two little things playing with Zhang Bairen, Zhang Xiaohua nodded slightly. With the two of them at home, Zhang Xiaohua could be a little relieved. Then, Zhang Xiaohua made a gesture to hide her figure. She flew into the air and went straight to Shitsui Mountain. In the small courtyard of the Zhang family, everyone looked at the empty space in front of them blankly. Lu Qian said, Xiaohua. Is he gone? Let's go. Mother. Uncle, is there. Byron smiled and showed a few teeth. He stretched out his hand and pointed at Zhang Xiaohua, who had flown hundreds of feet away. Shitsui Mountain used to be very far away from Zhang Xiaohua. It was so far that she had to ride a horse and follow Zhang Xiaohu. At this moment, seeing the same mountain village under her feet, Zhang Xiaohua did not think too much. She just looked gloomy and stared at the many men below. These men were not the same as the ones Zhang Xiaohua saw before. She remembered that there were old, weak, sick and disabled people. It was not much different from a village. But now, seeing the men training in the square, every one of them was strong and powerful. It immediately attracted Zhang Xiaohua's attention. But when she carefully observed with her spiritual awareness, she saw what was above the gate of the village. She could not help but suck in a breath of cold air, and then her eyes twitched. In front of the gate of the village, there was a row of dozens of wooden shelves. At this time, the shelves were full of corpses wearing various kinds of clothes. The arms of these corpses were tied with ropes, and there was also a rope on the head, hanging on the wooden shelves. Zhang Xiaohua roughly looked. There were hundreds of corpses. Moreover, the clothes were all different. Some were robes, some were short sleeves, and there were also a small number of female corpses. She could not tell their age, but all of them were in tattered clothes. Humph! Zhang Xiaohua snorted coldly. Her figure did not reveal itself, and she floated beside the village. She waited until she had walked through the entire wall of the village and placed the jade talisman at the bottom of the wall. Then, Zhang Xiaohua boldly flew to the back of the stronghold. He had been here before, so he might as well take it that he was familiar with the place. Sure enough, in the gorgeous hall, there were a few people sitting. There was some tea on the table and several people seemed to be discussing something. Sitting at the head of the table was a man who seemed to be the head of the village. His face was somewhat gloomy and his small eyes emitted a vicious light. Senior Brother Zhao, Banner Lord Ma sent people to urge us again. I think, only our Shui Mountain has not sent the things up. If we can't complete this task in time, you and I will not be able to explain ourselves. Another person who was slightly plump had an amiable face and was full of smiles. When he opened his mouth to speak, the corners of his mouth curled up and he looked exactly like a shopkeeper. That person laughed and said, Junior Brother Qi, oh, no, it should be Master Qi. Don't worry, the Mei family of Nanzhao Town is extremely wealthy. We have already captured Minister Mei's family and brought them to Shui Mountain. Why would we be afraid of not handing over the money to Banner Lord? I think, as long as this thing is handed over, I'm afraid the commander will personally commend Master Qi. Master Qi did not look happy, he only shook his head and said, although the Mei family of Nanzhao Town has been captured, but they are not as wealthy as the rumors say. How can we explain ourselves? Hee, Master Qi, don't worry. Last night, I interrogated them overnight. After killing a few people of the Mei family, we have a clue about the money. Senior Brother Zhao, please tell me quickly. I'll let Fort Master know that the Mei family's wealth is hidden in one place and not at home. The Mei family doesn't have any male descendants and only has one daughter named Mei Qinglian. Only Minister Mei and Mei Qinglian know where the treasure is hidden. Minister Mei's body is weak and she died on the way to Shui Mountain. The location of the treasure should be Mei Qinglian's. What about Mei Qinglian? Did you ask her? Master Qi, that Mei Qinglian was not captured. That day, she happened to be visiting a friend and was missed by us. Seeing that Master Qi's expression was not right, Senior Brother Zhao immediately said, however, I have already sent a disciple out and instructed the disciples of the carriage company to not let her escape. That's good. Master Qi's expression eased a little, then he asked, did that bastard Zhang Yuanbua go out again? Where did he go? Master Qi, it's news from the Storm Carriage Company. It seems that there is a big fat sheep in a place called Guozhuang House. Guozhuang House? I've never heard of it. What fat sheep can there be? Desperate patients will turn to any doctor they can find. Master Qi sneered. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua already understood that this was the person he was looking for. Hence, he appeared in the hall. First, he stunned everyone. Then, his figure flashed and pointed at a few people. One by one, he used the bewitching finger to question them. After she finished asking, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes revealed a thoughtful expression. So, this Shichui mountain is no longer the original grassy Shichui mountain. It was actually taken over by some banner master and is just a cover. However, this banner master is really hateful. Originally, although Shichui mountain robbed, they were afraid of the government and did not dare to be too arrogant. They, on the other hand, captured hundreds of people in front of the door, extorted money from them, and then killed them to silence them. And that Storm Carriage Company and Storm Carriage Company also have their informants. No wonder I could get into trouble just by sending a letter. If I did not come back in time, mother, father, big brother and sister-in-law would have been killed. Chapter 1068. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but be furious when she thought about how she had almost caused her family to fall into eternal damnation because of her. He just took the small gold nugget given by Nie Qianyu and exchanged it for some scattered silver to pay for the letter. Unexpectedly, he could cause such a disaster. Then, what about the banner master of Shichui Mountain, who originally had some money, who was coveted by this banner master? Wouldn't that be even more pathetic? After that, Zhang Xiaohua asked about the whereabouts of their banner masters. She did not stop. Just like the previous time, she threw everything in the secret room of the mountain stronghold into her belt. Then, she rose into the air and activated the restrictive spell that she had just set up. Not a single bandit in Shichui Mountain could escape. Then, she threw down the jade talismans in her hand. Immediately, a hell of fire in the human world was born. Under Zhang Xiaohua's control, the fire became even more intense and burned everything. The bandits who were initially calm all fled when they saw that things were not going well. The mountain stronghold had long been surrounded by Zhang Xiaohua's restrictive spell. No one could take a step forward. Instantly, the entire mountain stronghold was in a mess. Heart-wrenching screams, regretful cries before death, and pleas for mercy were all transmitted into Zhang Xiaohua's mind in waves. After a few times, Zhang Xiaohua stretched out her hand and wanted to remove the restrictive spell of the mountain stronghold. However, when she saw the hundreds of unarmed and defenseless corpses on the wooden frame in front of the mountain stronghold, Zhang Xiaohua's hand stopped again. Killing people was not the best method. However, if killing people could save more people, so what if she fell into hell after death? Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua understood. She sat cross-legged in the air again. The traces of the heavenly way that had not been activated for a long time in her mind slowly activated. The way of life and death, the hand of karma, both of them influenced each other and moved at the same time. The screams gradually faded away. There seemed to be some Sanskrit chanting and some chanting of sutras. Zhang Xiaohua's figure gradually disappeared, slowly blending into the world. After an unknown period of time, Zhang Xiaohua's figure flashed again. The Zhang Xiaohua who opened her eyes didn't look any different from before, but the starry sky of the heavenly Tao in her body was a little clearer. Her cultivation of the heavenly Tao had improved again. Zhang Xiaohua sighed as she looked at the almost non-existent village that had been reduced to ashes. If I had known this would happen, why did I do it in the first place? But at the same time, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to recall what she had said in her dream, if I had known this would happen, I would have done it in the first place. Cause and effect and cause, how similar they are. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head slightly and put away the jade talismans around the village. She then turned around and flew back to the Guozhuang house. But when she arrived at the Guozhuang house, Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Although the house in the Zhang family's courtyard had been repaired, the courtyard was miserable and deserted. Guo Sufei and Zhang Kai were sitting in the courtyard. Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohua were repairing the broken roof of the house. Lu Qian was guarding beside Bai Ren, looking at the door from time to time. Only Bai Ren was holding a small wooden stick, but at this time, she was looking for earthworms. Why is this? Zhang Xiaohua thought and landed. Little uncle? Bai Ren called out very clearly this time and raised his head to look at Zhang Xiaohua. Xiaohua? Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei were startled awake. Zhang Xiaolong and Xiaohua also called out. Of course, when she saw Zhang Xiaohua standing in the courtyard, Guo Sufei couldn't help but wipe her tears. What's wrong? Mother, is the meal not ready yet? Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously. Cook. Zhang Kai scolded, you have been out for a day and a night, why are you still cooking? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and immediately understood. She had only comprehended the heavenly Tao for a moment, but a day and a night had passed. The immortal Tao, indeed, it was the immortal Tao. Hee, so it's like this. Mother, I suddenly practiced martial arts. I didn't expect it to be so long. I'm fine, you see. Zhang Xiaohua turned left and right, stretched out her arms and said. Good, as long as you're fine. Guo Sufei smiled and said, Mother will cook for you. No need. Mother, I basically don't eat anything now. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, by the way, I forgot. I have excellent tea here. Father, Mother, try it. By the way, Mr. Lu, can you come and try it too? Zhang Kai said, my in-law came yesterday and waited for you for a day. He comforted us and said that you must be fine. He should be here soon. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, Mother, I still have to go out for a while. Oh, I promise, I will be back before noon this time. What? You still want to go out? Guo Sufei didn't agree. Mother, although the bandits of Shitsui Mountain have been killed by me, but there are still people behind them. If I don't vent this anger, my heart will not be at ease. It will not be good for my future cultivation. Zhang Xiaohua was afraid that her mother wouldn't let her go out, so she simply mentioned cultivation. The bandits of Shitsui Mountain? You killed them all? Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaolong were surprised. And, not even chickens and dogs were left alive. Zhang Xiaohua didn't seem to hide it. Isn't it too cruel? Lu Qian couldn't bear it. Zhang Xiaohua told her about the hundreds of corpses in front of the stronghold. Guo Sufei was the first to clap her hands. Good, son, let's do it. Back then, Mr. Wu from the neighboring village was such a good person, but he was killed by them until his family was ruined. It wouldn't hurt to kill 10,000 of them. Then. I'll go now. Mother, I'll be back in a while. Good. Go quickly and come back quickly. Guo Sufei was unusually straightforward. Okay. Zhang Xiaohua was delighted. He made a hand gesture and flew away. Uncle. Zhang Bairen pointed out Zhang Xiaohua's location with great precision again. From the so-called Shitsui Mountain stronghold chief, Zhang Xiaohua found out that their banner lord was in the Evil Tiger Manor between Lutown and Pingyang City. In fact, if it was in the past, Zhang Xiaohua would have only killed all the bandits in Shitsui Mountain to vent her anger. The so-called banner lord might not have pursued the matter. However, it was different this time. First, Zhang Xiaohu was poisoned by Nun Jingyi, which provoked Zhang Xiaohua to scold Nun Jingyi as an old beggar. Then, her family was harassed by bandits who disguised themselves as Shitsui Mountain bandits and almost lost their lives. This made Zhang Xiaohua very angry. Moreover, the stronghold chief mentioned something about Banner Lord and Evil Tiger Manor. It seemed to be related to the manor with a tiger painted on it that Zhang Xiaohua met Little Orange 2 years ago. Wasn't the banner lord the one who provoked the bronze-masked old man? If it was the same background, she wanted to see what it was. Ever since this humble Daoist made his debut, this humble Daoist has never suffered such a huge loss. Since you have provoked this humble Daoist, I can only use your blood to make up for it. Zhang Xiaohua thought as he flew. As expected, after flying for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua lowered her body slightly and realized that the surrounding roads were very familiar. Even the small mountain village where she met Yu Dai was still there. Enemies will not meet unless they are enemies. This saying is really true. When he flew close to the evil tiger manor, in his divine sense, an old man wearing a bronze mask seemed to be talking to a green-clothed man outside the western wall of the evil tiger manor. After that, the green-clothed man cupped his hands, looked left and right, and leaped into the air. Using his movement technique, he directly passed through the forest and flew in the opposite direction of Zhang Xiaohua. The face of this man in green. I seem to have seen him somewhere before. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and thought to herself. However, although she could see him with her divine sense, she was still a distance away from the evil tiger manor. When she reached the evil tiger manor, the man in green clothes had already gone far away. The old man with the bronze mask had also returned to the hall that Zhang Xiaohua had come to before. Revisiting an old place, definitely revisiting an old place. However, this time, Zhang Xiaohua easily arrived outside the hall. She stood quietly and looked at the old man with interest. Although the old man's face couldn't be seen clearly, he stood up from time to time and looked around. She knew that this person's mood was very uneasy. It was as if he could feel that someone was watching him. However, the old man walked to Zhang Xiaohua's side and looked carefully. He couldn't find any trace of her. Then, he sat back down and waved his hand and shouted, "Banner Leader Ma." A short and fat middle-aged man answered and entered. He said in a low voice, reporting to Commander, "Your subordinate is here." "How is the martial arts assembly of the fragrant cult? It's already been half a month, why hasn't there been any news?" Please wait a moment, Banner Leader. The Church of Fragrance is a little far from here. Sending a messenger pigeon is faster than sending an urgent message on horseback. Half a month should be enough. Your subordinate estimates that it should be within the next few days. It's taking you so long to send a message. I don't know what you're all doing, the old man scolded. Also, have you prepared the valuables I asked for? Banner Leader Ma said with a crying face, reporting to Commander, "Your secondary valuables are really too much. Your subordinate has already prepared them for a long time, but we still can't get them. Now, only Shichui Mountain has yet to be delivered, but Shichui Mountain is under the cover of mountain bandits. There are only a few small mountain villages around them. According to Master Bai, we've already done our best and forced a lot of local tyrants to their deaths, but it's still not enough." Banner Leader Ma, I'm not an unreasonable person. Last time, when Deputy Commander suddenly went missing at your evil tiger manor and was suspected to have been killed, I didn't pursue the matter. Also, I listened to you and didn't do anything to those people who messed up my plans. Many thanks for your understanding, Commander. Your subordinate is indeed responsible for what happened to Deputy Commander, but it was definitely done by a lot of government officials. Commander is as wise as the sea and knows that you still need this evil tiger manor, which is why you didn't do anything. It has nothing to do with me. I know. That's your good intentions. However, we are indeed in urgent need of money and supplies this time. If you can complete this task, I'll definitely promote you to Deputy Commander. Banner Leader Ma smiled bitterly, but still bowed and said, "Your subordinate will go and urge them to send Shichui Mountain's valuables over first." "No need." An unfamiliar voice rang out from outside the hall. "I've already destroyed Shichui Mountain. Their valuables are all with me. The bronze-masked old man and banner leader Ma were shocked. They looked up and saw a tall and thin young man slowly walking in with his hands behind his back. Please vote monthly, please vote recommendation, please bookmark, please tip, thank you. Chapter 1069. You. Who are you? Banner Master Ma was shocked. He pulled out his sword and berated. Me? You don't need to know my name. You only need to know that I'm here to take your lives. Zhang Xiaohua sneered. Hee, this Xiaoxia is able to easily enter my hall. His martial arts must be very high. Did you hear what I said just now? The bronze-masked commander said with a smile. Yes. Zhang Xiaohua didn't hide anything. I was wondering why I was so distracted. I felt like someone was spying on me, but I couldn't find who it was. Xiaoxia's lightness kung fu is top-notch in Jianghu. The commander still had a smile on his face. He didn't care. Ha ha ha. Zhang Xiaohua also laughed. She took out Zhu Meng from her bosom and said, Didn't I already say it? I'm here to take your lives. Could it be that old man's ears aren't working well? Strange, I have no enmity with you. Why are you shouting, kill, as soon as you come? She couldn't see the old man's expression under the bronze mask. She only saw the old man take 2 steps back and put his hand on his waist. Noisy. Didn't I say that I came from Xichui Mountain? Zhang Xiaohua sneered and stabbed with her sword. When Banner Master Ma saw this, he couldn't help but sneer. Zhang Xiaohua's body was full of openings. He could easily break this sword move. Banner Master Ma's right hand trembled. He didn't forget to wave his sword as he faced the enemy. Then, his sword flicked against Zhang Xiaohua's small sword. It seemed that Zhang Xiaohua's sword move was sloppy and ordinary. She was able to flick Zhu Meng to the side with one strike. The bronze-masked old man saw this from behind Banner Master Ma. He was a bit puzzled, but he was also relieved. He put his hand down from his waist. Immediately after, Banner Leader Ma took a step forward and swung his sword downwards, stabbing towards Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder. At this moment, Chasing Dream, who had landed beside Banner Leader Ma, suddenly stopped falling and suddenly rose up. Like a venomous snake that had been awakened, it spat out its tongue and flew towards the bronze-masked old man. The old man was shocked. Zhu Meng was already in front of him. He raised his left hand to grab Zhu Meng, but, just as he thought that he had already grabbed hold of Zhu Meng, his vision blurred. Zhu Meng split into 2, dodging his left hand, and was already incomparably fast. Ah! The command master nearly cried out. His feet exerted force, and his body rapidly retreated. At the same time, his right hand reached out. However, just as his right hand blocked in front of him, before he could make another move, the 2 sword lights separated again and transformed into 4 sword lights. In the blink of an eye, the bronze-masked command master's chest was pierced with 4 tiny holes. Just as the command master cried out in shock, Banner Leader Ma was also alarmed. The sword in his hand didn't stop and was already nearing Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder. He tilted his head slightly, wanting to see what the command master was shocked about. At the same time, Zhang Xiaohua's body moved and disappeared from under his sword. Immediately after, she appeared in front of the command master and stretched out her hand to stop the bleeding around the command master's wound. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua appear in front of the command master, it was Banner Leader Ma's turn to be shocked this time. He naturally turned his head back to see if there was anyone in front of his sword. Yes, he was sure that the place his sword was pointing at was empty. However, at the same time, he felt a chill at his throat. A sword light flashed past the corner of his eyes. Hearing Banner Leader Ma's corpse fall to the ground with a plop, Zhang Xiaohua didn't turn her head back. She hurriedly stretched out her finger again and used the bewitching finger to ask about the command master. So it's called the Azure Flame Token. No wonder you call yourself the command master. This Azure Flame Token is actually a secret organization of the Righteous Alliance. The deputy command master I killed last time was the 8th deputy chief of the Righteous Alliance, Nan Yuntian? It seems. I remember now. He was the master of Qiu Shidao whom Qin Shiyue killed. This person was the 7th deputy chief of the Righteous Alliance, Jiang Yan. Righteous Alliance, although I wanted to go against you, I didn't have the chance. I didn't expect that 2 years ago, I had already killed a deputy chief of your Righteous Alliance. Zhang Xiaohua sneered and thought to herself, moreover, that sinister array was also set up for the Righteous Alliance's Zhang San. Zhang San, I heard that you are a martial artist. Why did you use this sinister array? The Evil Tiger Gang was originally a small gang. But later on, they were controlled by Wan Jianfeng. After Wan Jianfeng was destroyed by the Righteous Alliance, they returned to the Righteous Alliance. The Righteous Alliance saw that this place was secretive and placed the Azure Flame Token here to do some things that the Righteous Alliance couldn't do. Righteous Alliance are Righteous Alliance, you do one thing in the open and another in the dark. What qualifications do you have to be called the Righteous Alliance? This Azure Flame Token. No matter if it is a hero of the pugilistic world or a commoner, as long as they are unfavorable to the Righteous Alliance, they will all be killed. As long as they do some shady things, everyone under this token has the blood of innocent commoners on their hands. By the time Jiang Yan finished speaking, Zhang Xiaohua's face was already covered with frost. What he hated the most was the strong bullying the weak in the pugilistic world. They used their martial arts to enslave the commoners and built their benefits on the lives of commoners. If it was a vendetta in the pugilistic world, he might not care. But this Azure Flame Token, after Jiang Yan breathed his last, Zhang Xiaohua showed no mercy. She concealed herself and killed all the people of the Evil Tiger clan. Then she entered the underground hall. At this time, there was a huge amount of gold, silver and jewels placed in the hall. Presumably, they were all for the Righteous Alliance. Zhang Xiaohua did not stand on ceremony and took them all. She filled her purse and belt to the brim. There was no more space. After setting the Evil Tiger Manor on fire, Zhang Xiaohua made a hand seal and flew up into the air. Just as she was about to fly back to the Guozhuang house, she suddenly thought, according to Jiang Yan, the Azure Flame Token received the order from the Ethereal Mountain Villa. At this time, the Ethereal Mountain Villa is under the control of the 6th Alliance leader called Ban Fugue. This order was passed down by him. Moreover, the Righteous Alliance still has 4 consecrators guarding the Ethereal Mountain Villa. Since they are to be killed, the people who gave the order must also be killed. If it wasn't for them, would the Shichui Mountain Villa have harmed the innocent? If I only kill the people who acted and ignore the people who gave the order, wouldn't I be a person who started off strong but ended weak? I don't know if second brother and the others have arrived. It's a good opportunity to lend him a hand. Zhang Xiaohua changed her direction and headed towards Pingyang City. In less than 4 hours, the Ethereal Mountain Villa had already appeared in her divine sense. At this time, the Ethereal Mountain Villa was already filled with killing shouts and sabers flashing and swords flashing. Zhang Xiaohua was greatly embarrassed. Previously when she met Zhang Xiaohu, she still said that she would help him. It seemed that the trip back home had wasted a lot of time. If not for the news that the Azure Flame Token was a subordinate of the Righteous Alliance from the Evil Tiger clan, wouldn't she have already returned to the Guozhuang house? Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohua had given Zhang Xiaohu a jade talisman and it was very easy to find the location of Zhang Xiaohu, Chang'e, and Chen Chen. The 3 of them were at a corner of the Ethereal Mountain Villa and were protected by the disciples of the Misty School. Although the disciples of the Righteous Alliance were ferocious, their lives were not in danger. After taking a closer look, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but frown. The disciples of the Misty School were clearly divided into two groups. One group was led by Zhang Xiaohu and had just attacked the foot of the ethereal mountain. They were entangled with some disciples of the Righteous Alliance. These disciples of the Misty School were also what Zhang Xiaohua had seen at Shixin Peak. The other group was the disciples of the Fragrance Cult. At this time, they were also wearing the Misty School's uniform and were led by Ming Qing. Their martial arts were obviously better than the disciples of the Misty School, and they had already attacked halfway up the ethereal mountain. In the square of the ethereal mountain villa, Aunt Qin was still leading some female disciples of the Mingcue Hall to clean up the remaining disciples of the Righteous Alliance near the meeting hall. At the top of the ethereal mountain villa, there were still countless disciples of the Righteous Alliance waiting information. Looking at the short and fat old man at the top of the mountain and the four weirdly dressed old men beside him, Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly. He didn't quite understand what Nun Jingyi meant. Based on what Nun Jingyi knew, she shouldn't know the strength of Li Jian and the others and only treated them as useless people. Then, with Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng, the two inner disciples, they could each deal with one, but there were still 3 consecrators. Even if Aunt Qin dealt with one more, Ding Chao, Du Feng, and the others dealt with one more, Zhang Xiaohu and Chang'e wouldn't be able to deal with the remaining consecrator. Moreover, the blue flame token was not too far away from the Taowu mountain villa. If Ban Fugue, who was guarding the ethereal mountain villa, saw that the situation wasn't good, he only needed to send people to the evil tiger villa to find people. The disciples of the Misty School would not be able to resist. Could it be that Nun Jingyi wants to see the final trump card of the Misty School? Or is she going to weaken the strength of the Misty School even more, so that she can control them in the future? Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself, but, if second brother and the others were to die here, wouldn't there be no one left in the Misty School in the future? Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand. Actually, Zhang Xiaohua didn't really understand. Nun Jingyi wasn't a celestial being and also didn't have the ability to predict the future. Moreover, she could only send disciples like Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng to the Misty School. As for the other inner disciples and the consecrators of the incense cult, she couldn't send any of them. After all, she kept saying that the disciples of the Misty School had re-entered the pugilistic world. If there were famous experts from the incense cult, how could they still be called disciples of the Misty School? They could just be called disciples of the incense cult. Moreover, if the disciples she sent were too powerful, Zhang Xiaohu and the others might not be willing. Of course, more importantly, Nun Jingyi thought that if she held a martial arts convention, Zhang San of the Righteous Alliance would bring some of the Vice Alliance masters to participate. If there were people left to guard the Righteous Peak, the Misty Peak would naturally be weak. If she sent the disciples of the Misty School to suddenly attack, it would definitely be effective. Unfortunately, man proposes, God disposes. When the Righteous Alliance raised money and sent 4 old consecrators to the Misty Peak, it just so happened that the disciples of the Misty School were attacking the peak. Therefore, although the disciples of the Misty School were aggressive and had the help of the incense cult's Wuming Hall disciples and were stronger than the disciples of the Righteous Alliance, Ban Fugue had 4 consecrators by his side. He didn't panic at all and only calmly commanded his disciples to form a defensive line to block the attacks of the disciples of the Misty School. Chapter 1070. By the time Zhang Xiaohua flew to Ethereal Peak, the situation was already very unfavorable for the Righteous Alliance. The area below Ethereal Peak was already occupied by the Misty School. Numerous female disciples of Mingcue Hall were treating the injured Misty School disciples one by one. Whereas Ming Qing, Gao Kunheng, Zhang Xiaohu, Du Feng and Ding Chao led their respective Misty School disciples to attack more than half of Ethereal Peak. However, at this time on Ethereal Peak, the remaining members of the Righteous Alliance were all elites. Fighting with their backs to the wall and staking everything on one throw, it ignited the fighting spirit of the Righteous Alliance disciples. In a moment, the two factions stuck together again. Seeing that the time was right, Ban Fugue looked at the four old consecrators and exchanged glances. The five of them drew their long swords. Ban Fugue shouted, "I was wondering who it was. So it's the remaining members of the Misty School. Where is Hu Yuni? I'll have a real fight with him." No one answered. Zhang Xiaohu asked in a clear voice, "Who are you?" "Grandmaster Hu isn't here." Hu Yuni isn't here." Ban Fugue was stunned and laughed, "Since Hu Yuni isn't here, who are you? Why do you call yourself a disciple of the Misty School? How dare you ask for the name of the Righteous Alliance?" "I'm the leader of the Misty School, Zhang Xiaohu. My master is Wen Wenhai, a disciple of the leader of the Misty School." "Zhang Xiaohu? Wen Wenhai?" Ban Fugue was stunned and asked curiously, "Wasn't Wen Wenhai captured by the fragrant cult? You aren't with Hu Yuni. Where did you come from?" "Ha ha ha," Zhang Xiaohu laughed, "We came from the fragrant cult and are preparing to rebuild the Misty School." How did you escape?" Ban Fugue was stunned. He had always thought that these people were the disciples of the Misty School led by Hu Yuni. Moreover, because of a certain plan of the Righteous Alliance, he was still astonished. When he heard this, he couldn't help but be dumbstruck. However, Ban Fugue was the Righteous Alliance's deputy alliance leader after all. He immediately calmed down and came to a realization. He laughed heartily and said, "So that's how it is. Nanjing Yi has a good idea. She actually wants to meddle with the Misty School. You're just a third-generation student of the Misty School. How can you be in charge of the Misty School? Come, I am the Righteous Alliance's Class Fugue, the 6th Vice Alliance leader. Let me teach you how to use the sword." As he spoke, Ban Fugue displayed his qing gong and swept past many disciples who were fighting, heading straight for Zhang Xiaohu. How could Ming Qing let him get close? With a wave of his sword, he killed the Righteous Alliance's disciple in front of him. He stood up and shouted, "You're just the Vice Alliance leader of the Righteous Alliance. What right do you have to challenge my Misty School's gang leader? I am Ming Qing, the deputy leader of the Misty School. I am here to challenge you." "Ming Qing?" Ban Fugue was stunned. "I've never heard of the Misty School having a disciple named Ming Qing. Who are you under in the Misty School?" Ming Qing didn't hide it and smiled. "I admire gang leader O's bravery. I only recently joined the Misty School and received the heavy responsibility of gang leader Zhang. I dare not slack off." "Ha ha ha." Ban Fugue laughed. How could he not know? He waved his sword and said, "I'd like to see the martial arts of the incense cult." Ming Qing didn't reply and the two of them started fighting. Then, just as Zhang Xiaohua thought, one of the old masters was caught by Gao Kunheng, another by Ding Chao and Du Feng, another by Ant Qin, and the last by the Misty School. There was no one else left in the Misty School. Only Zhang Xiaohu, Chang'e, and Chen Chen could catch the last old master together. Seeing the leaders of the two factions exchange blows, the other disciples also knew that they had merely become foils. If their own faction's leader was victorious, they only needed to charge forward and kill the remaining disciples. If their faction's leader was defeated, they could either surrender or stubbornly resist until the end. However, these two possibilities could only be discussed after the outcome of this crucial battle had been decided. Thus, they gradually opened up a gap and slowly moved to the side with their weapons in hand. While they were on guard, they also focused their attention on the battle between the leaders of the two factions. After the time it took to eat a meal, the gap between them gradually became apparent. Ming Qing was a more outstanding disciple in the Ruijin Palace, but compared to Ban Fugui, he was still inferior. It was the same for Gao Kunheng. His swordsmanship was slightly better than the old master's, but his internal strength was much worse. He had already fallen into a disadvantageous position. Of course, Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng originally planned to join forces to deal with the deputy chief of the Righteous Alliance. This was just an accident. Since Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng were like this, Aunt Qin was certainly not much better. She helped Yang Ruping take care of the affairs of the Misty Hall on the Shirxin Peak and spent less time practicing martial arts than in the Misty Peak. Her martial arts did not improve but regressed. At this time, she was not much better than a few years ago. In the other two factions, Du Feng and Ding Chao had the help of Zhang Xiaohua's soothing pulse pill. The internal strength in their meridians had increased by several years out of thin air. However, because the time was still short, they could not completely refine the efficacy of the soothing pulse pill. They also could not use it well. In addition, their swordsmanship was not very exquisite. Therefore, at this time, they could only barely not fall into a disadvantageous position. Looking at Zhang Xiaohu, Chang'e, and Chen Chen, they were even worse than Du Feng and Ding Chao. Although Chang'e and Chen Chen had the same opportunities as Du Feng and Ding Chao, they were women after all and were congenitally deficient. Although they had Zhang Xiaohu's help, they had already fallen into a disadvantageous position. As for Zhang Xiaohu, his martial arts should be the weakest among these people. The internal strength obtained from the soothing pulse pill had been destroyed and was slowly recovering. The yin-yang energy mass in his meridians was also gradually increasing. Although he had endless potential, he was only at the beginning. In the fight with this old consecrator, he did not use much strength and all the killing moves were blocked by Chang'e and Chen Chen. If this situation continued to develop, there were no accidents, these people would be killed by the Righteous Alliance. The Misty School's operation to take back the Misty Peak could only end in failure. Seeing Zhang Xiaohu retreat slightly and reach out to take something out of his chest, Zhang Xiaohua knew that it was time for her to make a move. Ding! In the air above the Misty Peak, a voice like spring thunder sounded. Who are you? Is there anyone called Ban Fugui? Everyone was shocked and looked up. Just above their heads, they saw a young man dressed in a simple robe and not very tall standing with his hands behind his back. This. The people fighting in the field saw clearly and all of them took a few steps back to distance themselves from their opponents. Their eyes flashed with envy. Only Ban Fugui did not know whether it was good or bad. He hesitated and did not know whether to answer. Before Ban Fugui hesitated, Ming Qing immediately bowed and said, "Master, I'm." Then, he looked at Zhang Xiaohu and hesitated for a moment before saying, "I'm a disciple of the Misty School. I'm here to help rebuild the Misty School under the orders of the Misty School's leader, Nun Jing Yi. Please. Master, give me a name." Misty School, Misty School? Zhang Xiaohua, who was disguised as Panin, frowned and said, "You don't need to know who I am. I'm only looking for Ban Fugui from the Alliance of Righteous Sects. Whether it's the Misty School, or the Alliance of Righteous Sects, I don't care at all." Zhang Xiaohu looked from the side and held Zhang Xiaohua's communication jade talisman in his hand. He secretly wondered if he should crush it. After hearing Zhang Xiaohua's words and seeing the look in Ming Qing's eyes, Ban Fugui knew that he had no choice but to stand up. Hence, he took a step forward and bowed. "I'm Ban Fugui. May I know why Master Immortal is looking for me?" Zhang Xiaohua stood in the air and looked at Ban Fugui coldly. Her look made Ban Fugui's hair stand on end. "Ban Fugui, I want to ask you. Is the Azure Flame token yours?" Azure Flame token? Ban Fugui was stunned. He knew that this was bad. However, he could only brace himself and say, "The Azure Flame token is my Alliance of Righteous Sects, subordinate. Indeed, it's under my command. Huh, that's good. I have always been reasonable. Your azure flame token offended I and has already been destroyed by I. You, hand over your life too. As Zhang Xiaohua finished speaking, a sword light flashed in front of them and went straight for Ban Fugui's throat. When Ban Fugui heard this, he panicked. He sincerely wanted to explain, but the sword light was as fast as lightning. How could he have time to explain? He raised the sword in his hand and also stabbed at Zhu Meng. It had to be said that the martial arts of the Alliance of Righteous Sect's Vice Alliance leaders were indeed impressive. This sword blocked Zhu Meng's path and the tip of the sword went straight for Zhu Meng. Unfortunately, just as Ban Fugui's sword was about to stab Zhu Meng split into two and dodged the sword. Ban Fugui was shocked, but he was not nervous. He held his sword horizontally and wanted to block it. However, at this moment, Ban Fugui suddenly thought of the 8 sword lights that killed people in front of Rejuvenation Valley. He felt that something was wrong. He jumped up and used his qinggong to dodge. At the same time, his left hand reached into his chest and wanted to take out a dagger. However, just as he jumped up, the 2 sword lights immediately turned into 4. Before Ban Fugui could take out the dagger, one of the sword lights pierced his throat and disappeared in a flash. Immediately, Ban Fugui fell to the ground dead. Everyone was shocked. Zhang Xiaohua's flying sword flew out. Everyone only saw the sword light flash and it pierced in front of Ban Fugui. Ban Fugui's several sword moves were in vain. It seemed that he could not block the attack of the flying sword. Then, Ban Fugui fell to the ground and the sword light disappeared. The whole process took only a few breaths. The Alliance of Righteous Sect's famous 6th Vice Alliance leader was buried under the flying sword of the immortal Tao. It was simply too easy. Everyone was shocked and each had different reactions. The 4 consecrators of the Alliance of Righteous Sects did not dare to ask. They looked at each other and immediately got up and scattered. They used their qinggong to escape. Only to hear a voice in the air, "Are you all also from the Alliance of Righteous Sects?" Since the Azure Flame token is a subordinate of the Alliance of Righteous Sects, you all don't need to leave. While speaking, 4 sword lights flashed and each chased after one. Those 4 old consecrators had long lost their courage. They only raised their swords to block slightly and were stabbed to death by Zhu Meng. When Zhang Xiaohu and the rest saw this, they were already happy. They all bowed and wanted to thank her. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand, "I am just looking for the Azure Flame token. It has nothing to do with you all. I just happened to come at the right time. No need to thank me, no need to thank me." Then she flicked her sleeves and flew into the distance. Not long after, she disappeared. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's departing figure, not only did Zhang Xiaohu ponder, even Changgu and Chen Chen seemed to have some understanding. But, thinking of that person's face and height were completely different from Zhang Xiaohua's, they were puzzled and could not be sure. Alright, the heavens bless my misty school. Vice Leader Ming, Vice Leader Feng, lead the disciples forward. If the Alliance of Righteous Sect's disciples surrender, we can spare their lives. If they don't surrender, kill without mercy. Zhang Xiaohu ordered with a cold face. Chapter 1071. Zhang Xiaohu's voice was very light and his tone was cold. However, he emphasized the words, Deputy Faction Leader Ming. He must have been very dissatisfied with Ming Qing's actions and words. Ming Qing was slightly stunned. He turned to look at Gao Kunheng and saw the mocking expression in his eyes. He snorted coldly and nodded. Yes, I will obey Faction Leader Zhang's orders. Although he said that, there was no respect on his face. Gao Kunheng despised him in his heart, but he still replied, Yes, Faction Leader. I will follow Deputy Faction Leader Ming's orders. After that, he looked at Ming Qing and nodded slightly. Ming Qing waved his hand and said, "All disciples, listen to my orders." The young disciples of the Misty School were also mixed in with the disciples of the Fragrance Cult. When they saw this scene, they felt ashamed and slowly looked at the ground. Zhang Xiaohu's eyes narrowed. He raised his hand and said loudly, "Misty School disciples, listen to my orders. Charge!" After that, he held his sword and stepped over Ban Fugui's corpse. He rushed toward the Righteous Alliance disciples who were still afraid. Changgu, Chen Chen, Du Feng, and Ding Chao did not hesitate. They all waved their swords and followed. Charge! Ming Qing did not dare to be a hindrance. He waved his hand and the disciples of the Fragrance Cult also moved forward. On the side, Aunt Qin saw this and could only sigh. She knew that the Misty School was on the right track. Zhang Xiaohu still had a long way to go before he could break free from the puppet situation. Therefore, she led a few disciples of the Mingcue Hall and charged in. The deputy faction leader of the Righteous Alliance's Fugue class had been killed. The 4 consecrators had also been stabbed to death. The disciples were like a group of dragons without a leader. They had fallen into the trap of Nanjing Yi at Lingxiang Peak. With the current strength of the Misty School, they would definitely be able to control them. As for the Righteous Alliance disciples, there was no need to say anything. They had already made up their minds when Zhang Xiaohua showed up. Now that they saw the Misty School disciples charging at them, they only put up a slight resistance before giving up and surrendering. They had taken down Ethereal Mountain Villa, and Misty School had obtained a temporary victory, but there were many things that needed to be done in Misty School. There were a lot of complicated matters, and they had to set up defenses to welcome the attack of the Righteous Alliance. All of these things required the attention of Zhang Xiaohu, the great sect master, who did not have much experience in the world of martial artists or in managing a sect. Zhang Xiaohua had made his move and killed the leader of the Righteous Alliance in one stroke like a thunderbolt. He was in a great mood. He concealed himself and flew straight towards the Guozhuang house. When he was halfway there, suddenly, in front of him, an extremely bright and strong light flashed and disappeared. Then, a strong wave suddenly appeared, as if the world was shaking. It spread in all directions. The invisible, violent, and almost unparalleled impact sent Zhang Xiaohua's body flying high into the sky. It was just like the perilous waves that Zhang Xiaohua had encountered in the sea many years ago. He could not keep his balance. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. He had already released his divine sense. He only felt that the qi of heaven and earth was like a huge wave crashing onto his body. He could barely breathe through his mouth and nose. His body was thrown high into the air and then fell straight down. Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to be negligent. He formed a seal with his hands, wanting to stabilize his body. But with a thought, his body immediately floated up. It was as if he had just started practicing the imperial wind technique. He could not control his own movements at all. Why is this? Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. But when he had just stabilized his body, the huge qi of heaven and earth had already dissipated. Only the qi of heaven and earth in his divine sense proved that Zhang Xiaohua had encountered a moment ago. When he flew up again, Zhang Xiaohua's body could move as he wished. There was no longer a situation where he could not control his body like before. Could it be, because of the rich qi of heaven and earth? Zhang Xiaohua thought and said angrily, if it was because of the impact of the qi of heaven and earth, it should be the same as before. I can't control my body. It should be a feeling of powerlessness. It should be the same as when I encountered in the sea. It should not be the kind of control that makes me float far away just by forming a seal. I kind of understand. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He threw out the dragon binding bracelet and formed a seal to activate the fire dragon. Indeed, just as Zhang Xiaohua had predicted, the fire dragon was slightly bigger than before. I see. It is indeed like what Venerable Fire Dragon said. The Qi of heaven and earth is the foundation of the celestial Tao. Any spells are built on the usage of the Qi of heaven and earth. If the Qi of heaven and earth is abundant, all spells will be extremely powerful. If the Qi of heaven and earth is scarce, all spells will be inferior. Celestial Tao, this is the destruction of the celestial Tao. If the celestial Tao were to flourish, my current powers, what would they be like? Would I be flying much faster than now? Oh yes, what happened just now? Zhang Xiaohua thought. He extended his body and flew towards the place where the light flashed. The strong flash of light and the explosion of the Qi of heaven and earth happened in an instant. Furthermore, it was far away. Zhang Xiaohua only knew the general direction but not the exact location. Hence, after flying for a while, he had already passed Lu Town and arrived at a place with beautiful scenery. However, he did not discover anything. It should be here. Based on my senses. Zhang Xiaohua really didn't have much confidence in his senses. He was only relying on his divine sense now. Otherwise, he would get lost while flying. Zhang Xiaohua scanned the forest with his divine sense, but didn't find anything out of the ordinary. He looked around and flew for a while, but still couldn't find anything worth paying attention to. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he was about to turn back. There's someone here? In his senses, a man dressed in martial arts clothes and carrying a wooden bucket suddenly appeared on a rugged mountain path. Maybe he's fetching water. Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head and turned back to the Guizhuang house. The forest was quite big. It was impossible for no one to be here. Zhang Xiaohua had seen more than 10 woodcutters and hunters. There was a spring about 10 feet away from the man. Wouldn't it be normal for him to fetch water? However, after flying for a while, Zhang Xiaohua felt that something was amiss. This man's appearance was too sudden. It was as though he had appeared out of thin air. He had not even seen him with his divine perception before he appeared on the mountain path. Furthermore, this man was clearly dressed in martial arts attire. He did not have any weapons in his hands. He was even holding a wooden bucket. This made Zhang Xiaohua feel that something was amiss. No, I have to go and take a look. If there's something abnormal, it must be a demon. Zhang Xiaohua turned around and searched again. TSK. He was dumbfounded. The man was gone, and there were more than one mountain spring. There were also many mountain paths. Zhang Xiaohua did not use his divine perception to mark the area, so how could he find the man? Needless to say, there must be something fishy going on here. Seeing that the man had suddenly disappeared and there was no trace of him in a radius of a few miles, Zhang Xiaohua was certain. However, he used his senses to scan the surroundings again. It was the same as before. So, he had no choice but to leave a trace of his senses and turn back. Zhang Xiaohua flew very fast. In less than 10 minutes, his senses had already reached the Guizhuang house. Everything in the Guizhuang house was normal. Zhang Bairen was outside the courtyard. He was walking unsteadily and scratching Little Black and Little Yellow who were surrounding him. Zhang Bairen seemed to sense Zhang Xiaohua's senses and looked up. However, Zhang Xiaohua was still very far away. How could he see them? Little Black and Little Yellow were even more excited. They broke free from Zhang Bairen and wanted to fly to Zhang Xiaohua. Gosh, Zhang Xiaohua had already noticed that there were several Guizhuang house children around Zhang Bairen. They were looking at Zhang Bairen enviously. If the two little things flew out now, they would be seen through. However, he did not know how to command the two little things. He could only shout in his heart, "Good Little Black, good Little Yellow, don't fly. Don't come." When Mom goes back, I'll give you good food. Strangely enough, as soon as the two little things escaped from Zhang Byron's little hands, they immediately stopped. They raised their heads and shook their heads in a very strange manner. Then, they lowered their heads again, as if nothing had happened. What good children! Zhang Xiaohua sighed in his heart. The two little things seemed to have heard him. They somersaulted in the air and were very excited. Ha ha ha! Zhang Xiaohua was also very happy. It seemed that these two little things were really his children. Oh right, my two little ones. Zhang Xiaohua pretended to be a strict father and mother in the air. Be an ordinary animal in front and behind. Don't fly around. You can only fly when you're with Dad. Mom. Do you understand? Gosh, how could little black and little yellow know what in front and behind meant? They even heard the word fly from Zhang Byron. Moreover, how would they know how to walk ordinary animals? Zhang Xiaohua was really not a good father and mother. Ha! Zhang Xiaohua laughed. Suddenly, he was stunned. What do you think? Because Zhang Xiaohua was flying in front of Mount Wuxia. Mount Wuxia was quite a distance from the Guozhuang house. Zhang Xiaohua had only heard about it since he was young. He had never been here with the adults, so he did not have a direct impression of it. However, at this time, the mountain that pierced straight into the sky like 5 fingers was like a shocking finger that tore open Zhang Xiaohua's memory. This seems a little familiar. Zhang Xiaohua descended. He pinched his chin and looked carefully. He was sure that he had never been here before. He remembered that when he was young, he wanted to play here with his elder brother. His elder brother thought that he was a hindrance and shook him once. It made him cry at home. His grandmother comforted him for a long time before he forgot about it. Where have I seen this before? Zhang Xiaohua rolled his eyes. Then, he remembered something. He quickly reached into his money bag and took out the sheepskin scroll that O Yen had entrusted to him for safekeeping. He flipped through the picture on it. That sheepskin scroll was one of the 4 scrolls. Weren't the 2 half-lifelike fingers on it similar to Mount Wuxia? This is the place where the Misty School found the treasure? Zhang Xiaohua's face lit up. He put away the sheepskin scroll and landed. His divine sense was like a waterfall as he carefully inspected the entire Mount Wuxia. Please vote for me. Please add me. Chapter 1072. On 5 Claw Peak, the forest was lush, the grass was luxuriant, and there were all kinds of strange rocks. The scenery was beautiful. Not long after, there were a few groups of young men and women, laughing and playing. Everyone's eyebrows were filled with love, and it seemed like they had made an appointment to talk about love on the mountain. There were also a few woodcutters, walking along the mountain path with firewood on their backs. Birds chirped in the empty mountains, and streams gurgled. It was a marvelous sight. Strange, everything looks normal. Where is the treasure map? Zhang Xiaohua stopped in mid-air and concealed herself. She released her divine sense and looked around. Although she admired the beautiful scenery, she had no idea where to find it. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua took out the sheepskin scroll from the Misty School again. The sheepskin scroll from the Misty School should be made of 4 pieces. The piece on the upper right corner had half of 5 Claw Peak's middle finger, ring finger, and pinky finger drawn on it. Looking at this sheepskin scroll, Zhang Xiaohua recalled the sheepskin scroll he saw before. That should be the upper left corner of the entire sheepskin scroll, with 5 Claw Peak's thumb, index finger, and half of his middle finger drawn on it. This sheepskin scroll must be pointing to 5 Claw Peak, but with just these 2 sheepskin scrolls, she could not tell where the treasure map was pointing to. Looks like I have to find the fragrant cult and, Among the 4 sects that destroyed the ethereal sect, there was no need to talk about the aroma cult. There was definitely a sheepskin scroll. That so-called Xian Rong gang was able to find a monk from Dalan Temple to help them. Did that mean that the Xian Rong gang was a subordinate of Dalan Temple? Then the sheepskin scroll I saw before should be in the hands of the Dalan Temple. If I had known before, I would have just taken that sheepskin scroll. Why worry about it here? The last sheepskin scroll must be in the hands of the Alliance of Righteous Sects. The Alliance of Righteous Sects. They actually dared to attack the Guozhuang house, and even kept such a shady organization like the Green Flame Token. They are a disgrace to the name Alliance of Righteous Sects. Looks like if there is a chance, I have to go to the Alliance of Righteous Sects and take that sheepskin scroll and let them cry. Zhang Xiaohua made up his mind. Just as he was about to put away the sheepskin scroll, his eyes inadvertently caught sight of a small arc at the bottom of the sheepskin scroll where the ring finger corresponded to. This is... Zhang Xiaohua hesitated and looked at it carefully several times. Then he released his divine sense and saw that in the middle of 5 Claw Mountain, there were several forests, which corresponded to the position of the arc on the parchment. Could it, the arc mark of the treasure map of the treasure map? Most of the other markings are on the other sheepskin scroll, and this sheepskin scroll only has a small part of it? Zhang Xiaohua pinched her chin and thought for a moment. She flew to the top of the ring finger mountain. It was no different from what she saw with her divine sense previously. There was no fluctuation of vitality here, nor were there any rare herbs. There were only a few clumps of wild jujube trees, standing tall under the sun and the mountain breeze. Wild jujube forest. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the plain and ordinary wild jujube forest and almost laughed bitterly. Her family was poor when she was young. Her 2 elder brothers would look for food in the surrounding mountains and forests when they had nothing to do. The wild jujube was a specialty of Lu Town. Well, it could not be said to be a specialty. It was common in all the forests around Pingyang City. When she was young, Zhang Xiaohua followed Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaolong around. She had eaten many of these sweet and sour jujubes before. Even her teeth had been affected by the sourness of these wild jujubes. Is the treasure in this wild jujube forest? Zhang Xiaohua released his divine sense. The whole wild jujube forest was like what he saw with his eyes. It was no different from the wild jujube forest in his memory when he was young. The only difference was that there were more rotting leaves and wild jujubes in 2s and 3s in the forest. This is strange. I don't see anything different. Should I go in and take a look? Zhang Xiaohua was a little hesitant. After all, what she saw with her divine sense was no different from what she saw with her naked eyes. Moreover, she had been away from the Guozhuang house for a long time. Last time, she had made her mother worried. This time, it was better to go back in time. Zhang Xiaohua finished thinking and was about to turn around. Suddenly, a chill came from the bottom of his heart and spread throughout his body. Shivering, Zhang Xiaohua shuddered and all the hair on his body stood on end. He, finally thought of something. It was the same feeling Zhang Xiaohua had when he passed through the forest at the entrance of the Yulong Grand Canyon. The whole wild jujube forest was dead silent. No matter if it was a normal mountain forest, whether it was wild jujube forest or wild forest, as long as there were trees, there would definitely be birds. And when there were birds, there would definitely be birds chirping. The forest at the entrance of the Yulong Grand Canyon was a formation, but there were no birds chirping. Could it be that this wild jujube forest was also a formation? However, the forest at the entrance of the Yulong Grand Canyon was usually covered by fog. Only when the forest was in the Yulong Grand Canyon would the fog dissipate. Thus, people could tell at a glance that this was a formation. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense was suppressed by the formation of the Yulong Grand Canyon. he couldn't go very far and didn't know the situation of the entire mountain forest. He also didn't know if the situation in this wild jujube forest was similar to the formation in the forest. However, one thing was certain, this wild jujube forest was definitely not ordinary. Perhaps it was the location of the hidden treasure on the sheepskin scroll. Since he knew that it was a formation, Zhang Xiaohua certainly didn't dare to be careless. Suppressing the shock in his heart, he flew to the front of the wild jujube forest. With his hands behind his back, he carefully sized up the forest. This wild jujube forest was about 3 mu in size. Inside, there were sparse wild jujube trees. The wild jujubes on the trees were also sparse. Similarly, there were some ripe jujubes on the ground. The mountain wind blew. At the top of the wild jujube trees, the small branches swayed with the wind. Occasionally, a few small wild jujubes fell to the ground. Except for the lack of sound and the absence of birds on the trees, everything was exactly the same as an ordinary wild jujube forest. After looking for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't see what kind of formation this was. Naturally, he couldn't talk about breaking the formation. Frowning and hesitating for a moment, Zhang Xiaohua walked towards the wild jujube forest. When he reached the edge of the wild jujube tree, he stopped. What he saw with the naked eye was the same as what he saw with his divine sense. The space between the 2 wild jujube trees was enough for a carriage to pass through. To enter or not to enter? Zhang Xiaohua's heart was beating like a drum. Perhaps I should try first. Zhang Xiaohua was a little too confident in his own character. However, when he took a step into the wild jujube forest, a sense of vigilance rose from the bottom of his heart. This feeling was the result of his understanding of the way of karma. It made him tremble and shocked. It was as if there was an unparalleled aura in front of him that made him feel an unprecedented sense of danger. At the moment when the sense of vigilance appeared, Zhang Xiaohua felt a huge suction force coming from the mysterious wild jujube forest in front of him. The suction force wasn't his feet, nor was it his body. It was the divine sense he sent out. Strangely, at the same time when the suction force appeared, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes suddenly blurred. A huge and magnificent palace appeared in front of Zhang Xiaohua's eyes. However, at this moment, how could Zhang Xiaohua dare to hesitate? As soon as the sense of vigilance appeared, he immediately made a hand seal and flew away. As Zhang Xiaohua's figure flew away, the suction force of the wild jujube forest also changed. Like the mouth of a giant beast, it sucked Zhang Xiaohua's body. Zhang Xiaohua's body just flew away and stopped in midair. His foot was still within the range of the wild jujube forest. Go! Zhang Xiaohua's face changed greatly. Without thinking, his other hand seal changed again. It was the wood escape technique that Zhang Xiaohua had learned from between the clouds and the water. A green light flashed. Zhang Xiaohua's figure didn't escape, but the light on his foot flickered and he immediately escaped the range of the wild jujube forest. Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to stay. He made a hand seal and flew away immediately. Until he flew to the vicinity of Luzhen, he didn't dare to look back. Sweat. What kind of strange place is this? Zhang Xiaohua wiped the sweat on his forehead and scolded in his heart, I have always been a good person. Why did I die here today? Stone Man Peak and 5 Claw Peak are not far from Luzhen. Why did I never? At this point, Zhang Xiaohua was suddenly stunned. His mind lit up and some of the doubts in his heart were immediately cleared. Isn't that so? Misty Sect had obtained this sheepskin scroll 5 years ago. Furthermore, they had obtained the treasure from the location of the 5 Claw Mountain's hidden treasure. Following that, Misty Sect had met with a calamity. Calculating the time. Wasn't that the time when Hero 1, Heroine Shui, and Hero Lu and the others appeared around Lu Town? Maybe Hero 1, Heroine Shui, and Hero Lu went to the wild jujube forest of the Five-Claw Peak. Cause and effect. Cause and effect. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but sigh. She understood and closed her eyes to comprehend. If Wen Wenhai and Xue Qing didn't come to Luzhen, how could they save Zhang Xiaohua's family? If they didn't see the martial arts of the two Misty School disciples, how could Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu have the idea of practicing martial arts? If they didn't have this idea, how could they walk out of the Guozhuang house and go to Pingyang City? If they didn't go to Pingyang City, how could Zhang Xiaohu enter the Misty School? How could Zhang Xiaohua learn the worry-free mental cultivation technique? Without these two possibilities, how could so many things happen in the future? How could Zhang Xiaohu regain control of the Misty School and Zhang Xiaohua save the entire Misty School? If it weren't for Lu Yueming, Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaolong would have died in the hands of the three wolves of Shichui Mountain. Lu Qian would have become the wife of the mountain bandits and Zhang Bairen wouldn't have been able to be born in glory. However, if it weren't for Wen Wenhai, Xue Qing, and Lu Yueming's trip to the Five-Claw Peak, perhaps, the Misty School wouldn't have been targeted by the Righteous Alliance and wouldn't have been destroyed by the Fragrance Cult, the Dalan Temple, and the Righteous Alliance. Cause and effect. One cause and one effect. This cause and effect were intertwined and intertwined. When would such a karmic retribution come to an end? Boom! Zhang Xiaohua's mind roared and the way of karma suddenly moved. Under the starry sky of Zhang Xiaohua's heavenly Tao, 5 huge fingers continuously formed hand seals. It seemed to be demonstrating the essence of the way of karma and also seemed to be demonstrating the way of karma's dharma. Please vote monthly, recommend, bookmark, and tip. Chapter 1073. An endless torrent came from afar and hit Zhang Xiaohua, but it did not cause any ripples. It ignored Zhang Xiaohua's existence and quietly passed through her. Then, it flowed into the distance, which was also very far away. She could not see the end of it. Zhang Xiaohua stood in the middle of the torrent in a daze, looking at the boundless and endless torrent. He was very surprised at where he was, but then he saw with his naked eye that every tiny droplet of water in the torrent was a lifelike face. These faces were doing something, and these ordinary things would stop abruptly after a certain point. Then, they would start again, and it would continue endlessly. When Zhang Xiaohua carefully looked at some of the water droplets that passed through her body and thought for a long time, she suddenly realized that these connected water droplets were the cause and effect of some things. One after another, and one after another, they formed such a vast torrent. She did not know how many things and how much cause and effect there were. As she was thinking, she suddenly saw a familiar face in one of the water droplets. Was it not Meng? But that water droplet was very far away, and she could only see Meng's face. The others could not see it clearly. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and wanted to move, but she wanted to, but she did not have the strength. Her whole body did not have any strength. Seeing that Meng's face was far away, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but feel anxious. With a thought, her whole body turned into a big hand, and the 5 fingers moved. It was a very mysterious spell. The spell pointed at the water droplet where Meng was. In an instant, the water droplet solidified and stopped. But this solidification only lasted for a moment. Because this water droplet solidified, the other water droplets that it was connected to also solidified. Even the torrent around the water droplet showed signs of solidifying, but this solidification was so small in the vast torrent. In just an instant, it was washed away by the torrent behind, and no trace of it could be seen. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua's body that had turned into a hand could not support it. A sense of fatigue that she had never felt before arose spontaneously. She fainted for a while, and when she woke up again, she was in the air beside Lu Zhen, exactly where he had closed his eyes to comprehend. "Io, this is bad." Zhang Xiaohua barely managed to stabilize his body and descended from the air. He used his hand to support his aching head, and his heart was filled with regret. This enlightenment was indeed valuable, but he had already told his mother and father that he would be back in a moment. However, he did not know how long it had taken him to comprehend this. He thought that Guozhuang's mother must be worried again. Now that Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense was exhausted, and the vital energy in her meridians was also exhausted. She could not use the flying technique or the imperial wind technique. She could barely use the ethereal steps. How could she return to the Guozhuang house quickly? However, this was also good. Zhang Xiaohua was always in the clouds before, and it was not convenient for her to show up in front of the people in the Guozhuang house. Now, after Zhang Xiaohua took out some silver to buy an inferior horse, she had a legitimate reason to return to the Guozhuang house. In the river of karma, what Zhang Xiaohua saw was very strange. It had exceeded Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation and knowledge. Even in the small water droplet, Meng. Perhaps it was not the woman in Meng Chao's dream, but the moment she appeared, Zhang Xiaohua was confused. Even though her face was very similar, but she should be Meng Chao's mother, the woman Aya whom he had never met before. The road from Lu Town to the Guozhuang house, Zhang Xiaohua had felt that it was very long. It was long enough for her to walk for a lifetime. But now, before she could understand what she had comprehended and the little things about the Lady Aya, the familiar Guozhuang house was in front of her. At the entrance of the village, Zhang Bairen was playing with Little Black and Little Yellow. These two little things might have known that Zhang Xiaohua was coming, and were unusually excited. Perhaps they had been instructed by Zhang Xiaohua to restrain themselves. Only when Zhang Xiaohua appeared at the side of the road, did they want to escape from Zhang Bairen's hands and fly to Zhang Xiaohua's side. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua jumped in fright and hurriedly warned in his heart not to move. Sure enough, the two little things did not understand the word fly, but they knew not to move, so they obediently stayed by Zhang Bairen's side. At this moment, Ji Xiaohua happened to come looking for Zhang Xiaohua. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua slowly walking by the side of the road, she was extremely happy. Reaching out, she hugged Zhang Bairen and quickly ran in front of Zhang Xiaohua's horse. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's pale face, Xiaohua was stunned. Turning her head to look at the children at the entrance of the Guozhuang house, she whispered, "Young master, are you injured?" Zhang Xiaohua looked at the child who had the same name as her and smiled. "Didn't mother say it? Don't call me young master, you never change." Ji Xiaohua blushed and shook her head. "It's still easier to call me young master. I don't want to change." "Is young master's injury serious?" "Where am I injured? I'm just unbearably tired." Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand and jumped down from the inferior horse. Xiaohua hurriedly reached out a hand, wanting to support him. "That's not necessary. Do I still need you to support me?" Zhang Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said casually. "Of course, in Songning Town, this is how we take care of the young masters of large families." Xiaohua said in a deadpan manner. Forget it. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't out-talk Ji Xiaohua. Waving his hand, she said, "My family isn't a large family, you don't need to." Thinking of this, she asked again, "Oh right, Ji Xiaohua, how many days have I left home?" "How many days?" Xiaohua stared blankly and scratched her head, saying, "Young master, what do you mean? Didn't you just leave this morning?" "This morning?" Zhang Xiaohua also stared blankly. He originally thought that he had comprehended in Shitsui Mountain for a few days, but he didn't realize it. Today's comprehension had already seen some torrent, so it should have taken 10 days or half a month. Who knew? It was only a moment. Yes, it was early in the morning. Young master came back and immediately left, saying that he had to deal with the others and would be back in a while. But it was almost dark, and you didn't come back, so old madam was worried and kept looking up at the sky when she had nothing to do. Speaking of this, Xiaohua looked up and said enviously, but I didn't expect young master to come back on a horse. Zhang Xiaohua's heart moved, and he said with a smile, Ji Xiaohua, if I teach you this flying method, do you think your mother will be happy in the underworld? Xiaohua stared blankly, and her face immediately showed a pleasantly surprised expression. She carefully put Zhang Bairen on the ground, turned over and kowtowed, crying, Young master, no. Master. You. Are you going to accept me as your disciple? Mother. Mother, she will definitely like it. Speaking of Xiaohua's mother, Zhang Xiaohua also sighed. In order to repay Zhang Xiaohua's kindness, she dragged her sick body and traveled thousands of miles to report. Even if she died in a foreign land, she didn't tell anyone about her selfishness. She only told Ji Xiaohua in private that if she couldn't return the favor, how could she cultivate in peace? Zhang Xiaohua stretched out his hand to help Ji Xiaohua up. Zhang Bairen, who was beside him, opened his big black eyes. He thought that Ji Xiaohua was playing a trick, so he also wanted to kneel down. He muttered, Master. Master. However, Bairen was still young, and his hands and feet weren't nimble. He fell to the ground in an instant. Before he could call out, Master, he started to cry. Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to reach out and carry Zhang Bairen, coaxing, Bairen, my good boy, don't cry. The other hand pulled Xiaohua, saying, Get up, Ji Xiaohua. If I open a sect, you will be my disciple. If I don't open a sect, I can also teach you martial arts. Master, a master for a day is a father for life. Master, if you teach me martial arts, then I will be master. I won't call you young master anymore, I will call you master. Xiaohua said respectfully. Zhang Xiaohua held Zhang Bairen in her arms. Looking at Ji Xiaohua's serious expression, she nodded slightly and said with a smile, Since that's the case, I will recognize you as my disciple. Ji Xiaohua was overjoyed. She turned around and wanted to bow again. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes were sharp and her hands were quick. She stopped her and said, Don't kowtow, I know what you are thinking. Yes, master. Ji Xiaohua shouted happily. She turned around and led the inferior horse behind Zhang Xiaohua, saying with a smile, Master's horse, can be compared to Huan. Huan? Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She smiled and said, Your Huan is very good. It's just that she hasn't come back with me now. She is a spiritual beast. How can this inferior horse compare to her? Spiritual beast? What is that? Xiaohua was stunned. You will know in the future. Zhang Xiaohua did not know how to explain. At this time, Zhang Bairen had stopped crying. He called out for master and struggled to get off the ground. Little Black and Little Yellow were obediently perched on Zhang Xiaohua's shoulders. They were very obedient. Zhang Bairen got off the ground and called out for master. He ran towards the Guozhuang house. Zhang Xiaohua watched with a smile and quickly followed behind. Xiaohua was leading the horse behind her. Before Zhang Xiaohua entered the village, a villager walked out. He was surprised to see Zhang Xiaohua and asked him about the past few years, but Zhang Xiaohua did not say much. He only said that he was poor outside and had no choice but to return to Guo village. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's horse, the villager understood and told Zhang Xiaohua about the Zhang family's courtyard being robbed by bandits. In the end, he did not forget to say, Fortunately, your Zhang family is blessed with good fortune. When the bandits saw that you did not have any gold or silver, they let you go. No lives were lost, only a few houses were burned down. But the chief's family, the gold and silver were gone, and a few lives were lost. Sigh, our Gua village, how poor are we? How did we attract bandits? This clan leader, TSK, he is also unlucky. Tell me, where did he get all the money from? Isn't it all the hard work of our villagers? I still don't know. Seeing that this villager, whose surname was not Gua, seemed to have endless bitterness, how could Zhang Xiaohua be willing to listen? She only said a few perfunctory words and then left for home. Thinking back, when Zhang Xiaohua returned home and showed off her martial arts skills, it could be said that she returned home in glory. She was admired by many people and could be called a capable person of the Guozhuang house. Now that she was a little down and injured, it attracted the attention of many people. The villagers she met would say a few words of concern and secretly sigh at the changes in the world. Therefore, when Zhang Xiaohua reached the door and saw her mother coming out to welcome her, the sky was already dark. Chapter 1074. Zhang Kai and Gua Sufei, as well as Zhang Xiaolong and his wife, came out of the door to welcome them. Earlier, Gua Sufei had heard from the neighbor's children that her youngest son, whom she had not seen for many years, had returned. Gua Sufei did not pay much attention to it because Zhang Xiaohua had returned home a long time ago. It was just that no one knew that he had come and gone. However, when she heard that Zhang Xiaohua's face was pale and that he seemed to be injured, Gua Sufei could not sit still. When she saw that Zhang Xiaohua was really sick, her heart ached. Although she saw Zhang Bairan calling out, "Master, Master," and running past her, she only patted his head. However, her eyes were fixed on Zhang Xiaohua's face, and her footsteps were somewhat hurried. Seeing that her mother was worried and her father was blaming her, Zhang Xiaohua stepped forward and bowed, "Greetings mother, greetings father." She then winked and bowed to Zhang Xiaolong and Lu Qian, "Greetings elder brother, elder sister-in-law." Zhang Xiaolong and Lu Qian were stunned for a moment, but they immediately understood. They were surprised and said, "Xiaohua, why did you suddenly come back?" However, Gua Sufei did not care. She grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's hand and said anxiously, "My son, where are you injured?" "Didn't I say?" Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly said, "Mother, I'm fine. Really, I'm just tired. I ran around for a few days and wanted to come back quickly, Gua Sufei glared at him. She looked at the villagers next to her and could not bear to pinch her hand. She only said, "It's good that you're back. Mother would rather you come back a few days later than see you like this." Zhang Xiaohua's heart warmed. She nodded and said, "I've made mother worry. I'm really tired. I'll be fine tomorrow after resting for a night." "Well, since Xiaohua said so, it should be fine. Let's go home first. The child came back from afar, so it's better for her to rest." Zhang Kai continued. Then, he turned to the villagers and said, "Everyone, when Xiaohua is well rested, I will bring her to visit all of you in a few days. Don't mention it, don't mention it. We're all from the same village. There's no need to be so polite." Everyone chuckled when they heard that. They waved their hands and busied themselves with their own matters. Only a few naughty children stared enviously at Little Black and Little Martin on Zhang Xiaohua's shoulders. They were obviously wondering why the puppy was so smart to be able to stand on Zhang Xiaohua's shoulders. They might even have to train their own dogs at night. When Zhang Xiaohua followed her mother and the others into the house, Mr. Lu, who had received the news, also rushed over. Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to neglect and quickly went forward to greet him. Who knew that Mr. Lu did not dare to accept the greeting and also respectfully returned the greeting, making Zhang Xiaohua a little embarrassed. Lu Qian saw it from the side and pursed her lips into a smile. "Father knows that you can fly. When you are an immortal, he doesn't dare." "Qian, Mr. Lu chided. "Xiaohua is different from us now. You can't, Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly bowed again and said respectfully, although I have some remarkable powers, an elder is still an elder. Mr. Lu is my elder. I dare not neglect you. This time, Mr. Lu could not move. He could only allow Zhang Xiaohua to bow. However, his eyes were filled with gratification. When Zhang Xiaohua stood still, Mr. Lu could move his hands and feet. He did not fuss about it anymore. He used his hand to stroke his beard and said, when drinking water, one can think of the source. When one is rich, one does not go back to one's roots. This is a great virtue. Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head and invited Mr. Lu to take a seat. When Mr. Lu sat down, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said to Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei, Father, Mother, don't worry. Second brother has already reached Pingyang City. I reckon he will be back in a few days' time. Is that so? Guo Sufei was surprised and asked in return. Of course. The boy saw it with his own eyes. Don't worry. Zhang Xiaohua made a solemn vow and said, if second brother is busy and can't come back, let's go to Pingyang City to visit him. He is now the sect leader of a famous sect. He is very prestigious. Mr. Lu was surprised. Pingyang City was so far away. Zhang Xiaohua left early in the morning and came back at night. If she did not fly, how else could she go? Lu Qian was smart. She brewed the yunwu tea that Zhang Xiaohua brought back with mountain spring water and served it. Before the teacup was placed on the table, a refreshing tea fragrance filled the entire central room. This tea fragrance was intoxicating. However, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but frown when she smelled it. The yunwu tea itself contained the energy of heaven and earth. The mountain spring water of the Zhang family was even more abundant. If they only drank the mountain spring water, it was already extremely fragrant. If they drank the yunwu tea, it would be hard not to attract attention. Looking at her mother, father and Mr. Lu enjoying the tea, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Father, our mountain spring water, has anyone been thinking about it? Yes? Why not? Zhang Kai drank the tea and put down the teacup. He smiled and said, after all, our crops are different from other families. Your mother and I, and Mr. Lu, are getting younger and younger. Many people have come to ask about it. Cough cough. Because of this, I have even discussed with your brother. We still use the river water when we plant crops. We will only use the mountain spring water for our own consumption. No one has discovered anything. However, Mr. Lu shook his head. That might not be the case. When we were drinking tea, we were also seen by people a few times. They all wanted to ask where we bought the tea leaves from. We all said that it was sent by Xiao Hu. This yunwu tea is even more fragrant. It is not something that ordinary people can drink. In the future, people might see through us. Isn't it just drinking tea? Is it that serious? Guo Sufei was a little doubtful. In-law, don't be careless. If the Zhang family did not show some signs in the past few years, how could we have provoked the mountain bandits a few days ago? Mr. Lu explained. After all, Mr. Lu had seen the Zhang family in the past few years with his own eyes. If they did not have some external wealth, they would not be so prosperous. How could they not attract the envy of others? Hearing Mr. Lu's words, Guo Sufei was a little sad. She said, if Mr. Lu says so, then my Zhang family is very rich? In-law, wealth has its own reasons. With wealth, there must be a way to guarantee wealth. Otherwise, you can only be like the clan leader of the Guozhuang house. Then, he looked at Zhang Xiaohua and said, isn't there still Xiaohua here? If it was not for her a few days ago, you all would have been in trouble. Of course, now that Xiaohua is back, how much wealth do you all want? Isn't it just a matter of words? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Mr. Lu's words are very reasonable. Then, she told them what had happened in the past few days. When they heard that Zhang Xiaohua had killed many people in the past few days, everyone could not help but tremble in fear. Guo Sufei also frowned, as if she wanted to blame him. Mr. Lu saw this and sighed in his heart. He even explained, "In-law, don't blame Xiaohua for this matter. It is necessary to eradicate evil. If he shows mercy, he may be harmed instead. And, didn't you hear? These people's hands are all covered in blood. Xiaohua is also enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. What he did was very right." But Guo Sufei's brows were still knitted. She said worriedly, "But Xiaohua has done so. He has killed many people himself. In the future, won't he go to hell? I'd rather go to hell myself than let my child go there." These words expressed the feelings of a loving mother. The hall was silent. Lu Qian looked at Byron, who was mumbling something in her arms. She also had the same thoughts. She only wanted to bear all the sins for Byron and let all the pain of Byron be on her. She could not bear to let him have the slightest bit of grievance. Mother Zhang Xiaohua stood up and walked to his mother's side. He squatted down like a child in the past and smiled, "Mother, don't worry. Your son is now an immortal. A place like hell will not take me in." Guo Sufei knew that he was comforting her. She smiled and rubbed her son's head. She said, "Xiaohua, you are all grown up. Mother can't care so much. But when you are outside, Mother is always worried, afraid of this, afraid of that. Even when you come back, Mother doesn't dare to ask you about Xiaohu personally. Boy is unfilial. I've made Mother worry." Zhang Xiaohua said guiltily. "Xiaohua, don't worry. Although your mother misses you, she always praises you in front of me. She said that in the entire Guozhuang house, only her 3 sons are capable and no one can compare to them." Zhang Kai comforted at the side. "That is." Guo Sufei glared at Zhang Kai and said, "Look at Baldi Guo's family at the entrance of the village. One of his children works at the counter in Lu Town and only earns 1 cent of silver a month. Another child was found to be playing with fake wood ears and was locked in the prison in Pingyang City. Then look." Zhang Xiaohua was listening with a happy face. However, the more he listened, the stranger his expression became. In the end, he almost laughed bitterly. His mother had mentioned all the good-for-nothings in the Guozhuang house. How could he compare with them? Mr. Lu also laughed as he listened. Lu Qian also pursed her lips and laughed. Zhang Byron was tired of staying in his mother's arms. He walked in front of Zhang Xiaohua and opened his 2 small arms, asking for a hug. However, he kept calling out, "Master, master, eh?" Mr. Lu heard and asked curiously, "Xiaohua, what did Byron call you? It doesn't seem to be little uncle, right?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and told him about what happened at the entrance of the village. He said, "I thought that if I could teach Ji Xiaohua some martial arts, would be able to establish myself. It would be worthy of this fate. Xiaohua, this little brat. He doesn't want to be a good younger brother but insists on being a disciple." Guo Sufei said angrily, "This time, he should call me Master's grandmother." Zhang Xiaohua was sweating profusely. He waved his hand and said, "Mother, please, this. Xiaohua, can I take on a surname in the future? I thought you were talking about me." Mr. Lu rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "Then, if Xiaohua establishes a sect, wouldn't Ji Xiaohua be the first disciple?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and nodded naturally, "Perhaps." Mr. Lu shook his head with a smile and said, No, Xiaohua, the first one to kowtow was Xiaohua, but the first one you helped up was not him." "Then, who else?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. However, she immediately thought of Zhang Byron, who raised his hand and said, "Mr. Lu, are you talking about Byron?" But Byron is my nephew. If I have the ability, I will definitely teach him. As for apprenticeship, there is no need. Mr. Lu shook his head. No, not only Zhang Xiaohua, even Zhang Xiaolong and Lu Qian, who had been silent all this time, were also puzzled. Please vote monthly, please vote recommendation, please collect, please tip, thank you. Com to vote recommendation and monthly. Chapter 1075. Mr. Lu took a sip of tea and placed the teacup on the table. He stroked his beard and smiled. Xiaohua, if you were to establish a sect, what would it be called? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, I'm slow-witted. I casually mentioned the name Beidou School and used it in the pugilistic world. I don't have any other ideas for now. Yes, the Big Dipper stars in the middle of the night. Once the Big Dipper appears, it will reign supreme. Mr. Lu nodded when he heard this. He said a lot of unfathomable things like Chu Zhigao's mother on Dragon Mountain. Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head and didn't know how to interrupt. After Mr. Lu finished talking about the benefits of Beidou School, he asked Zhang Xiaohua, Xiaohua, you think that Byron is your nephew and is related to you by blood. You have the obligation to teach him and pass on the teachings of Beidou School to him. But, you have to know that Byron is only your nephew, not your son. He should belong to Xiaolong and Lu Qian, not you, Zhang Xiaohua, and not the Beidou School. Therefore, from this point of view, you did not teach the Big Dipper sect's orthodoxy to him properly. Moreover, this is also very unfair to Xiaohua. Maybe Ji Xiaohua doesn't care. Maybe Byron doesn't care, maybe your disciples don't care when you're alive, but, when you're gone, when your disciples are gone, what about their descendants? Will they not care about Byron? Also, what about after Byron? Will he take in disciples? What about his disciples? Will he also start another sect? Or in your Beidou School? As Mr. Lu asked one question after another, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but scratch his head again and again. He had never thought so much, but Mr. Lu's words did sound reasonable. Moreover, since you want to start a sect, of course, rules are the most important. With rules, your sect can follow rules and operate normally. So, the first thing you have to do is not play favoritism and treat your blood relatives as your orthodoxy. You can't teach your martial arts to your nephew without the sect's name. Master. Zhang Byron, who was next to him, muttered, not knowing if he understood. But Zhang Xiaohua was at a loss for words. He thought of the strange situation when Zhang Byron was born. This little thing's future achievements would be incomparable to his. How could he be his master? No buts. Mr. Lu waved his hand and said, since you helped Byron up first, then if you want to take in disciples, then Byron should be your first disciple, which is the first disciple of the sect, and not Xiaohua Ji. Xiaohua, do you think what I said is reasonable? Mr. Lu raised his head and said to Xiaohua Ji. Mr. Lu's words are very reasonable. Master did help Byron up first. Byron is still young, but at that time, he was still calling Master. Xiaohua Ji said honestly, I don't dare to fight for the title of first disciple with little young Master. Lu Qian didn't know why her father said so much to Zhang Xiaohua, but she couldn't say anything. She could only whisper, Xiaohua, my father's words, if it's inconvenient, don't listen. Your sect is more important. Maybe you don't need to care. Everyone here is related to you, so they won't leak it. Zhang Xiaohua had already made up her mind. She laughed and said, Mr. Lu's words are very reasonable. Although Byron's apprenticeship was a little coincidental, just a little boy playing around, but, what is fate? This is fate. If I were to set up a sect, this Beidou School's first disciple would undoubtedly be Byron. Since I can be Zhang Byron's uncle, why can't I be his master? Byron also giggled. He put his little hand on Zhang Xiaohua's face and scratched again and again. Well, after scratching for a while, he was tired and fell asleep in Zhang Xiaohua's arms. Lu Qian took over Zhang Bairen. Zhang Xiaolong couldn't help but ask, I heard that all sects have a mountain gate. For example, the Misty School is in Pingyang City's Misty Peak. What about your beta school? Where is it? Don't tell me it's in the Guozhuang house. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Big brother, of course it won't be in the Guozhuang house. I already know it in my heart. Let's wait a little longer. After all, I'm still young and my cultivation hasn't reached the peak. I'm afraid I'll delay others. Then, he looked at Xiaohua Ji and said, Of course, even if I don't set up a sect, this martial art will still be taught to Ji Xiaohua. Why don't we set it up in Xichui Mountain? I heard that the mountain there is very high. It's easy to defend and hard to attack. Zhang Xiaohua sweated profusely. Big brother, Xichui Mountain's reputation is ruined. How would I dare to go there? I already know it in my heart. Let's wait a few years. If the opportunity doesn't appear, I'll find a better place. Oh right, big brother, let me ask you. In the west of Lu Town, about 100 miles away, is there a mountain range called the Mountain Range? 100 miles? Zhang Xiaolong shook his head. I haven't been that far. Mr. Lu said, that place seems to be called Ya Mountain. I went there when I was young. Why? Do you want to set up your sect there? Zhang Xiaohua shook her head. No, I just feel that there's something strange there. Just now when I passed by there, just now. Everyone was surprised. That's 100 miles, not 10 miles. Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head and said, I'm just guessing. I don't know the exact distance. Maybe 200 miles. Yes, the exact distance should be 120 miles. Mr. Lu smiled and nodded. Everyone felt dizzy again. After a long while, Guosufei probed, Xiaohua, mother has something she doesn't understand. Mother, please speak. Zhang Xiaohua quickly said. Well, mother thinks, isn't your second brother the head of some Misty School? Why don't you join the Misty School? You two brothers can support each other if you're together. Isn't that better? Zhang Xiaohua understood her mother's meaning. She waved her hand and said, I naturally understand mother's words. If the Misty School needs anything, or if second brother wants me to do something for the Misty School, of course I won't refuse. But, second brother got the inheritance of the Misty School. Naturally, he has to work for the Misty School. But I didn't get the inheritance of the Misty School. So, people who walk different paths cannot make plans together. Even if I can't start my own sect, I'm afraid I can't leave this legacy to the Misty School. People who walk different paths cannot make plans together. Mr. Lu clapped his hands and praised, these words are wonderful. Then he turned to Guosufei and said, In-law, congratulations on giving birth to 2 dragons and phoenixes. Xiaohua and Xiaohu should be outstanding. If they were both in the Misty School, one of them would have to settle down. Although it can't be said that a mountain can't accommodate 2 tigers, the principle is the same. I'm afraid that in the future, the 2 brothers will have something to do with each other. Why don't we do as Xiaohua said, each of them can support each other in their future. It's the best of both worlds. Zhang Kai and Guosufei nodded as if they were enlightened. But when Zhang Xiaolong heard his father-in-law praise his 2 brothers, he felt proud but also a little sad. He faintly felt that he was much worse than his brothers. Lu Qian was extremely sensitive. She hugged Bairen with one hand and secretly held her husband's hand with the other. Her eyes were full of tenderness. How sensitive were Zhang Xiaohua's senses now? She also felt that something was wrong. Looking at her brother and sister-in-law's love, she couldn't help but think of a dream. If husband and wife had such a mutual understanding, why would they care about helping each other in difficult times? Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Mr. Lu praising me and my second brother is really a little too much. Maybe it's really like what Mr. Lu said, us two brothers have some achievements. But, these may not be the credit of the two of us. For example, my second brother has received the legacy of many seniors in the Misty School. Not to mention the distant ones, the closest ones are sect leader O, Zhang Chengyue, Hero 1, Heroine Shui, and Hero Lu. Mr. Lu only sees my second brother's achievements. He may not know the contributions of these seniors in the Misty School. Mr. Lu clapped his hands and said, Xiaohua is right. This old man is wrong. Just say whatever you want. Mr. Lu, please listen. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, as for myself, I have received the legacy of a person called Venerable Fiery Dragon. He was a rogue cultivator and didn't belong to any sect. Even if he had a sect, it would have died out long ago. I just took advantage of it and took it as Venerable Fiery Dragon's contribution. Before Venerable Fiery Dragon, I don't know about it and I can't talk about it. Mr. Lu didn't know what Zhang Xiaohua was referring to, but he felt that what she said was very reasonable. He nodded slightly. So, you can't just look at my second brother's and my brother's contributions. You can't look at the contributions of the people behind us. Zhang Xiaohua said to Zhang Xiaolong, as for big brother, me? When Zhang Xiaolong heard that it was him, he was stunned. He quickly let go of Lu Qian's hand and asked curiously. That's right, big brother. There's another type of people. They might not be able to succeed from birth, they might not be able to become famous, and they might remain unknown forever, but, they exist for the sake of other people's existence. Without them, the people who rely on them will never be able to become famous and succeed. And, as long as these people become famous, then, those who are destined to be the helpers of others will also become famous. It's just that their names will always be associated with those famous people. Zhang Xiaohua finally smiled and said, Big brother, you are such a person. Your name will definitely become famous along with Byron. Your name will shake the world. Byron? Zhang Xiaolong was surprised and said, after talking for so long, I thought you were talking about you. When you become the head of Beidou school, when people hear that I am Zhang Xiaohua's brother, they will respect me to death. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, It's Zhang Byron, Zhang Jian. In the future, your name will shake the world because of him. Because you are Zhang Byron's father. Your existence is for the sake of Zhang Byron's rebirth. Maybe. I also exist because of Byron's existence. After listening to Zhang Xiaohua's words, Mr. Lu unconsciously let out a long sigh and said, Xiaohua, what you said is very right. This old man agrees. However, a person is a person after all. Everyone has their own reason for existence. If they live purely for others, it's too dry and boring. No matter if their existence is for themselves or for others, they have to be positive, courageous, and optimistic. Only then, will there be true meaning in life. Chapter 1076. How could Zhang Xiaolong not know that his father-in-law was talking about him? He stood up and cupped his hands, many thanks for father-in-law's guidance. This son-in-law understands. Mr. Lu nodded and said, since Qian chose you before, I also find you pleasing to the eye. I don't care if you've studied or if you're from a scholarly family. Now, although you're still a farmer and aren't necessarily wealthier than others, as long as you and Qian are happy, why would I care about you? You don't have to feel inferior. What's the point of being a farmer? Mr. Lu's words were very touching. However, when everyone heard not wealthier than others, their faces revealed a strange expression. This expression was so obvious that it could be seen on Ji Xiaohua's face. Mr. Lu couldn't help but feel strange. He said, "Could it be that I'm wrong?" Zhang Xiaolong quickly smiled. "Father-in-law is right. This son-in-law will be a farmer in the future." Zhang Xiaohua interrupted, "Mr. Lu is right. It's just that, this kid thinks, Big Brother doesn't need to be a farmer in the future. Moreover, this Guozhuang house may not be able to stay for long." Mr. Lu was very surprised and said, "Why is that?" Everyone was also curious about Zhang Xiaohua's last sentence. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and a huge chest appeared in the central room, right in front of everyone's eyes. "This is..." Mr. Lu was extremely shocked. "I won't hide it from Mr. Lu. The bandits from Shichui Mountain came last time. It wasn't a groundless accusation. My Zhang family isn't as poor as a church mouse right now. We're not necessarily poorer than others." Then, Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and the lid of the chest opened. Wow! Lu Qian and the others all cried out. Zhang Xiaolong was even more surprised. "Xiaohua, this doesn't seem to be our family's chest." Mr. Lu looked at the chest full of jewels and was also dumbfounded. Although he was well-read, he also had talent but had no opportunities. How could he have seen so much wealth? After a long while, he came back to his senses and sighed, "After all, I'm just a mortal. Previously, I thought I was noble and virtuous, but now I know that it's because I haven't seen enough money to attract me. Just this chest of gold, silver, and jewelry is enough to tempt me. What about these?" Zhang Xiaohua seemed like she would not stop until she said something shocking. With a wave of her hand, 3 similarly huge boxes were lined up in a row, all the way to the door. "This..." As Zhang Xiaohua opened the box, Mr. Lu's hands trembled. "Mr. Lu, do you think my Zhang family is an ordinary village family? With all these, how can our Zhang family still stay in the Guozhuang house? My big brother, can he still be an honest farmer?" After a long while, Mr. Lu finally calmed down. He took a deep breath and drank another cup of tea. He shook his head and said, "It's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but it's hard to go from extravagance to frugality. In-law, it's not that this old man wants to criticize you, but this old man really admires you. With such a large amount of wealth, you can still peacefully live the life of a farmer. Even if this old man doesn't know how to live the life of a farmer, I still don't know how to live the life of a farmer." Zhang Kai said with a simple and honest smile. "Even if you don't know, with money, there are many things you can do. The details of your life are already different from the villagers of the Guozhuang house. This Guozhuang house can't be lived in anymore. Xiaolong, have you always been dissatisfied with farming?" Xiaolong nodded honestly, "That's right. I feel that farming is no longer as urgent as it used to be. It doesn't matter whether I farm or not." Then, he looked at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Even when the fields were burned a few times ago, I just casually threw out the jade pieces that Xiaohua gave me. I was too lazy to find a fire sickle." Seeing that Xiaolong was somewhat ashamed, Mr. Lu smiled and said, "This is human nature. Before, farming was to make a living. If you don't farm, you can't do it. Working hard is also something you should do. Now that your family has a lot of money, who would farm for themselves? Farming is only for leisure activities. Xiaolong, you don't need to blame yourself." Zhang Xiaohua heard and said, "Actually, when I gave the money to my family, I already thought of this, but, seeing that I have so much wealth and father and brother still have to work hard in the fields, I can't bear it, so, Little Blossom, you're just being filial. You can't blame anyone for that. If you have money and still let father and brother work in the fields, then, there is a problem." Mr. Lu smiled and said, "But now, you are thinking about where to live and how to live." Zhang Xiaohua's eyes turned and smiled, "Not just us, Mr. Lu, don't you want to go with us?" Mr. Lu was stunned and immediately became overjoyed. "If you are willing, why wouldn't I be happy? Father, look at what you are saying. If you follow us, we can't be happier. Lu Qian had already integrated into the Zhang family. Naturally, she knew that her parents-in-law were very kind and respected her father. Of course, she would hope that her father would go with the Zhang family. Zhang Kai understood at this time and said, "In-law, whether we move or not, you have to be with us. These years, we have tasted tea together. It feels good. If you are not here in the future, I will also feel lonely." Seeing that Guo Sufei also wanted to speak, Mr. Lu didn't argue. He nodded and said, "In-law, even if you don't ask me to stay, I will still stay in your Zhang family. Where can I find such delicious tea in this world?" Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei were also happy to hear this. Then, they frowned and asked Zhang Xiaohua, "Xiaohua, why are we talking about moving again? We have never thought of leaving the Guozhuang house." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Father, mother, Mr. Lu said it well. Things have changed with the passage of time. Now, second brother is the head of the Misty School. Although I haven't achieved it yet, from second brother's point of view, it is extremely inappropriate for you two to stay in the Guozhuang house. Previously, a thief from Shizui Mountain almost hurt you. If the enemies of the Misty School come to find you in the future, won't it be a headache for second brother?" So troublesome, Guo Sufei rubbed her forehead with her fingers and said in distress, "If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have let you go out in the past." Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. It seemed that mother was still proud of second brother for becoming the head of the Misty School. Zhang Kai disagreed, "If they don't go out, they will still be fighting with the Guozhuang house's old Guozhuang house's land." Zhang Xiaolong also smiled and said, "Yes, we can't stay in the Guozhuang house, but we can go to Lu Town or Pingyang City. We can go to second brother's Misty School. It is also a good opportunity to practice martial arts. Big brother is right. Maybe second brother has the same idea. Let's wait for him to come back in 2 days." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "I don't know how Xiaohu is now. When will he come back?" Guo Sufei muttered. "Second brother is busy enjoying being the head of the gang. When he settles the matters of the Misty School, he will definitely come back." Zhang Xiaohua explained for Zhang Xiaohu. At the ethereal heights outside Pingyang City, Zhang Xiaohua imagined that Zhang Xiaohu would be enjoying being the head of the gang. However, he was now a busy mess. During the day, Zhang Xiaohua displayed her invincible prowess by transforming into Panan and killing the deputy chief of the Righteous Alliance's wealthy class and the 4 consecrators. The remaining members of the Righteous Alliance had lost their will to fight and had surrendered early on. They became the captives of the Misty School and quietly waited for the Misty School to deal with them. The young disciples of the Misty School were all at the ethereal heights dealing with the aftermath. The task of capturing the Righteous Alliance members naturally fell on the shoulders of the disciples of the fragrant cult led by Ming Qing. After the captives' acupoints were sealed and sent to the dungeons and rooms of the ethereal heights to be guarded, Zhang Xiaohu and Ming Qing had different opinions. Zhang Xiaohu thought that this was the territory of the Misty School and should be guarded by the disciples of the Misty School. However, Ming Qing thought that it was his subordinates who captured the Righteous Alliance members. Naturally, his subordinates should be guarding them. Furthermore, his subordinates were also disciples of the Misty School. How could they not guard them? Zhang Xiaohu had no way to refute. He also didn't put on the airs of a leader and could only agree. Next was how to deal with the Righteous Alliance members. Zhang Xiaohu had seen the evil deeds of the Righteous Alliance members in the ethereal heights many years ago. Naturally, he wanted to cripple these disciples' martial arts once and for all. His reason was that the Righteous Alliance was about to launch a counterattack. If they were left alive, there would be people left to guard them. Even if they were rescued by the Righteous Alliance, they would still be strong opponents. However, Ming Qing objected. He thought that after these Righteous Alliance members were captured, they would definitely become qualified disciples of the Misty School. Even if they couldn't, they should still be escorted back to the fragrant cult and become disciples of the fragrant cult. There was no reason to cripple their martial arts. The two of them couldn't agree. Furthermore, Jing-Yi Shirtai had appointed Ming Qing to be in charge of martial arts and killing. These captives should be managed by Ming Qing. Zhang Xiaohu could only angrily stay in the meeting hall. He allowed Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng to laugh as they went out to deal with the Righteous Alliance captives. Sigh, I knew it. It's not easy to be the leader of the Misty School. Beside him, Chen Chen said softly, Senior, if you're not happy with it, let Martial Uncle Wen take over. What are you talking about? Changgu scolded from the side, Little Tiger is inexperienced. Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng can only be Little Tiger's whetstone. In 1 year or 3 years, Little Tiger will definitely stand out and take control of the Misty School. Seeing Changgu so confident, Zhang Xiaohu shook his head slightly. Changgu, the Misty School is now the puppet of the fragrant cult. I'm the puppet of the puppets. Even if I want to fight with the fragrant cult, I don't have the capital. Capital? Changgu rolled his eyes and smiled. Martial Uncle Li, Martial Uncle Lu, and Martial Uncle Wen aren't your capital? Ren Jingyi is a sly old fox. She definitely didn't expect you to have these trump cards, right? Moreover, didn't Martial Uncle Hu also bring some Misty School members outside? When they get the news and return to the Misty School, won't our power be even stronger? Won't you have more trump cards? But, the problem is, how do Martial Uncle Li and the others compare to Martial Uncle Jingyi and the others? Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly, you saw it today. We had the upper hand at first, but when the 5 from the Righteous Alliance appeared, we immediately fell into a disadvantageous position. If not for the help of the Immortals, the outcome would have been completely different. Chapter 1077. Of course, I know that. Chang'e blinked and smiled. But, don't you still have the most powerful trump card? Xiaohua? The corners of Zhang Xiaohu's mouth curled into a smile. Although he's powerful, and given enough time, he might be able to defeat Abbess Jing-Yi, but, he's still young. He's only been practicing martial arts for 5 years. If we only rely on him, I'm afraid it won't work. Xiaohu, did you really, not realize? Chang'e couldn't help asking. Realize? Zhang Xiaohu looked up at the sky outside the meeting hall and said in a low voice, I'm just guessing. I don't dare to associate Xiaohua with that immortal. Chen Chen also said in a low voice, yes, senior sister. Although that immortal can fly and so can Zhang Xiaohua, but, the two of them don't look like each other and there's a huge difference in their height. I've heard of the art of disguise in the martial arts world, but I've never heard of it being able to change a person's height. But, he's an immortal after all. Does he have any supernatural powers that we don't know about? Chang'e asked tentatively. If Xiaohua has such supernatural powers, there's no reason why Nanjingyi can't. Zhang Xiaohu shook his head. I've never heard of Nanjingyi being able to change her appearance. Senior brother, senior sister, don't make wild guesses. When you see Zhang Xiaohua, why don't you just ask her directly? Chen Chen smiled. By the way, senior brother, I heard that your home is not far from Pingyang City? Is Zhang Xiaohua at home now? Let's go and see. With that, her face was slightly flushed. How could Zhang Xiaohu not know Chen Chen's thoughts? He smiled bitterly. I haven't been back for many years. I really want to see my father and mother, but, look at the Misty School now. There are so many things waiting to be done. As the leader, how can I leave? Moreover, Grandmaster Li, Grandmaster Lu, Miss O, my master, and Uncle Shui are coming back. How can I leave? Speaking of this, he asked again, Chang'e, when will Master and the others arrive? Chang'e thought for a moment and said, soon, probably in 7 or 8 days. Chen Chen, on the other hand, was dejected. Just as he was about to speak, he heard a burst of noise outside. An extremely pleasant voice shouted, "Faction leader Zhang, you must seek justice for the disciples of my Mingcue clan." Zhang Xiaohu frowned and looked up. He saw Auntie Qin charging in angrily, followed by Du Feng and Ding Chao. Behind her were Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng, whose expressions were strange. They exchanged glances as they walked in. "Hall Master Qin, why are you so angry?" Zhang Xiaohu looked at Aunt Qin sitting on the chair and asked curiously, "Vice Gang Leader Ming and Vice Gang Leader Gao just went out, you can ask them." Hall Master Qin said bluntly. Zhang Xiaohu looked at the angry Aunt Qin and frowned slightly. He could only turn his head to look at Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng. "Deputy Sect Masters, why are you doing this?" Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng looked at each other and said in unison, "Since Hall Master Qin complained, it's better for her to say it." Instantly, Zhang Xiaohu's face was as cold as frost. He said in a low voice, "Could it be that no one has told me what happened?" Aunt Qin was a little regretful. Zhang Xiaohu was a disciple of the Misty School after all. She had made things difficult for him by throwing a tantrum. However, at this point, she could only give Du Feng a look. Du Feng ignored her and stood up. He cupped his hands and said, reporting to faction leader Zhang, "It's like this." Then, Du Feng recounted everything that had happened in detail. It turned out that after capturing the disciples of the Righteous Alliance, some of the disciples of the Fragrance Cult had sealed their acupoints one by one and escorted them to dungeons or rooms. Most of the disciples of the Fragrance Cult had eaten their fill and rested. However, Misty Mountain Villa was the base of the Misty School. Although there were many disciples of the Fragrance Cult, they weren't familiar with Misty Mountain Villa. On the way to attack, they had only paid attention to their whereabouts and talked about the key points of the attack. As for where they could rest and where they couldn't, they didn't mention it clearly. After a life-and-death battle, the disciples of the Fragrance Cult had finally escaped and survived. Some of the disciples couldn't help but sigh. When they were eating and drinking, they drank a little too much. Wine is a matchmaker, wine strengthens one's courage, these old sayings were true. When the disciples of the Fragrance Cult drank too much, it was inevitable that they would become restless. Therefore, these disciples couldn't help but be a little rude to the female disciples of the Misty School's Mingcue Hall. This was a small matter. When Aunt Qin heard the disciples' report, she could only suppress her anger in her heart. She only ordered her disciples to hide far away and rest early. However, when night fell, one of the Fragrance Cult disciples drank too much and couldn't find his way back. He wandered around and happened to meet a female disciple of the Mingcue Hall. The Fragrance Cult disciple had eaten a leopard's guts. In an instant, he had evil thoughts and reached out to seal the female disciple's acupoints. The female disciple was caught off guard. Secondly, her martial arts weren't good enough to begin with. She was restrained in an instant and didn't even have the chance to scream. Fortunately, when the female disciple was turned into a little white sheep and was about to be ravaged, she bumped into a Misty School disciple. That disciple immediately shouted and went forward to stop him. The Fragrance Cult disciple flew into a rage out of humiliation and wanted to kill the Misty School disciple. However, when he severely injured the Misty School disciple, the Misty School disciples who heard the cries from afar had already arrived. The Fragrance Cult disciple wanted to resist stubbornly, but there were too many of them and he was about to be captured. However, at this moment, not only did the Misty School disciples hear the cries, the Fragrance Cult disciples also arrived. When they saw the situation, they didn't say anything and first rescued the Fragrance Cult disciple and even injured a few of the Misty School disciples. When Aunt Qin heard this, she was naturally furious. She immediately went out to look for them. However, she couldn't find them. Coincidentally, she bumped into Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng and asked them for them. The two of them didn't know the reason, and when they asked someone else, they could only refuse. In a fit of anger, Aunt Qin dragged the two of them to the discussion hall. After hearing Du Feng's words, Zhang Xiaohu's eyes were spitting fire. He thought about what Chen Jian had done to him in the past. Wasn't he also plotting against Chang'e? The female disciples of Mingcue Hall were his senior and junior sisters. They were no different from Chang'e and Chen Chen. What was the difference between them being humiliated by the disciples of the fragrant cult and him being humiliated? It was no wonder that Aunt Qin was angry. Even Chang'e and Chen Chen, who were next to him, looked angry. Deputy Faction Leader Ming, is what Du Feng said true? Zhang Xiaohu asked coldly. Ming Qing was a little embarrassed, but he still nodded and said, yes, Faction Leader Zhang, it is true. Then, where is that disciple? What's his name? Has he been captured? This. Reporting to Faction Leader Zhang, that disciple's name is Wang Dong. Because he is drunk, he has fallen asleep. I have already sent someone to watch over him. Bang! Zhang Xiaohu slapped the armrest of the chair and said angrily, Wang Dong committed such a crime and can still sleep peacefully. How can this be? Deputy Faction Leader Ming, why aren't you arresting him? Ming Qing frowned and said, Faction Leader Zhang, please calm down. Wang Dong did commit a crime, but he was drunk and did not commit any serious crimes. Moreover, Wang Dong is a meritorious person of the Misty School. He has just captured the disciples of the Righteous Alliance. If we punish him now, I'm afraid, won't it hurt the hearts of the disciples of the fragrant cult? Zhang Xiaohu heard and said coldly, then what does Deputy Faction Leader Ming mean? Ming Qing thought for a moment and said, I've only just heard the whole story. This is just my first thought. If there's anything wrong, please advise me, Sect Leader Zhang. Tell me. Zhang Xiaohu was expressionless. Yes. Reporting to Faction Leader Zhang, I think Wang Dong has committed a crime. Although he was drunk, considering that he is a meritorious person of the Misty School, can we atone for his crime? Can we first give him a few dozen strokes to offset his punishment? Zhang Xiaohu bit his lip and did not express his opinion. He continued to ask, anything else? Also, I think that although Wang Dong did not ruin the reputation of the female disciple, her reputation is still worrisome. In the future, the female disciple will not be able to meet anyone. Why don't we turn a bad thing into a good thing and persuade the female disciple to marry Wang Dong? What do you think, Faction Leader Zhang Xiaohu? Ming Qing's eyes flashed as he looked at Zhang Xiaohu. That's a one-sided idea. Zhang Xiaohu was so angry that he laughed and said, I'd like to ask Deputy Faction Leader Ming what the first rule of the fragrant cult is. Those who betray their hearts will be killed. Ming Qing said without hesitation, however, this is not the fragrant cult. Moreover, Wang Dong did not betray the female disciple. Faction Leader Zhang, don't be mistaken. Of course I'm not mistaken. However, the fourth rule of the Misty School also states that those who take liberties with female disciples will be killed. I wonder if Deputy Faction Leader Ming knows? Zhang Xiaohu said coldly. Ming Qing rolled his eyes and said with a smile, I'm slow-witted. I just entered Ethereal Heights today. Is there such a rule? I really don't know. Then I'll tell you now. Do you know? Of course I know, Ming Qing said innocently. Ming Qing said innocently, but I only just found out. I reckon Wang Dong himself still doesn't know. Deputy Faction Leader Ming, do you mean that those who don't know can't be blamed? Zhang Xiaohu asked. That's not what I meant. Faction Leader Zhang, don't make wild guesses. I just think that although Wang Dong made a mistake, it didn't cause any consequences. Moreover, he really doesn't know this rule. Please think carefully. Don't disappoint our brothers and say that faction leader Zhang is using a chicken feather as a token of authority. You. Zhang Xiaohu was furious and stood up. Gao Kunheng saw this and immediately stood up. He cupped his hands and said, "Faction leader Zhang, please calm down. Please listen to my opinion. What do you think?" Zhang Xiaohu took a deep breath and nodded. "Go ahead." "I think that we focused on attacking ethereal heights today and ignored the announcement of the faction's rules. This caused some of the new Misty School disciples to be at a loss and think that there are no rules to restrict them. I reckon Wang Dong is like that. Therefore, we can't put all the blame on Wang Dong. As faction leaders, you, I and Deputy Faction Leader Ming also have some responsibility. Therefore, I think that from now on, we should restore the Misty School's commandment hall and explain the faction's rules and commandments to the Misty School disciples, especially the new ones. As for the previous ones, I'm a little inclined to Deputy Faction Leader Ming's opinion. We haven't restored the faction's rules yet. Of course, we can't use the current faction's rules to restrict and punish the Misty School disciples who made mistakes in the past. Don't you think so? Faction leader Zhang? Please cast a monthly vote, a recommendation vote, a collection, a tip. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to cast a recommendation vote or monthly vote. Chapter 1078. Zhang Xiaohu nodded slightly and turned to Ding Chao. "Ding Chao, you're an old member of Ethereal Sect. I'm sure you're familiar with Ethereal Sect's rules. Now that there are many things waiting to be done, it's time for you to contribute to our sect. I hereby appoint you as the Deputy Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall. You will be in charge of all law enforcement matters in the Misty School." Ding Chao was overjoyed. He bowed and said, "I will do my best to revitalize the Misty School." When Zhang Xiaohu heard that, he waved his hand and said, "You are still young and do not have the experience of being a hall master. Therefore, I will appoint you as the vice hall master first. Pick out some of the outstanding martial arts from the Ethereal Sect disciples and those who are upright. When the time is right, I will naturally appoint you as the hall master." Ding Chao thanked him and said, "My virtue is shallow. I am grateful to be valued by Grand Faction Leader Zhang. How could I dare to ask for more?" Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng looked at each other and felt a little regretful. On the way to the Ethereal Mountain Villa, Zhang Xiaohu had already vaguely mentioned to them that he wanted to establish the various halls of the Ethereal Sect. This was an important moment for the Ethereal Sect to rearrange. Of course, the two of them had some plans in their hearts. Therefore, they had been shirking their responsibilities and wanted to wait until they had taken down the Ethereal Mountain Villa before discussing it. Who knew that such a thing would happen? Now that Zhang Xiaohu had appointed Ding Chao as the Deputy Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, it was a matter of course. Zhang Xiaohu glanced at the two of them and turned to Du Feng and said, "Junior Du, when we were at Shixin Peak, you always worked hard without complaint. You did your best to deal with the various halls of the Misty School and earned a lot of benefits for the Misty School. Now that the Misty School is being rebuilt, the Deputy Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall is suitable for Junior Du. Would Junior Du be willing to share my burden?" Without waiting for Du Feng to speak, Gao Kunheng hurriedly said, "Grand Faction Leader Zhang, you can't." The corner of Zhang Xiaohu's eyes twitched. He smiled and said, "Deputy Gang Leader Feng, why not?" Gao Kunheng thought for a moment and glanced at Ming Qing. He cupped his hands and said, "Sect Leader, the revival of our Misty School is all thanks to the disciples of Wuming Hall of Incense Cult. If Sect Leader Zhang only rewards the disciples of Misty School, it will inevitably cause dissatisfaction among the people. They will say that Sect Leader Zhang favors one over the other. I'm afraid it will be detrimental to the development of Misty School in the future. Anything else?" Zhang Xiaohu asked calmly. Gao Kunheng shook his head. Yes, Deputy Gang Leader Ming and Deputy Gang Leader Feng, today's conflict between the disciples of the two sects shows that the sect's rules and communication are lacking. I appointed Ding Chao to establish new rules, and appointed Du Feng to establish effective communication between the disciples of the two sections. This will reduce friction and eliminate prejudice. Don't you think it's very appropriate? Without waiting for the two to speak, Zhang Xiaohu continued, moreover, Du Feng and Ding Chao are the ethereal twins of Misty School. If I only appointed Ding Chao and not Du Feng, wouldn't the disciples of Misty School say that I'm unfair? Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng's noses were almost crooked from anger. Zhang Xiaohu repeatedly said that he was afraid that the disciples of Misty School would say that he was unfair, but Zhang Xiaohu did not mention a single word about the unfair that the two had just mentioned. Moreover, the Divine Mechanics Hall has the function of gathering information and transmitting information. If I don't establish the Divine Mechanics Hall in time, how will my Misty School establish contact with the other Misty School disciples? How will they return to Ethereal Mountain Villa? If I don't establish the Divine Mechanics Hall in time, how will I gather information about the alliance of righteous sects and guard against their invasion? But, my Wuming Hall disciples also have outstanding people who can take up the position of Deputy Hall Master of the Divine Mechanics Hall. Ming Qing could not help but argue. Yes, of course there are elites in Wuming Hall, but didn't Deputy Gang Leader Ming just say that? The disciples of Wuming Hall have just entered Misty School and are not familiar with the Misty School. If I rashly promote these disciples who are not familiar with the Misty School to the upper echelons of the Misty School, not only will it be irresponsible to my Misty School, but it will also be irresponsible to those elite disciples. Ming Qing was at a loss for words. Alright, this matter is settled. If Wuming Hall, Misty School's new disciples are extremely outstanding, you can recommend them at any time. Of course, I will make an exception for them. Thank you, Gang Leader Zhang. Du Feng was also happy. He bowed and said, I will definitely work hard for Misty School until my death. Misty School's twin beauties, each of you has your own achievements. This is all due to your own efforts. You don't have to thank me. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand. Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng's expressions were uncertain, but they endured it. After all, the two halls only had deputy hall masters. The hall masters had not been decided yet, so it was hard to say who would be in charge. Alright. Now that all the miscellaneous matters have been dealt with, let's talk about Wang Dong. Wang Dong? Ming Qing was stunned and almost blurted out. He thought that what Zhang Xiaohu said just now was to let Wang Dong go, but who knew, the matter was not over yet. What else do you have to say about Wang Dong? I will listen to Gang Leader's teachings. Ming Qing said coldly. Deputy Hall Master Ming said it well. If I punish Wang Dong, I will hurt the hearts of the Wuming Hall disciples. But have you thought about it? If I don't punish Wang Dong, how can I face the Misty School disciples? Won't I hurt the hearts of the Misty School disciples even more? Do you think I can still sit in the position of Misty Sect Master? Zhang Xiaohu's words were heavier and louder than the previous. By the time he was done, apart from Gao Kunheng and Ming Qing, all the other ethereal sect disciples were so excited that they almost clapped and cheered. Ming Qing glanced at Zhang Xiaohu and then at Gao Kunheng. He clenched his teeth and shook his head. Wang Dong was a Wuming Hall disciple previously. Our leader gave him to me. I don't dare to let others judge him. Zhang Xiaohu laughed. Is Wang Dong a Wuming Hall disciple or a Misty School disciple now? Of course he is a Misty School disciple. Ming Qing hesitated but still nodded. Then. I am the Misty School's gang leader. Do I have the authority to punish Wang Dong, a Misty School disciple? Zhang Xiaohu asked immediately. Of course you can, but... Ming Qing wanted to continue but was interrupted by Zhang Xiaohu. There are no buts. Even if Wang Dong was wronged, I can still punish him. Ming Qing's eyes narrowed. He thought for a while and said coldly, of course gang leader Zhang can punish him, but, if gang leader Zhang doesn't punish him properly, I have the authority to stop the law enforcement hall. Let's see who dares to be arrogant in front of me. Zhang Xiaohu frowned as well. After deciphering Ming Qing's meaning, he retorted, He, Vice Sect Master Ming, are you implying that if the disciples of the Hall of Justice execute my orders, you're going to bring out your status as Ethereal Sect's Vice Sect Master to stop them? I'm only saying, if the punishment is unfair. Ming Qing didn't back down. Deputy Gang Leader Ming is the Misty School's Deputy Gang Leader. Of course you can bully others and make the law enforcement hall not dare to do anything. But, what if I do it myself? Zhang Xiaohu's eyes narrowed as well. He stared at Ming Qing. Ming Qing was secretly happy. He glanced at Gao Kunheng and said with a smile, since gang leader Zhang said that I'm bullying others by stopping the law enforcement hall won't dare to overstep their boundaries. If gang leader Zhang does it yourself, that's even more bullying. Of course, I won't dare to overstep my boundaries. But? Does gang leader Zhang really want to do it himself? Gao Kunheng said worriedly, Wang Dong is a disciple of the Wuming Hall and his martial arts are very good. If gang leader Zhang brings people there, it's inevitable that the original Wuming Hall will have a common enemy. It's not good for the harmony between the two factions. But, if gang leader Zhang goes there alone, if Wang Dong is driven to desperation and hurts gang leader Zhang, we will be letting down Sir Leader Zhang's trust. Ha ha ha. Zhang Xiaohu looked up and laughed. A real man has things to do and things not to do. Since I'm the Misty School's deputy gang leader, there are some things that I have to do. If I can't even get revenge for the humiliation of Mingcue Hall's junior sister and have to give her away, I might as well die in front of the Misty School's disciples and give them a proper image. And, isn't this what some people want? As soon as he said this, everyone in the hall was shocked. Chang'e and Chen Chen's faces were full of panic. But this was the meeting hall. There was no place for them to speak. They could only watch anxiously, their hearts aching silently. Aunt Qin, Du Feng, and Ding Chao were all shocked. They immediately wanted to say, Deputy Gang Leader, please reconsider. But just as they reached their mouths, they swallowed their words. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohu's aura was at its peak. Their words would be a blow to the Misty School's aura. Good Ming Qing was very agreeable when he heard this. Even Gao Kunheng, who was beside him, smiled. Ming Qing clapped his hands and said, I didn't expect Deputy Gang Leader Zhang to be such a hot-blooded man. I really admire you. If Deputy Gang Leader Zhang makes a move, I definitely won't dare to stop you. Moreover, I'll definitely restrain the disciples of Wuming Hall to protect Deputy Gang Leader Zhang's dignity. It's just that Wang Dong is drunk. If we let Deputy Gang Leader Zhang go now, first, we won't be able to show Deputy Gang Leader Zhang's bravery. Second, we won't be able to give Wang Dong a fair chance. This is quite difficult. Even now, Gao Kunheng didn't forget to add insult to injury. No matter. Zhang Xiaohu waved his hand. 7 days later, I'll personally punish Wang Dong. 7 days? Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng were stunned. Then, they nodded. We'll follow Deputy Gang Leader's orders. I'm sure Wang Dong will have sobered up in 7 days. Ignoring their sarcasm, Zhang Xiaohu waved his hand and said, You can leave first. I still have things to discuss with the 2 newly appointed Deputy Hall Masters. Yes. Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng were very pleased with themselves. They bowed and were about to leave when Zhang Xiaohu said, Oh, also, I'll be in seclusion to cultivate in these 7 days. I'll need the 2 deputy gang leaders to take care of the matters in the gang. Don't let this hard-won victory go down the drain. Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng didn't understand what Zhang Xiaohu meant, but they still nodded. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.